Can you guys believe it's been almost 7 months since the first leak video was published? Crazy, right? It's weird to think that 7 months ago, the word leak had never really been seen on this channel before, and to think that the majority of you wouldn't have been here at this time, because I understand that a lot of you came for these videos and from these videos, and I owe a lot to these videos for basically kickstarting my channel in a real big way, because to be honest, before these came along, I really wasn't sure what to do with the channel during the time Doctor Who wasn't on. And these were essentially just meant to be a time filler until this place was constructed, I make no bones about that. And then I saw how much people enjoyed them and I was like, I can make a few more of these. And here we are today with over 75 of them on the channel. And as much controversy as these may have caused, I like to think that they did do good in the fact that they helped this channel get to where it is, and they helped me build this wonderful community that I now have and I'm thankful for. And I thought, what better way to celebrate that than to put every leak that I've covered into one ultimate Doctor Who leak video. So you guys can see every single leak. You can now know which ones were accurate and which ones definitely weren't, as Series 13 is mere weeks from broadcast at the time I'm recording this. Thank you all for supporting these videos. It's been a wild ride, and I've got so many more things I want to do. You've only just seen the beginning, trust me. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ultimate Doctor Who leak video. Hello fans from the Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to a non-face cam video. I can't exactly remember the last time I did one of these, but I felt like just going over something I saw on Reddit in regards to the plot of Series 13 and the episodes that will be composing it. Now obviously, potential spoilers for Series 13 ahead, but also bear in mind that this is just a rumour and could turn out to be completely false and not be the case at all, but this one seems believable enough to the point where I thought it would be interesting to cover. But before we do, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. Thanks so much for listening to this message, and let's get into the Reddit post. The following information pertains to both the structure, characters, and story of Doctor Who Series 13. Spoilers ahead. Doctor Who Series 13 will be composed of 6-hour-long episodes, as well as an 80-minute series premiere and finale. This would fit with the norm of this era. I think 60 minutes is a bit longer than our usual. It's normally about 45 to 50 minutes, but that could be something to do with the fact that we're getting less episodes, so therefore they thought, okay, let's bump up the minutes. That seems believable to me, and obviously the opener and finale being longer, that's kind of par for the course with these Doctor Who series. The series itself will follow more of a classic approach, with extended multi-part stories, as it will compose of 4 two-part stories. The series itself will have a stronger focus on Yaz's evolution as a character, adding in Dan to help act as the audience by learning more about her along with the Doctor. Now, I like this because I think a lot of people were concerned when Dan was announced that, oh, Yaz is going to be overshadowed by Dan, she's not going to get any development, and this, if it's correct, which it may or may not be, would suggest that that isn't going to be the case, which is a good thing. The Doctor herself will continue to deal with the timeless child reveal and learn more about the truth of both her past and the mysterious Time Lord division. Now, I'm kind of torn on this, because on the one hand, I really don't like the timeless child reveal, but on the other hand, I didn't want them to drop it completely either. I don't want it to become like a Moffat story arc, where they set it up and then it just never gets referenced ever again, because it just feels really jarring. So I'm in two minds about it continuing to focus on the timeless child. Plus, there's the fact that, like, the Doctor always seems to come to the same conclusion when talking about the timeless child, in that she just goes, oh yeah, I don't know whether I think I know who I am, and then everyone around her goes, yeah you do, and then she goes, okay. But if they're going to do something more interesting with it than that, then I'd be, well, at least somewhat cautiously interested to see where they take it. In terms of the story of Series 13, the two-part opener will feature a story of the Sontarans attempting to infiltrate human conflicts throughout history. So this would tie in not only to the Sontaran filming, but also the sort of soldier filming we saw a while before that, studying their battle tactics and unforgiving ferocity mankind can do to itself. This will be used as a way to show the horrors of war and tyranny to the audience, to further push a more mankind united message. Okay, so I really like the idea of the Sontarans going to different battles in history and basically learning them, kind of like what the War Games did, where it has a bunch of people from different time periods, so the villains can learn about systems of conflict. I really like that, that's cool. But making it about how terrible mankind is again, I mean, I get it, we suck. Can we, like, not have an episode with that in, please? We've already had it in, like, the form of Orphan 55, Praxius, and a bunch of other ones, so it'd be really nice to have a story that wasn't about how terrible we were as a species. But moving on. Episode 3 and 4 will continue the Zygon incursion storyline. Now this would fit in with, we've seen the Zygon logo on a box in a bit of filming image, which I didn't cover on this channel, but there you go, I have now. However, it will delve more in depth of how the Sontarans have infiltrated the United Kingdom government, and are attempting to put in more conservative fascist regime. Okay. The idea of showing a fascist regime in terms of politics, that makes sense for Doctor Who to do, and aliens infiltrating that makes total perfect sense. But does every episode have to be about, like, you know, terrible? I think, especially with the years we've all just gone through, wouldn't it just be nice if we had some stories that were, like, escapism? I don't know. I'm down with the messages, by the way. I'm down with Doctor Who doing stuff like this, but does it have to be, like, so often? And especially in the circumstances that we're in now. Plunging the nation in confusion and chaos, allowing more of their species to infiltrate the country. It will be taking a lot of inspiration from Series 1's World War III story, which is fair enough. That one's quite good, and that would also make sense because Chibnall likes to sort of take multiple elements of stories and sort of blend them together. So if this is like Zygon Inversion and World War III snapped together, that makes perfect sense. Episode 5 and 6 will feature the return of the Weeping Angels and will focus on a father who has lost his wife and daughter due to mysterious circumstances. Here, Chibnall will be drawing from his roots in Broadchurch and telling a more murder mystery involving the angels. Okay, that's a good idea. He's doing a murder mystery, which is like what his career is built off in the first place, so that one I have hopes for. However, I was kind of hoping that Maxine Alderton was going to be doing the Weeping Angel story, but I mean, it could still be okay. I mean, at least he's doing something that he knows, so that's something. I'm also going to say I really like the idea of having 2 parts for stories to breathe, because I feel like so often in this era, things are just sort of wrapped up really quickly and you don't really, it just feels very rushed. So I think having an extra episode to sort of make that process feel a bit more like organic and worthwhile, yeah, I'm down with that idea. And then episodes 7 and 8 will feature the mystery of the Time Lord division as we see the Doctor leave Earth for the only time in the series. Most of you already know that I don't like the idea of this series being set solely on Earth, but that's the way it's going. According to this, anyway. Tracing a signal of Time Lord origin to the planet Khan, so we'll at least get to see the Sisterhood of Khan again, and where Rassilon has taken refuge with the Sisterhood after being banished by the Doctor from Gallifrey. Now this is interesting because I predicted the idea of Rassilon coming back way back in my Timeless Child video essay. I'll play an excerpt from that here. Idea 2. Have the Timeless Child revelations be planted in the Matrix by Rassilon. At the end of Series 9, we saw that Rassilon was banished from Gallifrey by the Doctor. So what if all the things we've been seeing in the Matrix was a lie placed there by Rassilon as an act of revenge against the Doctor, and by extension the rest of Gallifrey? And the Time Lords we see in Series 12 could be followers of Rassilon who resent the fact the Doctor abandoned them without a leader. This would mean that Rassilon could be the big bad of Series 13, and force 13 to be held accountable for her mistakes. But obviously it's different context, but it's kind of cool that if that is the case, then I kind of predicted that. Be interesting to see if he's played by the guy in Hellbent, or maybe, you know, a new incarnation, or maybe we'll see, I don't know, maybe we'll see an older incarnation. Rassilon will serve as a key role in unraveling further mysteries about the Timeless Child as well as the Division. The Master will also return, but only in a telepathic sense, as a devil on the shoulder to the Doctor. That's believable, seeing as they did sort of set up their little wiggly-woo telepathic stuff in the Timeless Children. That makes sense. Episode 8 will feature the regeneration of the Doctor, as well as Yaz's departure, allowing for the 14th Doctor and Dan to travel the universe for Series 14. More information about the Ruth Doctor will be given, but will still remain a mystery to be explored for Series 14 in 2022, as well as Series 15 and the 60th in 2023. And that wraps up the basically entire plot breakdown of Series 13, according to this Reddit thread anyway. And my thoughts are, yeah, this is kind of what I expected it to be. I won't lie, there is a couple of things that really disappoint me about this. Mainly, one, the fact that we're only getting one off-world story. That's really worrying to me. But also the fact that, like, a lot of the stories are going to be based in oh, look how terrible humans are. And as I said, given the year we've all just gone through, do we really think that that's the best thing for, like, the country, nay, the world right now, with how terrible everything's been? It may just be nice to have it be a nice bit of escapism. I like political stories. One of my favourite stories is The Happiness Patrol, for crying out loud, but I just don't know whether it's what we need right now, is what I'm trying to get at. And some of you may be saying, well, what about the Autons? Aren't they meant to be in it? Well, apparently, according to someone in this Reddit thread, that had nothing to do with Doctor Who, it was purely a coincidence. So that would give credence to this Reddit leak being true. But let me know what you guys think. Do you guys think this is accurate? Do you guys think this will happen? Or do you think it's just a bunch of old waffle? Let me know what you guys think. Leave a like if you enjoyed, leave a comment down below, and I will see you later. Hello friends from Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another leak video. Now this sort of acts as a part 2 to my previous leak video, following up on basically some of the things that I covered in that last video. If you haven't seen that video, I'd highly suggest watching that one either after or before you watch this one. I'll leave a link in the corner. But before we get into today's leak, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour, click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. Thanks so much for listening, and let's get into the latest leak. Hi Whovians, hope you're all doing okay during these troublesome times. First time using Reddit, so forgive me if I mess anything up. Okay, so ostensibly, what I'm here to do is clear up some of the misconceptions about them so-called leaks, which are not really true. Sorry that was vague. Allow me to elaborate. Jodie Whittaker's departure as the Doctor is at this point uncertain, but highly likely. She's been offered quite a few things away from the show that could lift her to the kind of position that Doctor Who can't really. Also, she is keen to adhere to the 3-year rule. On the other hand, Chris is trying to woo her to stay on throughout the rest of his tenure. Alas though, writing on the finale has begun, and even Chibnall is expecting a departure. One thing the other poster got right is that Chibnall shall be sticking out through the 60th to Series 15, or whichever comes last. He currently has a contract for 5 seasons of Doctor Who, including Series 11 and 12, with him planning to wrap up all his arcs in Series 15 or the 60th. The BBC are very keen to have Doctor Who broadcast annually, and are putting pressure on Chibnall to release Series 14 by the end of 2022. Now this would make, I think, the quick turnaround between Series 12 and 13 make a bit more sense, because I always found it strange that Series 11 and 12 had a big gap, but Series 12 and 13 didn't. So I'm assuming that the reason there isn't as big of a gap could be down to BBC pressure. This is because they think part of the reason for the drop between Series 11 and 12 was due to the time change, as well as overall weaker promo material. To aid this, the BBC have agreed to continue running shorter 8-episode series until then. Now, this kind of validates a fear that a lot of us had, that, you know, we all sort of accepted that Series 13 was going to be dropped to 8 episodes because of COVID reasons, but we didn't want that to become the new norm, and unfortunately, if this leak is to be believed, which, as I said in the last video, and it very much applies here, it very much could all be complete waffle. I just think they're interesting to talk about. But if this is true, they're continuing the 8-episode format, which I'm not keen on them doing. I was okay with it for a one-off for COVID reasons, but I don't want that to be the new norm going forward, because realistically, they could just keep chipping away at it, which I really don't want them to do. It basically gives them an excuse to lower the episode count. However, the other post is incorrect in the idea that the episodes shall be 60 minutes. The plan is currently, at least, for them to stay 50 minutes. As a lot of episodes overrun when they arrive at post-production though. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this possibility, even if it's quite unlikely. The whole series consisting of 2-parters is also totally inaccurate. The finale could be seen as a 2-parter depending on your perspective, also depending on how Chibnall writes it. He's on his first draft stage. But the rest of the season will follow the recent trend of single-part episodes. Now that's a shame, because that's kind of something that I was sort of liking about the previous league, was the 2-part thing. Agreeing with the other post, Mandip shall indeed be leaving at the end of the series, along with probably Jodie. As for John Bishop's Dan, it is uncertain in regards to whether or not he will feature in Series 14. However, as we are expecting a new incarnation, Chibnall wants to keep a bit of continuity in his era between Doctors, so he really wants Bishop to carry on. Unfortunately, Bishop might be doing a comedy tour next year, we'll see, but all of this has to be worked out pretty soon as the finale goes into production in about 2 months. Currently, Chibnall is considering actresses for the 14th Doctor. Now notice how it says actresses, so if this is to be believed, we will be getting another female Doctor. The current candidates include several non-white individuals, however none of them have yet been approached to my knowledge, as Jodie's departure is still kind of up in the air. However, he is interested in actresses who will contrast Jodie's joyful energy with something perhaps a little bit more intense. Not like Capaldi, perhaps Pertwee or Eccleston would be a better description of what he wants. Okay, I'm happy about that, but you've already got a great Doctor to fulfill that role in the form of Jo Martin, so why not just cast her? The BBC are currently content with Doctor Who's ratings. However, they hope it can achieve better with the casting of John Bishop. It is currently in good stand at the BBC, so don't expect cancellation. They just know it can do a little bit better than it did during Series 12. They want to approach Series 8 kind of figures, which I think is fair. Compared to recent contemporaries, it's doing pretty well, but I think, the BBC knows that Doctor Who can reach higher heights than it's reaching right now. So it's not in danger, but they just want to push it that little bit further upwards, which I think makes sense. As for the monsters, the Sontarans, the Opener, and the Weeping Angels, as speculated, will definitely be returning. The two of them will be taken more back to their roots. The Sontarans are going to be taken much more seriously than they were during the Moffat era, which is something I'm definitely down for, because we haven't had a decent Sontaran story since Sontaran Stratagem and Poison Sky, so that's something I'm definitely down for. The interpretation is meant to be kind of similar to the Time Warrior / the Sontaran experiment. With the Weeping Angels, Chibnall is keen to restore more of the mystery to them, with a presence more akin to Blink than, say, Angels Take Manhattan. Which makes sense. Blink is the most successful Weeping Angel story, and if you're gonna take ideas from any of them, you're probably gonna take ideas from that one. However, the Zygons are most certainly not. There will, of course, be new enemies for the Doctor to go up against. Well, that's interesting, because we did in fact see that Zygon logo on the back of a van. So is it just like a Black Archive type thing where it's being cameoed but they're not actually a presence? Catherine Tate won't be returning, as some have speculated. That's pretty much what I expected, to be fair. As soon as they said that she wasn't even in Liverpool, I'm pretty sure that shot that completely down. Nor will Captain Jack or Jack Robertson. However, Chibnall wants the latter two to return at some point, and certainly Barrowman wants to partake in the 60th. Speaking of, the BBC particularly wants David Tennant, surprise surprise, and to a lesser extent Matt Smith, to return in the role in the Multi-Doctor story. Unsure on the others. They might just have cameos, as they aren't as well known, well regarded as Tennant or Smith. I mean, I don't really agree with the sentiment that the other Doctors aren't as well regarded as Tennant or Smith, because obviously Tom Baker's getting on, but he's like the most iconic Doctor ever, and even Doctors like Sylvester McCoy, who may not have been as popular on their debuts, season 24 got trending when that Blu-ray was announced, so I don't think that they're not as well regarded at all, in my opinion, but that's besides the point. And it's kind of sad that the BBC thinks that the only two that are well regarded are Tennant and Smith, although I am glad to hear Smith get a mention, because I've really been worried that it'll just be 10 and 13. Chibnall has a soft spot for Eccleston though, and would love it if he could get him to reprise his role. Sacha Dhawan will, unless something completely changes, be returning in the finale. Chibnall and the BBC are very happy with the performance, and Dhawan enjoys the part, so expect him to continue as the Master throughout the rest of Chibnall's era. Additionally, in the finale, Chibnall is contemplating bringing back Bradley Walsh and Tosin Cole for guest appearances towards the end of the episode, but this is most likely reliant on whether or not Jodie departs. So there you go, there's the follow-up to the previous leaks. So yeah, let me know what you guys think about this post. I'm very disappointed that they're not doing two-parters, as that was one of the sort of silver linings of the previous leak, was that, they're going to be spending more time on each individual story by making them two-parters. With that said, however, I think it makes sense that Mandip will be leaving this series. I think that's pretty much a given at this point. Jodie is likely leaving as well, but what's interesting is that we will be getting another female Doctor who is in the style of Pertwee, but it's not Jo Martin. I just find that very strange, because for all intents and purposes, that is what her Doctor is. She is very Pertwee. She's a lot darker to contrast Jodie's more optimistic, bubbly personality, so I don't know why you would do that again if you already had a Doctor that could fill that role. But as I said, let me know what you guys think about these leaks, comment down below your thoughts, and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello fans, RTD gang, Tharries here, and welcome to the final of this sort of leak saga that I've been doing.
That was designated a lie.
This leak comes from the original poster, and is basically a follow-up from the original posters thing, basically talking about how Rassilon will be in the finale and stuff, whereas the last video I did was from someone else who was trying to debunk some of the other things. So we're getting some conflicting reports, but I just wanted to give you a follow-up talking about the original poster's thoughts on Series 13, basically. But before we do, if you could do me a teeny tiny little favour, click that subscribe button. The support at the moment's been insane. I've gained about 50 subs in like a day, which is mental. So if we keep that going, that'd be great. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. Thanks so much for listening to this message, and let's get into the final Reddit post. Hey all, I've received a lot of messages asking questions for some of the leaks I posted yesterday, to be fleshed out more. So here's some answers to the more frequently asked questions I have gotten. please be aware, major, and I mean major spoilers ahead. That goes for all of you watching at home. There are spoilers ahead, and I just want to make clear, as I do with all of these, this could be complete waffle. I just enjoy talking about them. Question, is there going to be an overarching plot throughout the series, or does 7 episodes just lead to the finale? Yes, there will be an overarching story that is reminiscent of the narration from Rassilon in the End of Time Part 1. However, it will be the High Priestess of the Sisterhood of Khan updating an unknown person about what the Doctor is doing. This mysterious figure will be revealed as Rassilon in episode 8. Question, what will be the relationship between Yaz and Dan? Dan will be helping Yaz throughout the series as she tries to grapple with her mental health. Dan is the character who lost her daughter to a mental illness, so we're doing a family member being lost plot again if this leak is true, which I really don't like because it does just sort of sound like a retread of Graham early on in her life, and will be acting as a bit of a surrogate father figure to her. Is Captain Jack going to return for series 13? Yes and no. While not physically there, he is mentioned in the Zygon 2-part story, so no, basically, which would comply with the other sort of leak we talked about where he's not coming back, but it does contrast in that the other leak said the Zygons weren't coming back. That's interesting that those two completely contrast each other. Question, when is series 13 coming out? The plan is to aim for mid-October or early November release once the announcement of the 14th Doctor is made. Filming will immediately begin to get the next series on track. There are currently no plans for a Christmas or New Year special, given the constraints of COVID and their limitations of episodes. Well, that would mean that we wouldn't get the conclusion of the Dalek trilogy in the Jodie era if this is true, which is interesting because I felt like that would be sort of an annual thing for the Chibnall era, but you know, seems like we're not getting that. Question, is Rassilon the villain of the finale? Again, yes and no. Although it is revealed while the Master was responsible for destroying Gallifrey, he was doing so under the manipulation by Rassilon. That will also help flesh out a more solid truth to the Timeless Child. The main villain of the finale and the series as a whole is the past, and its implications. One thing long-term Doctor Who fans will love is more of a fleshing out of Gallifrey's past between Rassilon, Omega, Tecteun, aka the Other. So they're doing a sort of lung barrow type thing. Question, what else do we learn about the Timeless Child? To take a quote from a pretty important part of Series 13, you are the Timeless Child, but you are not the Doctor. Now this is very interesting because it would imply that in fact, the Doctor is not the Timeless Child, and that was a red herring, so fingers crossed that turns out to be true, because I really don't like the implications of the Doctor being the Timeless Child. Is Donna coming back? No, I think we all knew that at this point. Donna is pretty much a non-entity in Series 13 going on what we know. How does the Doctor regenerate? While it hasn't been filmed yet, the plan is to have more of a classical regeneration with the Doctor passed out on the floor. I'd be totally down for this. I'm a bit sick of the whole putting your hands out and yellow energy, so it'd be nice to see something different. If you all have any more questions, feel free to message me. If I get enough certain questions, I will happy to do another Q&A. So there you go, there is the final part of this Reddit saga. You can watch all of these videos in a brand new playlist that I've created, so you can sort of figure out for yourself which ones you believe, which ones you don't. It's just, I thought I'd cover all of them, because I thought it was important to give you guys all the information that I've seen on Reddit. Again, this is just on Reddit, so it could be completely false, but I just thought it was interesting to talk about regardless. What do you think about these rumours? Let me know in the comments below. Like if you enjoyed and subscribe if you do. Thank you for watching and I'll see you later. Hello fans from Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another one of these Reddit leak videos. Now I know I said that the last one would in fact be the last one, but this one was just too funny not to cover, because this one completely contradicts everything we've talked about in the previous one, and while I wouldn't mind some of the things in this leak being true, they just contrast so heavily with what we know about the series already that I just think it's extremely unlikely. But before we get into this leak, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour, click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. Thanks so much for the support on the channel recently, it's been insane, and let's get into the Reddit leak. I know you have no reason to believe me over any other leaker, but I have trusted sources close to the production who tell a very different story than what has recently been relayed in this subreddit, and I would just like to clarify a few things. Take it with a grain of salt if you must, but I have complete faith in my sources. Now immediately, as soon as people start saying that they have sources, I already have my suspicions. This is what I know. Contrary to recent reports, Chibnall will in fact be stepping down after Series 13. When this is confirmed, certain folks will no doubt spin it as a firing, but this has always been the plan. But I thought that he had a 5-year plan. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 5 years does not go up to Series 13. But Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I mean, I guess technically, if you count the gap years, then maybe, but I just don't think that's right. Chris signed on to tell a specific story across 3 series, and that story will reach its natural conclusion at the end of Series 13. But will it, though? Because it feels like he's setting up a lot of stuff that probably won't be able to be wrapped up in 8 episodes. So again, this leak is just giving me all red flags, but let's carry on. I can see how the China deal might have caused some confusion, but Chris signed on for 5 years, not 5 series, with an understanding that he would be able to help the BBC find a suitable successor, and found him he has. Chris officially made the offer to Pete McTighe early last year. Now, I don't mean to be that guy, but this is the sort of thing that, let's just say, the less reliable sources of Doctor Who news have reported on for ages, and has not turned out to be true. This reeks of, oh, Chris is leaving an insert series here. Oh, Chris is leaving an insert series here. Basically a regurgitated rumour that happens basically yearly because people want him to leave. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a big fan of him as showrunner, but we can't will it into existence. It'll happen when it happens. The announcement of his appointment is currently due to be made in the spring, around the time of McTighe's new drama, The Pact, airs. See, another reason I don't buy this is that Stephen Moffat was announced to be stepping down in January of 2016, a year before his final series came out. So if this is supposedly Chibnall's final series, surely we would have heard something about his departure in 2020, no? Like his predecessors, the showrunner made it clear to the incumbent Doctor that he would want her to stay on for a series, but like Peter and David, Jodie has decided to leave with her showrunner and give the new production team a clean slate. However, Peter has made it clear that he would like her to return for the 60th anniversary, which he has pitched to the BBC alongside his plans for Series 14, to which Jodie expressed interest in returning should she be available when the special, okay, which I must again stress is still in very early stages of development, finally goes into production. This is a really poorly worded Reddit post. I hear that Pete's plans for the episode are very ambitious, with him planning on making offers to all of the new Who Doctors. Yeah, again, that seems like a fan's best case scenario, although he doubts that all 5 of them will accept. Nevertheless, it has been sold to BBC execs as the 5 Doctors to the Day of the Doctors, the 3 Doctors. I mean, that'd be cool to see in a modern context, but I think that's definitely wishful thinking. Now for some story details on Series 13. The opener is a 2-part story taking place in time frames like Spyfall, with the Sontarans plot spanning across present-day Liverpool and the Crimean War. Now that does fit with things that we've seen, but I guess any guy could sort of put 2 and 2 together, being as we've seen Sontarans in Liverpool and the Crimean War, you can sort of put those 2 together. There are 3 guest writers this series, with Ed Heim, Maxine Alderton and Pete McTighe all contributing scripts. The rest, the 2-part premiere, the 2-part finale and the subsequent festive special, are of course written by Chibnall. Now this would contradict the last rumour that said that there wasn't going to be a festive special due to COVID reasons, so we're getting very contradicting things. The 2-part finale wraps up the Timeless Child arc and sees the departure of Yaz, with Dan staying on an episode longer before exiting with Jodie in the festive special, rather than staying on for the 14th Doctor like the other rumour said. As is the tradition at this point, Chibnall is keen to bring back the first faces this face saw, in the form of a brief Ryan and Graham cameo as they bid farewell to the Doc, but this all depends on schedule. The series finale is intended to be epic in scope and scale, bringing back the Cybermasters and Sacha Dhawan's Master, as well as Captain Jack and the Fugitive Doctor, in a story that leans heavily on Gallifreyan lore. Rassilon and McTighe will play into the proceedings as well as the Division, with viewers finally being given answers to many of their burning questions, although anyone who hopes to find out what lies beyond the boundary will end up disappointed. Chibnall has no desire to explain the Doctor's origin, which is fair enough, but then why make an entire arc about the Doctor's origins if you have no interest in exploring them? Like, that makes no sense to me. In fact, the mission statement of his era was to recontextualize the mystery surrounding the Doctor, never to diminish it. I feel like that was the plan around Lungbarrow and stuff like that, but that also sort of failed. This is part of the reason why he was hired in the first place. With all the heavy lore stuff out the way, the festive special is intended to be more personal and introspective tale. This episode will complete Chibnall's Dalek trilogy, with Jodie coming face to face with Davros, played by Julian Bleach. Parallels will be drawn between the Doctor and her archenemy, both having birthed mighty warrior races from their own cells. Jack Robertson will also return one final time in another antagonistic yet comedic role. Regarding the casting of the 14th Doctor, auditions are quietly underway, with the BBC primarily eyeing BAME actors for the role. They would prefer to cast another woman, but are open to casting a male person of colour. Series 14 is currently set to enter production early next year, with the intention to kick off the series on New Year's Day 2023. A huge marketing push will accompany the launch, with the anniversary being treated as a year-long event as opposed to the one specific day when the aforementioned special airs. The BBC are also seriously considering moving the series back to Saturdays, with the start of the new era, but this is subject to change. So yeah, there is everything I know. Believe it or don't, time will tell. I just don't think this is real. This reeks of, like, wishful thinking on the behalf of some people that aren't that most reliable. Like, the Saturdays thing has been rumoured for ages by people that I just don't believe. And so therefore I have a very hard time believing this one. It just seems like a best case scenario for somebody. But let me know what you guys think, whether you guys think this is accurate or not. Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello friends from Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another one of these Reddit leak videos. There are more leaks coming out of Reddit for Doctor Who than a tap right now, and I'm struggling to keep up with them all. But I know you guys enjoy these videos, so I thought I'd keep them going. But before we get into the leak, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour, click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. But with that said, let's get into the leaks. Hi, I've been seeing a lot of rumours about the future of Doctor Who under Chris Chibnall, and I just wanted to clear them up because a lot of them don't line up with what I've been hearing from a friend who is reasonably high up in production at the BBC. I can't name this person for obvious reasons, so I don't expect people to trust this implicitly, but I just thought I'd share with you what I heard. Be careful, potential massive spoilers ahead. That applies to all of you watching at home. There are potential spoilers ahead, so if you're sensitive to that kind of thing, then click off now. Also bear in mind that these things could be completely false and should not be taken as gospel or fact. I just report on them because I find them interesting. Series 13 airs October 2021, 8 episodes, 6 50 to 70 minutes. Jodie is obviously on board along with Mandip and John Bishop. Chibnall wants Dan to continue on past Series 13, but John's proposed tour might throw a spanner into that plan. This all complies with some of the previous leaks. Will consist of 3 two-parters and 2 standalone episodes. Opening two-parter will be Sontaran-based, will focus on the rumoured Sontaran warfare, with the Sontarans studying human conflicts for strategies. They come to Liverpool in advance of a Third World War that the Doctor and Yas have to prevent. Something I thought about when thinking about this rumoured Sontaran story is, aren't the Sontarans meant to be the most advanced fighting species already anyway? So why would they need to take cues from humans? That's just something I thought of just now, and I thought I'd share that with you guys. If you guys have any ideas as to why that could be, let me know in the comments below. With secret nuclear warheads underneath the city, particularly beneath the building site that Dan works on. These warheads were put in place after the Dalek attack in Revolution. Sontarans will be much more menacing and aggressive than the Moffat comedic angle, though there is a sneaky reference to a detective Sontaran who migrated to Earth, so that would be Strax, obviously. Unit are reintroduced in this story. Now that would fit with the Series 4 story that reintroduced the Sontarans, so it seems like New Who likes to use the Sontarans as a new point to reintroduce Unit, which, I mean, fair enough. However, they have more of an antagonistic edge and are heavily implied to be under the control of a Tory government similar to the one we have at the moment. Guessing that will make a lot of the usual suspects very angry. Yeah, I have no doubt. Middle two-parter is a Weeping Angel story. Don't know much about this one, other than it's heavily inspired by Chibnall's work on Broadchurch. That complies with one of the other rumours. It'll be focused on a father, some sort of relative to Dan's, who lost his entire family and has to decipher where they've been sent. Again, this is something that happened in the other rumours, so they're starting to come together, at least somewhat, while avoiding the Angels himself. Haven't heard much about the 2 single-part stories, other than one is a historical story focusing on an inspirational historical figure, and that one is an Earth invasion story of a new monster. The one seen on set in Liverpool. The Earth invasion story will also include Unit again. As far as I know, Kate Stewart and Osgood are in neither of the Unit stories, but Chibnall is planning on picking their stories up again further along the line. Yas feels an inclination to reform a Unit from the inside and joins them at the end of the series, so she can potentially return in later series as well. The Zygons do not appear in the series, but the filming photos of the Zygon logo is a reference to Unit stories of the Capaldi era. That was what I was speculating it could have been if they weren't in the series. That would make a lot of sense. However, the Zygons are most certainly not. There will, of course, be new enemies for the Doctor to go up against. Well, that's interesting, because we did in fact see that Zygon logo on the back of a van. So is it just like a Black Archive type thing where it's being cameoed but they're not actually a presence? The finale is a 2-part story with the second part on a new planet, not Karn as the other rumor suggested, where Rassilon, now played by an older female actress, has been living since the Master's attack on Gallifrey. Sacha Dhawan's Master comes up to the Doctor and, vulnerable and afraid, and asks her to help him track down Rassilon, as he has suspicions that are proven correct at the end of the series, that he is actually the Timeless Child, and that somehow the memory has been tampered with. The finale is sort of a callback to the Five Doctors, with the Doctor, the Master, Yaz and Dan battling through a defended planet built by Rassilon to learn the truth. The series ends with the Master killing Rassilon, learning he was the Timeless Child, and heading to his place of origin to learn the truth. Yaz is shaken up by the whole experience, as mentioned before, leaves to join the unit. Just as she leaves, with or without Dan, yet to be decided, the Doctor starts to regenerate as an effect of one of the defences on Rassilon's planet. For 14, Chibnall is looking for a male person of colour, actor with an alien and potentially more standoffish personality. First choice currently is Patterson Joseph. I don't know who that actor is, but I'll put a picture of them on screen now. Series 14 airs late 2022, 8 episodes again, so they're sticking with the 8 episodes thing, which is what I was afraid of. 14th Doctor, Dan, female companion, or just 14th Doctor and female companion. Story arc will follow the Doctor trying to locate the Master. Finale will be set on a mysterious planet of the origin of the Timeless Child. We'll end with a massive cliffhanger. I've heard this is the Valeyard played by Joe Martin to lead into the 60th. Oh, if they made Joe Martin the Valeyard, I really wouldn't like that, personally, and I think it would look bad on Chibnall's half to make the first woman of colour to play the Doctor be the Valeyard, be the evil one, essentially. I just don't think that would be a good look, so I hope that's not true. Series 15, late 2023, 4 90-minute long episodes, ending in the 60th special. Chibnall wants a Dalek story, a Cyberman story, a Master story, and then the 60th, conclusion to the Timeless Child epic. Each is going to be a tentpole epic story with the return of a modern Doctor, Tennant, Smith, Capaldi, Whittaker. No mention of Eccleston there. Chibnall is personally very fond of Eccleston, but doesn't expect his involvement at all. This again complies completely with one of the other rumours as well. The idea is to generate an incredible amount of viewers for each feature-like story with very unique tones for each easily sellable. Okay, I really like the idea of an episode focusing on a different Doctor each episode leading up to the 60th. I think that's a really good idea, because that would make the 60th celebrations last all year rather than just that one episode, which I actually think is a really good idea. Chibnall is planning to go out on a high to conclude the Timeless Child storyline and then leave. Current favourites alongside BBC execs to replace him are Gatiss, but these are very, very early days, and they're currently trying to push him and Moffat towards a Series 5 and 6 of Sherlock, so he might not have the time. As always, take this with a pinch of salt, and all of this is subject to change, but these are the facts as I'm aware of them at the moment. I'm gonna be honest, this is the one that seems the most realistic to me. It sort of complies, it's a bit of a combination of a lot of the rumours we've already been hearing. You know, the stuff about Rassilon being in the finale and hiding out on a different planet. Not Khan, but a different planet to be the big villain of the finale. The Master being the Timeless Child, that's something that's been speculated for ages. The only thing I really don't like about this is the fact that Ruth may be the Valeyard, which I'm really not a fan of. But this to me is probably the most realistic rumour. But let me know what you guys think of this rumour. Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello friends, from the Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Reddit leak video. I'm sure you're all thinking, wait, how many leaks can Reddit possibly have? But trust me, there are an overabundance of these leaks, and they're really interesting because it's like a little leak war going on in Reddit. It's really interesting. But before we get into today's leak, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour, click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. But with that said, let's get into today's leak. Hi guys, hope you've all been alright. I imagine these posts are getting kind of frustrating to you all now. I mean, not really, my analytics are loving it. But I don't want to get anyone's hopes up or give people any false information about the incoming series of Doctor Who. And to be helpful, I'm in the middle of one of these so-called leaks. If you're lost and confused, which I get, to be honest, then please check my post history to remind yourself which one I am. The person who posted their rumours most recently is lending you information which frankly is complete codswallop. What a word. Although I imagine they'd say the same thing about mine. Essentially, Chris isn't leaving this year. Okay, so this is in reference to the Chibnall rumour, which I always thought smelled off anyway. Seemed off anyway. There isn't a 3-season contract, it's 5 seasons, and that's always been the plan. That makes sense. The thing about the China deal is that it doesn't have a bearing on that. The reason the 5 years thing has been thrown around so much, I would imagine, is because of the initial plan for Chibnall's run. We wanted him to be able to deliver a series every year, but unfortunately, that's been proving increasingly difficult, especially with COVID. What many people don't realise is how difficult it is to do a series, which often films in completely different areas of the country, with different sets literally every week. A show like, say, Death in Paradise could get away with it, but even that only runs for 8 episodes a year. That's precisely why the BBC have agreed to let Chibnall carry on with a lower episode count through to series 15. Oh, are we gonna have to get a lower episode count till series 15? Oh man, it's weird because all the things that I don't want to be happening are all the ones that they seem to agree on, like the lower episode counts is something they all seem to be agreeing on these days. Having noticed the reaction of some fans to my news, I would also like to point out that the reason that the ratings have gone down is not particularly to do with the timeless children's story arc. It is very easy to use as a kind of point of controversy for fans. However, as the BBC have done the actual audience research, it has been discovered that the people who are indeed bothered by the timeless children's story arc will most likely continue watching the show. In reality, the viewing figures have not gone down in such a way that is unusual for a current TV show in the current climate. Across the board, BBC viewing figures have decreased, and Doctor Who is still done successfully in the charts for the week. Henceforth, there is no chance of it being cancelled at this time. Nonetheless, as I stated in my prior post, the BBC strongly desire for the figures to go up, and the aim is for Series 8 viewing figures. The same thing that was said in this person's previous leak, which I also covered. I'll leave a little card in the corner. Frankly, a reasonable target. In the current state of modern TV, with the increasing popularity of streaming services, it is almost impossible to attain consistent viewers in the 10 million plus range, as the show occasionally achieved during the Tennant years. The real rationale for why viewers have left is widely regarded as being due to a lack of promotion, and the promotion that there has not been effective as it has been in previous years for the show. In addition, in Series 11, the BBC noted that there should be an increase in monsters to appeal to more younger demographic who had dropped off in recent years. Indeed, that did improve with Series 12, but the promotional material, particularly for series open as Spyfall Part 1, is mostly what damaged the ratings for the season, with many assuming that it was merely a one-off special, and a good amount not even being aware of its broadcast. Yeah, that's something that happened actually. A lot of people thought that Spyfall Part 1 was just a one-off special in the realm of Revolution or Resolution, but in fact, it was the lead-up to an entirely new series. So, the fact that people had that misconception in the first place has kind of shown how poor the marketing's been recently. A sharp contrast to the exceptional performance of Series 11's opener. As for the showrunner position, the BBC are indeed looking for a successor to Chibnall, who they want to come into effect in 2024 at the earliest. As I mentioned in my prior post, we want a series every year. Several big names have been approached, such as Jed Mercurio, Line of Duty and Bodyguard, but most of these have turned the offer down, wishing to focus on projects with less pressure on them than Doctor Who. Currently, several writers, both old and new, have been considered for the position. Granted, the BBC are not 100% certain who they want to hire. The current frontrunner would seem to be Pete McTighe, who Chibnall has been grooming for the position. However, he has never worked on a show as big as Doctor Who, which leaves the BBC to consider other names. Toby Whithouse for one. Oh, I'd love Toby Whithouse. Side note, I'd love Toby Whithouse to be the next showrunner. But many of his recent projects have not performed exceedingly well, ratings-wise. Peter Harness has also been considered, but his work on War of the Worlds has left the BBC uncertain as to his capabilities. One name has been bandied around. More recently has been Mike Bartlett, who has worked on the show once before as a writer on a Capaldi episode. His work is very well regarded within the BBC. He also has a very keen interest in the show. The only problem mentioned by some is the lukewarm reaction of the story of Who that he wrote, as well as him never having worked on a sci-fi show before. However, neither had Russell D. Davies, if I'm correct. There have been a few talks with him about the position, and he has even suggested the actor who he would like to cast in the role. That being his frequent collaborator, Adrian Lester. Oh my god, Davis would be happy, who would be the first Doctor of Colour at this time. Although I can't give a definitive answer on who will be the next showrunner, but rest assured, they won't be taking over till Series 16 as is. As for the suggestion that the next Doctor could be a male of colour, I would say that it is perhaps unlikely but not impossible. The BBC aren't keen on the optics of having the first female in the role being immediately followed by a male, but a male of colour would possibly not come across as the BBC backing down. However, all Chibnall's current choices for 414 are female. Jodie is still planning on leaving, so no change there. Therefore, if Bartlett did take over on the showrunner role, I would imagine that Lester would be the 15th Doctor. The series opener won't be a two-parter, but the finale kind of is. There won't be a specific festive special for this series, however it has been suggested that the second half of the finale episode could be broadcast on Christmas or New Year's, depending on how the schedules work. So it could work a bit like End of Time, where it's not necessarily a special, but it just happens to air on those days. What I mean by that is that it's not focused on Christmas necessarily, it's more just something that happens around that time. The Daleks won't be coming back, but don't be surprised if one makes a very brief appearance. I think this happened in one of Capaldi's series openers, as well as one of Matt Smith's series. They won't be the lead foe in any episodes, but Chibnall is likely to bring them back for series 14 or 15, as the BBC consider them to be beneficial to ratings, which makes sense. Finally, as said before, the BBC are currently planning for series 14 to debut in fall of 2022 to have a consistency to the show's broadcast, so the general audiences see it as a fixture in the schedules, like they do Call the Midwife or Death in Paradise, which have often been broadcast at the same time of year. Similarly, they are 8-episode series. The 60th year is intended to be a big one for the show, with a multi-Doctor story. The BBC want to capitalise on the anniversary as much as possible, due to it bringing back superb merchandise sales and much higher ratings for the 50th. Thank you for reading this, and if you have any further questions, don't be afraid to ask me in the comments. So there you go, that's this one, and again, it seems to start to be complying with things we've seen before. I think we're starting to get a bit more of a consistent idea of what Series 13 in the future is looking like going forward. I do think that one about Chibnall leaving is pretty much successfully debunked now, as basically every other rumour bar that one is not about that. But let me know what you guys think about this rumour, comment down below your thoughts, and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello friends from the wheelchair gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to yet another one of these leak videos. They really need to call a plumber over at Reddit because the leaks are getting outrageous. Sorry, that was a terrible joke, but I felt like it was necessary. So just as we seem to be getting a more consistent sort of run of these leaks, it'll be interesting to see if this newest leak will conform to those ideas or whether it'll completely change them. But before we do get into today's leak, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and if you like to keep up to date with the latest leaks, then this channel is the way to do it. Like, if you're not a big fan of reading these things, because some of them are quite long, which I totally get, then this is the next best option. Obviously, I'd say this with like all of these, they may not be true, and they're probably not going to be true, at least a lot of them, but I just enjoy talking about them. So don't take these literally, and there could be potential spoilers ahead. But with that in mind, let's get into the latest leak. I know you're probably all tired of these leaks, but I don't suppose there's any harm in dropping this here in that case. Take it or leave it, but please keep it civil. No confirmed release date for Series 13, but the aim is for mid-October. Episode 1, the first story, does not span multiple episodes. Okay, well that contradicts the last one. It's written like a Doctor Who film. It's very cinematic with lots of action, the world ending, and hopping to and from different time periods like a mini hour-long action film. Ends with a massive loss. John Bishop is great fun on set. He's given plenty of gags to bring out his more comedic side. The chemistry between him, Jodie and Mandip is infectious. They've blown everybody's socks off, and the cast and crew, who have worked so incredibly hard to make the show in such challenging circumstances, are very excited for everyone to see what's coming. Holby City actress Jo Martin has an interesting role to play in the set of episodes. Weird way to phrase that, seeing as she played the Doctor, but okay. The Weeping Angels are coming back, and the episode they appear in is a real tearjerker, do not miss it. Mid-season twist. Season is not made up of 7 or 8 regular episodes. I'm not sure what that one means. Jodie will be leaving at the end of this run of episodes. I don't know who she'll be replaced by, but I don't think anybody knows yet. Okay, well that is one thing they all seem to be agreeing on, is at the end of this series, she is leaving. I don't know if Chris Chibnall is indeed leaving. I hope not, because his work on Broadchurch is out of this world. That seems like a weird I hope not. Well, surely you should know. You're the one leaking things. Also, I hate this argument. This is a complete side tangent, but I hate this argument that we should all think Chibnall's great because his work on Broadchurch is good. If you're critiquing Doctor Who, it doesn't matter if his work on Broadchurch is good. If his Doctor Who isn't good, his Doctor Who isn't good. The Zygons are not in the new season, and neither is Catherine Tate or the Autons. I would lower your expectations. That seems to be complying with the previous ones, so that, at least, I think is true. I have no idea about anything else outside of the current run of stories. Maybe this is all bobbins, but I'll leave that up to you. So yeah, there's a bit of a shorter leak there, but I thought I'd just wrap up this one. At the time of recording this is the latest leak, but I'll let you know if there's any more going forward. Comment down below your thoughts on this leak and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello friends from Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another one of these Reddit leak videos. I haven't posted one of these in a couple of days, but I found a new leak pertaining to the Series 13 finale. But before we get into today's leak, I ran a competition asking you guys to send in Doctor Who leak thumbnails, basically your parody version of these thumbnails that I create, and send them to tharries21@gmail.com. And basically every leak or sort of news video that I'll do, I'll be picking my favourite. And today's favourite comes from Nathan Mann. As you can see there, it says leak in the side, Yaz's Nan returns, Cyberberg back, Sherlock Dalek, Chris Chibnall playing the next Doctor, Not a Love Life with Ursula the Paving Slab. Yeah, this is fantastic. Send more of these in to tharries21@gmail.com. And the second thing I wanted to tell you guys to do is subscribe. We're just about 20 subscribers away from 4,000, which is phenomenal, and you guys have done an absolutely epic job. So if you haven't already, please do subscribe. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I'd honestly think that with your support and with us keeping up the momentum that we've gained right now, I think we can do it. So, but with that said, let's get into the leaks. So this one comes from r/Doctor Who leaks, whereas the other ones come from r/Doctor Who. Same thing really, but you know, just thought I'd give you the distinction. Hello everyone. With my sources, I've been able to gain access to an early rough draft of the 2-part series finale for Series 13, which obviously could be tweaked over the production of the series overall. Now, remember when people say source information, I'm immediately a little bit, you know, my little leak spider sense is tingling when that goes off, because obviously source information, it's got a dodgy history depending on where it's coming from, but judging by what I've seen of this so far, I have had a little once over. It does comply with a lot of things we've been already hearing, which does add a little bit of credibility to this. At this moment in time, the Cybermasters will be returning in the pursuit of Rassilon. Now this would fit with the very first leak that we talked about, who is to take refuge on the planet Khan. Now this contradicts one of the other leaks that says that Rassilon will be taking refuge but not on Khan. With the Sisterhood, the Master is hellbent. See what I did there? Very, very funny, Mr. Whoever you are.
You took everything from me.
I don't even know who you are.
On killing the former president once and for all for lying about the timeless child. The first part of the finale will feature the Cybermasters invading Khan and kidnapping Rassilon. The Doctor is alerted to this through a telepathic message from the leader of the Sisterhood. Can they do that? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? People in the comments. Can the Sisterhood telepathically communicate with Time Lords? Is that a thing that can happen? Because I know that the sort of connection between the Sisterhood of Khan and the Time Lords is quite strong, because they can elevate Time Lord science and stuff as established in, like, Night of the Doctor. But is that something they can do? Let me know. Who warns her of something far more sinister that is about to awaken. As the Doctor follows the Master, the TARDIS suddenly loses power as it enters a crack in time. However, she steps out of the TARDIS and faces an old villain, Omega. The cliffhanger of this first part will reveal the Master has been Omega's puppet, and the Cybermasters serve as a template to allow Omega to fully regenerate and return to the physical realm. Editing Tharries here. You can tell it's editing Tharries because he's got headphones on. I don't know about you guys, but I'm aware of, like, this sort of legal issue that the BBC have, where, like, K9's partially owned by somebody else, and the same goes for Omega, and they've been trying to launch, like, a K9 film for years. So I don't know the logistics of Omega coming back to the main show, whether they've even got the rights to do that. So that does bring this leak into a bit more question. Just thought I'd share that with you, just in case, like, any of you didn't know that, basically. There's a bit of a legal issue with Omega and him being in Doctor Who. So that may make this rumour a bit less legitimate. But it's still possible. I mean, there weren't even meant to be Daleks in Series 1, and they managed to get them. So they could feasibly get the rights to Omega, but obviously it's not something that's guaranteed, so I bear that in mind when looking at this leak. But with that said, back to past me. So we're doing some Three Doctors type stuff here, where he's trapped in another sort of time or like place, and he's trying to escape to our realm, basically. The second part of the finale will indeed feature Jodie's regeneration, but the circumstances are somewhat unknown in this draft. All that is known is that the final scenes of the episode will be emotional, and we'll see the return of Bradley Walsh and Tosin Cole, potentially for the regeneration. Now, the thing is, when people say potentially, I get the feeling that if they did know, they wouldn't say potentially. Either they say they know, or they, it's not happening. I think when they say potentially, they kind of absorb themselves of being incorrect, because they're like, oh, I only said potentially. So I'm always wary of people when they use that word. Whilst the second episode is shrouded in mystery, I can confirm we will see a major revelation about the Timeless Child, which will fill some of the plot holes created by Chibnall, such as the regeneration limit. One final thing, when the episode airs, keep an eye out for several members of Time Lord Society from the classic series. You will get an update of sorts on their whereabouts. Now, I'm not sure whether that means, like, established Time Lords, like, are we going to see maybe what the Rani's been up to this whole time, or whether it just means the old Time Lords who perhaps, pre-Time War Time Lords. Because obviously we can assume that Gat is a pre-Time War Time Lord, and the Time Lords that we see in Fugitive of the Jadoon are all pre-Time War, so maybe that's referring to other ones of that. I will say having just other Time Lords about in the universe, though, would kind of mitigate and kind of diminish the impact of the Time War if there are still Time Lords about. But then again, Moffat basically completely retconned the fact that the Doctor destroyed Gallifrey, so I mean, your mileage on that may vary. But let me know what you guys think about this leak. I think it's fairly plausible, given what we've heard so far, although I do think that equally someone could just take the bits that we've already heard and sort of collate them together. But let me know what you guys think about this leak. Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello friends, Tharries here, and welcome back to another one of these Reddit leak videos. I honestly thought I was done with these, at least for the time being. I released the Doctor Who leak saga, which covered every single leak up to this point, which I thought would at least, give me a few days leeway before some new leaks came out. And then I get alerted to this. A leak that comes out from the original poster who posted the very first leak that started this sort of leak civil war that's been going on inside Reddit. But before we get into today's video, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour, click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. It goes without saying that with all of these leaks, this could be completely false, and that there could be potential spoilers ahead as well. So if you're sensitive to spoilers or don't like leaks in general, which I get, this isn't the video for you. But with that said, let's get into the video. We have recently observed a number of rumours within the community and have decided that now might be a good time to set the record straight. What is most bizarre is that in and amongst the bizarre armada of leaks, there is at least a grain of truth to a lot of them, even the most ridiculous ones. Yes, indeed, the opener shall feature the Sontarans and will be set during the Crimean War. However, from our understanding, from filming images that could be worked out anyway, these claims about the series being entirely made of two-parters is atrociously unfounded, and there is no basis for this. How can you tell if something's a two-parter judging just by images? Like, an image doesn't look different if it's coming from a one-part story or a two-part story, so how would you tell that? Additionally, Chibnall is indeed leaving and will be replaced by McTighe from Series 14 onwards. McTighe will finish work on his latest production, due to broadcast on BBC One in Q2 this year. Jodie shall also be leaving. This is due to a multitude of factors. However, perhaps the most notable is the so-called chaos in Cardiff that occurred in Q4 2019. I don't mean to be that guy. Wasn't that just a rumour that was made up by, let's just say, some of the less reliable sources of Doctor Who news in the fandom? Or am I wrong on that? Let me know in the comments below, which I shall elaborate on later, as that has massively affected the production of the series along with the COVID-19 pandemic. In regards to his successor, McTighe is keen to hire an established actress. No male actors have been considered for the part. The BBC view the female Doctor as a success, but not so much Chibnall's writing or Jodie's portrayal. Keira Knightley, Vicky McClure, who turned down the part in 2017 due to fears that the female Doctor might not be successful, Michaela Cole, Tiana Miller, Maxine Alderton, and the more unknown Chizzy Akundolu have been considered for the part. Maxine Alderton's a writer. How could she be considered for the part of the Doctor if she's a writer? This just smells of bull to me. Several have auditioned, and a casting decision is expected within the next month or so, with the regeneration being planned to be filmed in the finale block in around July, with the production of Series 14 beginning in early 2022. In regards to Knightley, we would vehemently disagree with the statement that her career is on the decline. However, she has expressed interest in working on a consistent broadcast schedule, with many actors on a similar level of stardom, such as James McAvoy, his Dark Materials, and John Boyega's Small Axe, working on BBC productions as well. Is she Captain Phasma? Because I thought that was a rumour that got shot down on Twitter earlier. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I don't know whether she is or not, but let me know. In terms of the current series, one of the most bizarre rumour has 3 points, which are actually somewhat accurate. The series will feature the return of Jack Robertson, albeit only in the finale. There will be a character called Nigelic Crouch, though not as described, and there will be a location known as the Bull Inn, used in one of the episodes. The rest of that rumour, however, linking to the MLK episode, I'm not sure what that is absolute nonsense of the highest order. We expect this individual received information from someone who happened to see a casting sheet and spun a whirlwind of fanfiction around it for attention. Nigelic Crouch himself will indeed be a Time Lord and will be a devious and wild one. He is a corrupt member of the Division, who were established in Fugitive of the Judoon, who is intent on causing havoc throughout the universe. In the end, it will be revealed that this is one of the Timeless Doctors in the timeline. This is the Doctor after the brainwashing by the Time Lords, but prior to the Ruth Doctor. Whilst the character will be comical and amusing in initial installments, you get to see how brutal and vile the character is as the series goes along. The moment we realise that this is indeed the Doctor, under some kind of pseudonym, is when, in the series' penultimate episode, he regenerates into Cho Martin. He will appear in about 3 episodes of the series. Originally, the character would be appeared in 4 episodes, with one taking place in Alabama, pertaining to the training of astronauts prior to the moon landing in 1969. Due to the pandemic, this episode has been cancelled. Additionally, the part was initially set to be played by Danny DeVito. Okay, this is just bull. I'm sorry. No.
No. Just no.
But again, due to the pandemic, he has not been able to appear in the part. Therefore, a lesser-known British comedian has been cast in the part. I'm sorry, but the day Danny DeVito says, you know what, I want to do Doctor Who, is the day that I eat my chair. Like the physical chair that I sit on that, you guys all know. That's the day I eat it, when Danny DeVito goes, yeah, I want to be a Doctor Who. The character itself has come under some scrutiny for the BBC due to the buffoonish and villainous nature of the character, which BBC director Tim Davie does not feel is keeping with the character of the Doctor. Chibnall has had similar problems before. Chaos in Cardiff was set off by the suggestion of a scene where Joe Martin's Doctor regenerates into David Bradley's version of the first Doctor. The BBC tried to overhaul the Timeless Child story arc, I'm guessing they mean overhaul, but since they gave Chibnall creative control over the series, this was hard. Therefore, there were many arguments on set, including Chibnall threatening to quit unless he was allowed to show his vision for the show. The episode also initially intended to include an explanation of the Doctor's name, and would have shown several adult incarnations of the Doctor travelling in the TARDIS, who were all from different gender and ethnic backgrounds. Unfortunately for Chibnall, the BBC managed to persuade the director to come back and reshoot some of the scenes of the Doctor and the Master discussing the Timeless Child, with them telling Chibnall he had to accept the final product. These sequences were written and overseen by Pete McTighe. This is also the reason that most of the scenes between the Doctor and the Master take place in one location or in front of a green screen. This resulted in Jodie deciding the next series would be her last. Due to her 3-year contract, Bradley Walsh and Tosin Cole deciding to leave at the end of their current contracts at the time, in spite of talks of them being involved in Series 13. These problems at the BBC have only increased by Tim Davie's presence. He's the new controller of BBC One, I believe. Although nothing so severe as Chaos in Cardiff has occurred, with Piers Wenger serving as a mediator between Chibnall and Davie. During their interactions, Davie will often pull up Chibnall on very small things and also make unusual demands of the showrunner. For instance, in the ending of one of Series 13's episodes, the Doctor was originally set to defeat an enemy by beating them at a Pokemon card game, intended as a comical scene. I admire the person for putting so much dedication into this, but anyone who believes this, I think, how? However, Davie took this seriously and threatened to cut the episode unless the scene was removed, because he finds it to be the kind of thing that would be broadcast on CBBC. He has also demanded that there be a diversity of political opinion in the cast of characters, with him insisting that it be implied that John Bishop's character is more right-leaning than left. This just sounds like something that's been written by a Not My Doctor, I'm not gonna lie, but insists they don't portray in a negative light. Chibnall has not helped the situation by adding a character called Joe Lofthouse, a librarian whose life is changed by the Weeping Angels. Yes, the other rumours were right about this. To have a scene where he changes John Bishop's character perception of the world by telling him the doctrines of Karl Marx. Somehow this scene has gone unnoticed by Tim Davie. However, it could be argued that Davie does make some genuinely strong points, especially when pertaining to the Nigelic couch character, who is sure to be divisive with fans. The character himself will be exaggerated, irreverent, and OTT, with their first scene featuring them dancing around in a mankini, and another where he is defeated by falling into a swimming pool and being unable to swim. They will also have a very vicious streak. Their second episode, which is currently filming, shall take place in the Troubles in Ireland, and shall feature Nigelic meddling with the politicians of the time period. In one scene, he shoots a cynical Irish schoolteacher called Dom Hall to death while anachronistically singing the Blow Monkeys. It doesn't have to be that way in an ironic fashion due to both his death and the Troubles in Ireland. After he is dead, Nigelic states that to his corpse, "Never change, Dom Hall, you funny shamrock." This has been pulled up by Tim Davie as morally questionable, who perceives it as being racist towards the Irish. However, Chibnall has pushed forward with this decision, citing Nigelic as the evil incarnation of the Doctor, and since he has the final say, according to his contract, we will have to wait till the broadcast to see how controversial this scene will be. It's not going to come to air, I'll tell you that. In regards to other episodes, there will be an episode featuring the Weeping Angels, as I already implied, and another which is 50s set historical, featuring Audrey Hepburn, which shall be written by the incoming showrunner Pete McTighe. Both BBC One controller Piers Wenger and BBC's Director General Tim Davie have signed off on these two, without any complaints. However, the rest of the season has been beset with interfering from Davie, as well as questionable creative decisions by Chibnall. Myself and others in the BBC hope this can be put to rest, but it is only right for the fans to know about this situation. Yes, last year we put out a false statement on the chaos in Cardiff, but the results were not so disastrous this time. However, these creative differences could indeed result in a messy set of episodes to conclude Chibnall and Jodie resigns on the show. Hopefully the show can find its feet within the BBC again under McTighe. Unfortunately, at the moment, whilst not under any immediate threat of cancellation, the show has been held in bad repute among BBC higher-ups. Davie's interest in the show is more to do with his perception of it as a British institution wants it to fit within his plans for a more politically diverse BBC. I think I can pretty confidently say, like with the others I'm like, well, it could happen. No, this one I can confidently say is a bunch of bull. I've never done that for one of these leaks before, but this is just so outrageously, cartoonishly inaccurate. It was really funny to read. But let me know what you guys think of this leak in the comments below. Subscribe if you're new, like the video, and I will see you later. Hello fans from the Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to yet another one of these Reddit leak videos. If you tuned into my recent live stream, you'll know that I'm now covering the ones on r/Doctor Who News. I'll play a little clip from my live stream here. So in coming days, you may be getting some more videos on the r/Doctor Who News leaks, if you guys would be up for that. Definitely not that one that I just read on stream. But before we get into today's leak, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. Thanks so much, and let's get into the Reddit leaks. Hello, I'm very aware that you're all fed up of these so-called leaks that have been spreading around the internet at the moment, but that's not going to stop me from sharing what I know. Episode 1 will feature the Jodie in some capacity. I don't know what capacity, but I do know they won't be the main villains, that will be the Sontarans. This will also act as a wrap-up to the Prison plotline from Revolution. Okay, that's interesting, because I did think the Prison got wrapped up extremely quickly in that episode, so it'd be interesting to see some more lasting effects from the Prison, because I remember someone saying when the first Series 13 images came out, that 13 looked like she was wearing some sort of prison anklet thingy on her, well, her ankle. So maybe that's something to do with her being on like parole by the Jodie or something. Although that could just be inferred through those images, this might not be accurate. Dan will not be surviving the end of the series and will leave in the finale. Again, I don't know how he will leave, but I don't think Chibnall knows the exact details yet. Well, that's a bit worrying. He himself doesn't even know the details yet if this is the case, because the thing is filming right now, so that's not particularly reassuring, I must admit. Episode 3 will feature some sort of lizard people. The notes say snake-like nostrils. Chibnall, after name-dropping him last year, intends to bring back the Toymaker alongside other cosmic forces from the Doctor Who universe. This, as far as I can tell, was a fairly last-minute decision. This will most likely tie into the Timeless Child in some form. Wow, we could be getting another returning villain in the form of the Celestial Toymaker. I mean, let's just hope they don't play it 100% faithfully for the source material, if you catch my drift there. The thing is about this, not all of these can be right. This is the first time I've heard about the Celestial Toymaker, but again, because he was mentioned last series, it could just be someone joining the dots together in their own way. But I mean, I'd be down to see a modern version of the Toymaker. I definitely think he's one of those villains that has a lot of potential in, like, with modern technology and stuff. They could do, like, night terrors type stuff with him, where, like, you've got the dollhouse that's, you know, fully sized, but it's like a toy house. You know, there's, like, really cool stuff that you could do with modern technology, which I think would benefit the Celestial Toymaker really well. There is also a big-name Doctor Who director making a long overdue return to direct a block of episodes. I'm going to take a guess and say Rachel Talalay, because she's like one of the most popular Doctor Who directors, and she's arguably one of the best Doctor Who directors as well, but I mean, I could be wrong on that. But long overdue and big name Doctor Who director kind of gives me Rachel Talalay. But that's just a guess. That's not being said in the leak. That's just my assumption. Episode 7 and 8 will be a two-parter, but a fairly unique one at that. They will both be telling the exact same story and will both end in the same way. But episode 7 will be from the Doctor's perspective, and episode 8 will be from the Master's, and will be a mystery story based around the Timeless Child's identity, which seeds that it may not actually be the Doctor being planting very early on. This is all I know. Some is more detailed than others. For those wondering, I have no information on the potential Zygon story, Captain Jack Harkness, Fugitive Doctor, or Rassilon. However, I have heard that an original scrapped plot from Series 12 involving a returning monster will be brought back to this series. Well, the one that I can think of that immediately springs to mind for that is the Sea Devils initially being meant to be in Praxeus. So perhaps the Sea Devils are going to be brought back in Series 13, who knows? But I think this leak, this one I'm more inclined to believe for the simple fact that it's not saying, like, outrageous things. It's saying things that, yes, may not happen, like the Celestial Toymaker and stuff, but that's not like saying, I think that there'll be 1 billion Daleks and one will be female and they'll culminate in them having a massive children-making session. It's none of that. It's just them saying, yeah, the Celestial Toymaker might be in it. So I'm more inclined to believe something like this, but then again, given that they were already name-dropped in Can You Hear Me, it could just be someone joining the dots. But let me know what you guys think. Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello friends, Real Show Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to yet another one of these Doctor Who Reddit leak videos. Now, I was originally going to be doing one on a Nigelic couch Reddit leak, but I decided against that one on the basis that it had some things in it that I just didn't think were appropriate for one of these videos, because I'd like to try and keep the tone light and jovial, and I just don't feel comfortable joking about those things on this channel. However, with that being said, I managed to find an even better leak, which goes into even more detail on r/Doctor Who leaks. But before we get into today's leak, I've got two things I want to share. First off, we've got another Doctor Who leak thumbnail coming from friend of the channel, Willogs. Here we go, it says Tom wants an OnlyFans, with me looking very sus in the window there, and with my pog face. Thank you to Willogs for that thumbnail. If you want to send in your own thumbnail, be sure to send them in to tharries21@gmail.com and they will be featured in the next leak video. But more importantly than that, I need you to subscribe. I'm not going to give you the whole spiel, but we're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and we're not going to get there by you not subscribing. So if you could just click that subscribe button if you do enjoy this video, that would be greatly appreciated. But let's get into today's Reddit leak. It's also worth bearing in mind that, none of this is fact. This is just a bit of fun. So this is from Crimson King, who I believe did some of the previous leaks. So he's got a history of leaking things. Whether they're correct or not, we don't know. I know I've already read the episode titles earlier today. We haven't done that yet, but I think I might get into that after this leak. But I wanted to get this out there as well. Alright, I was planning on holding off on this, but given the vast plethora of questions I've gotten asking very specific, in-depth details about the overall story of the Timeless Child and the Division, I'm going to go ahead and lay everything out. Do be warned that what you may read is the biggest spoiler you can in terms of Chibnall's plan for the story. So yeah, everyone at home, you've been warned. Potential spoilers ahead. So you've been warned. This is going to be a long one, but you did all ask for details. Before I begin, I need to give some context as well as a minor history lesson about how Chibnall is wanting his plan to unravel, as well as Gallifrey's official and unofficial history. So it's no secret that Chibnall is a fan of taking aspects from other showrunners and trying to spin them into his own take of their ideas. One idea in particular was always something Chibnall was very interested in, as it helped bring a new perspective to Doctor Who. Even as a fan of the show back in its classic run, he was very critical about the show's storytelling in a more safe approach. This was something he wanted to change, and something he had in mind from the very moment the showrunner job was in sight. The one idea that has inspired Chibnall more than anything for this plot twist he has devised comes from the infamous Cartmel master plan, in which it would paint the Doctor in a completely new light from the Time Lord who simply ran away from home. It's interesting actually, because Andrew Cartmel has spoken briefly on his thoughts on the Timeless Child, and he has said that this isn't the direction he wanted to take it. So that is interesting, that despite Chibnall taking inspiration from the Cartmel master plan, he's doing his different thing with it that Andrew Cartmel doesn't agree with. I just thought that was interesting. Now, until the events of the Timeless Children, the history of Gallifrey was rather simple. A species of humanoid creatures known as Shobogans evolved and became the dominant species of their world, eventually leading to minor exploration into space, where they would come into contact with the vampires, leading to a war that would last for eons. During this time, there were three prominent members of the Shobogan Society, Rassilon, Omega, and the Other. Together, they helped shape Time Lord Society. Rassilon became the first Time Lord president, Omega was consumed by the black hole, used to grant Time Lords the ability to time travel, and the other was lost to the annals of history. And after the Great Schism, Gallifreyans were unable to reproduce naturally, leading to the development of a new artificial reproduction device known as looms. Ah yes, the good old looms. So this is basically the origin story as it's told in the Cartmel Master Plan / Virgin New Adventures. It was then told that Rassilon himself helped modulate Time Lord genetics to create regeneration as we know it today. Obviously, there seems to be much more different story after the revelation at the end of Series 12, according to the Matrix, that the Master claimed to find. There was an explorer known as Tecteun who found a mysterious child over a vortex. This child would prove to have a unique ability to regenerate. Tecteun then took this finding and was able to give herself the genetic ability to regenerate, helping thrust Time Lord Society. But this begs several questions that had yet to be answered. What happened to Tecteun? Where was the Timeless Child during the events of the Dark Days of Gallifrey, leading to when they seemingly became the first Doctor millions of years later? And what was the deal with the Time Lord Division files that were erased from the Matrix? What exactly is the Division? Not everything the Doctor was told was true. Some of it was, but not all. The real origins of Gallifrey, as well as the truth of the Timeless Child and the Division, is as follows. Oh god, we're getting into it now. During the space travels of Tecteun, she did come across a lone child above a vortex of an unknown origin. She adopted the child and discovered that they had the ability to regenerate, and began performing tests that led to the successful first regeneration of herself. However, at the time she was ready to present her findings, Rassilon had begun the purge of Shobogan society. with his followers to begin the institution of a new regime to which he would lead himself. Together, Tecteun, Rassilon, and Omega began devising how to make their people the greatest and most powerful civilization in the universe. However, it was a civilization that Rassilon wanted to rule, and not share the power with anyone. He was the one who devised the sabotage of Omega to be lost forever after his successful creation of the Eye of Harmony. When Tecteun saw that was happening, they realized how mad Rassilon was becoming and devised a way to escape his grasp. They used what little influence they had left to create the division. We'll cover that in just a moment. After its creation, using their genetic powers, they created the first ever chameleon arch and stole one of the first prototype TARDISes escaping in the vortex. Given that the TARDIS itself was extremely unstable, it flung Tecteun hundreds of years into the past before it fell apart. Tecteun used the chameleon arch to rewrite her DNA away from that of a Time Lord to avoid genetic tracing by Rassilon, and confronted into the genetic makeup of an alien child they had cared for all those years. As the TARDIS broke apart within the vortex, mid-materialization, a tear in reality opened up on the barren world they tried to escape to, with no memory of their past life, being mortally wounded and still having the ability to regenerate after being moulded after the genetic makeup of the child. Tecteun regenerated, transforming themselves into a body of a young child who would later be found by their past self and brought back to Gallifrey for study. Right, so let me get this completely straight. The Timeless Child is a paradox, because Tecteun finds herself at the boundary and through all these years later time travels back, reverts herself to a child, only to then be found again by Tecteun.
Don't know, I've gone cross-eyed.
This is some Stephen Moffat level timey-wimey hijinks going on, and while it's really well written by the Reddit poster, do I believe it'll happen? Who knows? But let's carry on. Now, as for what happened to the child, Tecteun dismembered the child into their basic DNA components, combined with pure Time Lord DNA, placed them into a loom reproductive system to eventually be reincarnated at a future point in time where Rassilon and his power hunger was no longer a threat. In order to ensure the safe loom restoration of the child, the Division was created. The Division itself is basically a secret Illuminati-like society. To help maintain the protection of future looming of the child, they created a division within the Matrix, telling an alternate split history of the Timeless Child, to make it look as if the child was simply an alien from another universe, and that Tecteun had been lost forever, never to be named by Rassilon again, making it appear to the rest of Time Lord society as if Tecteun had simply ran away and was lost to the vortex forever. Over time, the division eroded away after millions of years, until one single member remained, Barusa. Eventually, this final member would initiate the looming process, giving birth to what would appear to be a simple Gallifreyan to the rest of the planet, with no one knowing that it was indeed the reincarnation of Tecteun, who still had no memory of anything whatsoever. To fulfill this oath, he would go on to protect this child, even going as far as to tutor them, and giving them a place in the academy, where the child would go on to take on the name of the Doctor. So this is where the more Cartmel master planning elements are coming in, because in the VNAs and the Cartmel master plan, the Doctor is a reincarnation of the other, whereas here, the Doctor is a reincarnation of Tecteun. I hope you're keeping up, because this is a lot. But I will say, this, again, it's one of those things that could just be put together by fans, although this does seem extremely detailed to just be a fan theory. In terms of the Master and Gallifrey being destroyed, the plan was initiated by Rassilon, who knew what the Matrix said about the Timeless Child simply being an alien from another universe and being the Doctor. He manipulated the Master into discovering that data in the Matrix, knowing that it would lead to the Master destroying the planet, therefore giving Rassilon the ultimate revenge on the people he helped create, after betraying him to the Doctor in Hellbent. Okay, so this fits with a lot of the things we've been hearing so far about, Rassilon trying to enact revenge, putting the Timeless Child revelations in there, doctored to basically get revenge on not only, the Doctor, but also the Master. Now, to answer thy mystery of the Morbius Doctors as well as the Ruth Doctor. I don't know the entire story, as that mystery is still going to be explored for the series until the 60th anniversary, but from what little I do know, it appears that the Ruth Doctor is in between 2 and 3 and helped the Division in some grand operation, leading to their ultimate defeat and purged regeneration to carry out their original exile on Earth as the 3rd Doctor. This is how the continuity is ensured as to why the Ruth Doctor still travels in a TARDIS disguised as the police public call box. So there you have it. In terms of the Timeless Child, Chibnall has combined both a rendition of the ideas in the Cartmel Master Plan, as well as the Bootstrap Paradox, to open the doors to a plethora of storyline possibilities for the future of Doctor Who. Wow, that was a lot. Do I think this will happen? I have no idea. I will say, if nothing else, it was a really well written bit of fiction, from the part of the Reddit poster. What I will say though is that if the Doctor is reborn from Tecteun, it does sort of preserve that idea of the Doctor being special, which I really don't like. But, playing devil's advocate, if Tecteun was the basis for all future Time Lords, that would just make the Doctor another one of them, which wouldn't be nearly as bad as her being the entire sort of genesis of the Time Lords, if you like. Thank you for joining me on this very long Reddit leak video. If you did enjoy, be sure to give it a like, comment down below your thoughts, because I can guarantee that you all are going to have a lot of thoughts on this one, and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello friends from Real Show Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to a bit of a leak extravaganza from your one and only doting leak king himself. But before we get into it, if you could do a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. But with that said, it's time to reveal today's competition winner. For those of you who don't know, I've been getting people to create their own Doctor Who leak thumbnails to basically feature in these videos. And today's winner comes from Ryan Who. We can see that it says WTF, Tharries is a leak, with my face on a leak, with leak in big letters. This is a very accurate thumbnail. This is not too far from a thumbnail that I would actually post. So great job, Ryan Who. This one gave me a good chuckle, especially with my face on the leak. So well done there. If you want your thumbnail to be featured in a video, be sure to send it to tharries21@gmail.com and it will be featured in the next leak video. But with that said, let's get into the topics of today. First up on the agenda is this one called New Doctor Who Rumours. Hi, I don't work for the BBC. I haven't seen the scripts. I don't have drinks with Chris Chibnall down the pub after he's finished for the day. Oh, that's a shame. You know, I wonder what Chris Chibnall drinks. He strikes me as the sort of guy that would like whiskey. He strikes me as a whiskey type of guy. But I do pick up bits and pieces of info. Sometimes from people I know, sometimes from other sites. This isn't going to be a long post all about every detail of the new series because I don't know anything much. Like many of you, I've heard about the Sontarans and Weeping Angels, but that's about it. But I have heard one rumour, or combination of several that fit together, concerning the 14th Doctor, the one who will come on after Jodie Whittaker leaves. What I have heard is this. Whittaker decides that this series would be her last, but this was before the pandemic. There are claims she changed her mind due to circumstances brought about by COVID, but I believe if she does stay, it won't be for more than a few episodes, maybe only a couple of Series 14. Now, this is interesting because it would confirm that Jodie isn't leaving in Series 13. Series 13 will still technically be her last series, but it's looking like it could be, if this rumour is true, similar to what David Tennant had, where he had Series 4, and then he had the series of specials the following year, which aren't considered their own series. So his last series was Series 4 technically, but he doesn't technically leave in Series 4, if that makes sense. Which I could believe, honestly, because I think at the very least we're gonna get the final Dalek story, the final Dalek special, to complete this sort of Dalek trilogy that I think Chibnall's been setting up. But yeah, I could believe this happening. It's interesting that a lot of people are saying that it's happening at the end of Series 13, but I think actually it happening slightly after is a bit more likely, but you can still sort of say that she left technically in Series 13 as it was her last. There have been auditions taking place for a while for new Doctor, only actresses have been seen so far. To my knowledge, which limited, BBC have yet to cast the new Doctor. It seems they are open to many established names, and Asian, black and white actresses have been seen, I think. Now, this would fit with the other leak that talks about the 14th Doctor also being female in the same vein as the 13th Doctor. And we know that one of Chibnall's conditions for taking on the role was that he got to cast a female Doctor. So it would make sense for him to carry on that mantra into his next incarnation logically if he is staying on. Obviously there's been rumours of him leaving, but I just don't think they're going to happen. I don't want to throw any random names out like others do. Heard several but no confirmation on any of them. Some that are talked about over and over, Michaela Cole for example, have never been mentioned in the conversations I've had. Again, I feel like Michaela Cole is just mentioned because she's popular and she's in I Made a Story, which is a popular show. But yeah, I feel like anyone who's in a vaguely popular TV show is being mentioned in relation to the next Doctor. Not that this means anything either way. One thing seems consistent, that they look for actresses in the 30s. This has been mentioned by a number of people. Okay, so they're sticking to the same age range as Jodie, which makes sense, I guess. I think I might like to see someone maybe a slightly older, maybe in her 40s or 50s, just to like maybe contrast Whittaker, because I think it'd be nice to have a difference between the two, because if you have one in their 30s and another in their 50s, that's two very similar Doctors age-wise right next to each other. Like if you look at Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi, there's a massive difference there. And then obviously David Tennant and Matt Smith, there was a bit of a difference there. There's about 10 years difference, I think. So yeah, I think it would be nice to have a slightly older Doctor, or maybe even go younger, maybe like 20s. I just think there needs to be a bit of a difference rather than having like the same basic age being considered. But what do I know? That's it. No, compared to other posts, you see this is probably underwhelming, but I thought I would put it out there. I gotta be honest, because it's so simple and because it's so, as the poster puts it, underwhelming, this one I can believe being true more than some of the others, because it seems more likely than a lot of the others do. The next one is called Series 13, Facts and Lies. The leaks have been coming out fast regarding Series 13 of Doctor Who. I never wanted to be a leaker myself, but I think it's time to clear some things up. The majority of these leaks are false. While some of the information you have been given is the truth, as the upcoming announcement for a spin-off show, I've not heard anything about an upcoming announcement for a spin-off show, so I don't know where you're getting your leaks from. But I've basically covered all of these, and none of them have said about an announcement of a spin-off show. I've heard rumblings about a Torchwood Series 5, but yeah, nothing concrete really, and they're not really coming from Reddit as far as I can tell. They're more coming from the fact that BBC 3 was recently revived, and with that came a lot of speculation about a potential Torchwood revival, but nothing concrete. So yeah, I'm not really sure where that's coming from. As well as the death of character John Bishop. Yeah, this one was covered in another one of the leaks. The reason I made this account is to spread the truth, was because these lies are creating false expectations and hopes for the upcoming series. I hope this clears things up, and I hope these lies stop from here on out. Many thanks, Associate of the BBC. Now, look, I am not saying that these things are true. This person could very much be right that a lot of other things are false. But, to be fair, anyone on Reddit can say that they're an associate of the BBC. Just because you say you're an associate of the BBC at the end, doesn't mean that we have any more of a reason to believe you over anyone else. So yeah, just because this guy says that he works for the BBC, doesn't automatically mean that he's more valid than any of the others, because a lot of the others have said that they're associated with the BBC. But the final leak we're talking about today is something of a slightly different vein, and I knew that I was going to talk about this eventually. So, footage recently surfaced of Evil of the Daleks test animation on YouTube. Now, we don't know whether this is for an official thing or a fan project, but it seems very detailed and very specific to be a fan project. I'm taking the majority of screenshots here from Josh Nair's video, because the actual footage of the Evil of the Daleks test animation has been privated, which is very suspicious, almost like it's not meant to be out there. Of all the leaks I've talked about, this one is like the one with most to go on, because we've actually got screenshots of an alleged Evil of the Daleks animation. I gotta be honest, and this is me personally, I'm not a big fan of the animation style that they go with for these. I appreciate that the animations are out there, because it means you're going to experience classic stories that are missing in a visual format. But I'm not a big I've never been a big fan of the animation style personally. But Evil of the Daleks is one of the few Dalek stories I haven't seen to its completion, because obviously it's missing, and I've never really been a big fan of reconstructions, so I would be happy if this was a thing to happen. And to be honest, Evil of the Daleks seems like the inevitable next one to do. It's a Dalek story, it's one of only 2 Dalek stories that Troughton had, so yeah, logically this one would make sense to do. But let me know what you guys think about any of the leaks we've discussed in this bumper leak video. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello fans, Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to a Doctor Who Series 13 leak video, specifically one with a focus on the Weeping Angel episode. But before we get into today's leak, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I honestly believe that with your support, we can make it happen. Let's also reveal today's competition winner, this time coming from Bradley, who sent in this thumbnail saying, "Leak, the Doctor's a Time Lord, oh my god," with Jodie at the side and the TARDIS in the background. This is funny because it's so minimal that I feel like I'd probably turn it into a leak video. So great job, Bradley, on the thumbnail. If you want to send in your own leak thumbnail as part of the competition, then be sure to send it in to tharries21@gmail.com for a chance to be featured in one of these videos. But with that said, let's get into this leak, which I wanted to cover because I've read a tiny bit of this and I wanted to cover it more than any other for one very funny reason to me. But let's just get straight into it. Doctor Who Series 13 Leak, Weeping Angels episode. Hey everyone, I came across some information, it's only bits and pieces, of the Weeping Angel episode. A lot of information comes from Matthew Leaper. He works in cinematography on Doctor Who. There is a TLDR at the end of this post, but I encourage reading the whole thing. I'm a fan of Tharries and had this information put in a YouTube comment. Hell yeah, even the leakers and fans of Tharries' content, go subscribe, do it right now. Nah, but in all seriousness, this is pretty funny to me because I've made my way back into the leaks themselves. I've covered them so much that I've now been put in one of them, which I just find kind of hilarious, to be honest. But for some reason, it wasn't accepted and never got published. I was going to say, because I haven't seen anything about it. Apologies if it didn't get accepted. Sometimes YouTube just automatically goes, you know what? No. So I decided to find out where I could post leaks about Doctor Who. This contains small leaks from other episodes, but mostly the Weeping Angel episode. As I read the other theories, some get the arc right about Series 13. Series 13 will consist of two-parters, starting with the Sontaran episodes. So we're going back to the idea of there being two-parters for every episode, which has kind of sort of been questioned by some and embraced by others, so I don't really know where we stand on that, to be fair. I believe the Weeping Angel storyline is right before the final two-parter. The ending of the second part goes straight into the finale. Here's all the information I have about the pair of episodes. This episode will contain a good bit of lore about the Weeping Angels, mostly about how and what they are. It'll lean a bit heavily into the overarching plotline of Series 13, Rassilon and the Sisterhood of Khan. Sisters of Khan had been talked about previously in the series, but Rassilon hadn't been mentioned yet. The episode jumps straight into a small action scene, wasting no time reintroducing the Weeping Angels. Think of how the family of blood were introduced. Basically, the Doctor, Yaz and Dan are zipping around from past to present, location to location, to throw off the scent of a Weeping Angel they had run into. They may not be flashbacks, but they were filmed after the action scene, and Leper had stated that her normally doesn't get out of order of scripts. I don't know what that means. It is shown that they were attacked by a Weeping Angel while they were in the time zone. The lone angel had attached to the outside of the TARDIS. Think of Jack in Utopia. The entire first part acts as a mystery to why the Weeping Angel is after them. After the little action scene of the Weeping Angels chasing the fam, they stop in a quiet town near the beaches of Wales, somewhere between the 1600s and the 1800s. I presume it'll be a made-up town. The fam is worn out, but find out that they are finally gone from the Angel's grasp. They are able to book a loft with the psychic paper and set off for a bed. Before they do, come to find out that they see a Weeping Angel in the waves on the beach from their window. Freaking out, they find this Weeping Angel has been there for a long time, or just frozen, I'm not sure. The townsfolk had explained how it had always been there. However, the first part ends on more angels emerging from the water after the waves come crashing down. A wave goes up, and then comes down, and angels appear basically. At the very end, a few sisters of Khan appear telling something to the Doctor, not sure what they had said. The next episode was very closed off, so they for sure had some He storylines applicable to the overall story arc. All I do know is there's something about the angels were created by the Sisterhood of Khan as protection during the Time War. However, something went wrong when the Doctor saved Gallifrey, and they went rogue across the universe. They lean into the assassin aspect of the angels, and the Doctor finds out they are sort of hired by entities to fulfill tasks. However, they are paid in forms of energy rather than money. I honestly don't think it's true, but I'm biased towards that, as I don't like it, TBH. Also, that is a lot of filler that needs to be done in this episode. But like I said, it was very closed off, so it has to be very story heavy to the arc. The Sisters of Khan had hired their former creations to seek the Doctor, as she was accused of helping the Master with destroying Gallifrey. I don't know why the Sisters of Khan are associated with this, but I think it is because they want to keep the ending of the episode a secret. At the end, Rassilon appears with the Master in chains. Not sure of the exchange that happens. I'll probably try and do a Q&A on this episode in the case of something I typed weren't clear enough. I also want to post more, but I honestly don't have any more leaks. However, I'm working to change that. Just give me some time, thanks. TLDR, the Weeping Angel 2-parter is right before the finale 2-parter. It is very story-driven, and the second part has a lot of the entire series' arc linked to it, thus resulting in a very small production team in the second part. Sisters of Khan are revealed to have created the angels during the Time War. Rassilon appears in the end with the Master in chains. Right, so this one is interesting because obviously I'm mentioned, which I gotta be honest, when people mention YouTubers, I immediately think it's less likely and more just a way to get, like, the attention of the people, I guess. However, with that having been said, I can imagine the backstory of the Weeping Angels being made by the Sisterhood of Khan being implemented by Chibnall. I could see that being something that he does, but even the leaker themselves doubts that'll be the case, so I don't really know the legitimacy of that. Regardless, it's an interesting thing, and I think, I agree with the person that I don't really like the origin that they give here for the Weeping Angels. I don't really like the fact that they're sort of treated like mercenaries, as we kind of have a bunch of mercenaries in the Doctor Who universe already, so I don't really think we need to make the Weeping Angels that. And I also, again, don't really like the idea of them being created by the Sisterhood of Khan, because it doesn't really run with what we know about the Sisterhood of Khan, and I think it does remove that mystery from the Weeping Angels somewhat. I think a much more logical origin for the Weeping Angels would be that they are in fact Time Lords, dead Time Lords perhaps, whose like souls never left this like realm, and that explains their time traveling sort of abilities and their need to feed off time energy. That stuff makes more sense to me than them being creations of the Sisterhood of Khan for the Time War. Although I suppose it would explain why we never saw any Weeping Angels in the classic show, I guess. In regards to the Master being chained up by Rassilon, I guess it would make sense that Rassilon would want revenge on the Master for destroying Gallifrey, and the whole stuff about Rassilon does fit in with the Reddit leaks that we've read so far. But again, like, some leaks are saying that they're all two-parters, some leaks are saying there are no two-parters, and some leaks are saying that there are some two-parters, but not many. So I really don't know how many two-parters we can realistically expect in this series of the show. I actually would love it to be more two-parters, because I feel like they can flesh out the stories a bit better then. But let me know what you guys think about any of the things that we've talked about today. Like if you enjoyed and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello fans, Real Joe Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. Now, we've got a few leaks to go through in the world of Doctor Who today, so strap yourselves in, it's going to be a long one. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and we're not going to get there by you not subscribing, are we? We're on our way to 5k, and I'd really appreciate it if we could get there by the end of this month. It would just be really nice, you know? It's a nice number, 5. But with that said, let's get into the first leak. Now, this one's a slightly older one. It's called Series 13 Casting Rumours and More. Series 13 is only just beginning to film, but we are already getting leaks coming in. Firstly, the important one, it looks like Bradley Walsh is still part of the show. Now, I find this interesting because even though, yes, he has left, and yes, we know with hindsight that John Bishop is taking over, I'm not going to entirely rule out the possibility that Bradley Walsh could show up in Series 13. Because, do you remember that Comic-Con interview where he's asked about the next year for Doctor Who and he looks really nervous?
And finally, Chris Chibnall told Doctor Who magazine in May that you plan to go back into production before the end of the year. So is this true? Any way that you plan to be back into the TARDIS and filming
Well,
in the next couple of weeks?
We're certainly in prep. So what we're all hoping for is for us to be filming before the close of 2020.
Listen, this is going to be an unbelievable series, an unbelievable year of Titanic proportions.
Ooh.
And like he doesn't really know what to say. Now you could take that as him being like, oh, I'm not in the next one, so how do I respond to this? But I get the feeling that he is somehow involved in Series 13, even if it's only like, say Jodie regenerates this series, which is a realistic possibility, if he shows up in like the regeneration scene, or we get like a Wilf scenario where they go back to Sheffield for an episode and maybe he's there and he gets to meet John Bishop, a la Martha Jones in Series 4, something like that. I think there's a possibility that either Bradley or Tosin could show up in Series 13, or both. Yaz has always been rumoured to stay, which is true, but Tosin and Bradley were rumoured to leaving together, which is also true. So perhaps we will have the same team again. Not quite, because obviously this was before the character of John Bishop was announced. This also tells us that Jamie Stone is returning to direct for the series. We also have another actor cast as Mary C. Cole, giving us another intriguing Chibnall historical. Big Finish lovers will note that the 12th Doctor has already met her, so write your angry letters if you are that way inclined. I don't really know what Mary C. Cole did. Let me have a quick look. Aha, okay, so Mary C. Cole was involved in the Crimean War, which obviously we know to be a part of Series 13 due to the filming images, so yeah, I could totally believe that Mary C. Cole's going to be an episode. I'd almost put money on that given what we already know. I read somewhere on here that Mallory Blackman has hinted that she has penned another script for the series, so I wonder if this is hers, or perhaps she is writing a different one. I doubt she'll do the Crimean War one because I think that might tie into the Sontaran one. I'm not 100% on that, but judging by some of the other leaks, the historical place of the Crimean War seems to tie into the Sontarans wanting to learn battle tactics. So I can't imagine Mallory Blackman being chose unless it's a Rosa situation where it's kind of a co-writing job between Chibnall and Mallory Blackman. In slightly different leaky news, we've had some B&M Doctor Who set leaks, as in toy set, figure set leaks. Now, I'm getting these images from Ben from Twitter, so he knows who he is, so thank you, Ben from Twitter. Next log of figs for B&M, 26th of the 7th, 2021, and Robot 13th of the 12th, 2021. Looking to add some stock in and found this on a computer. Don't know if anyone's got pics of them, but new Doctor Who stuff coming soon. So you can sort of see here Doctor Who plus Giant Robot, which is in reference to Tom Baker's first story, Robot. Doctor Who Power plus Day, I'm guessing that's in reference to both Power of the Daleks and Day of the Daleks respectively, maybe one of those History of the Daleks sets. Doctor Who Censorites and Doctor Who Marinus, obviously Censorites being the first Doctor villain and Marinus as well. Little side tangent, I don't know why they don't make more use of the things that are in the show at the minute. Like, Revolution of the Daleks seemed tailor-made for action figures, because you've got two factions of Daleks, returning character in the form of Captain Jack. It just seemed like one of those episodes that was made to be made into a bunch of action figures, and they just don't, and it's really, really odd to me. But it's cool that we might be getting some more stuff. I could see these sets happening. They seem realistic. They're not saying like, oh yeah, we're going to get everything from Series 12. And actually, I asked about figures on Twitter recently, and someone said, I'll see if I can find the reply, that we're not meant to be getting anything Series 12 related this year, which I do find really strange. We've got a new Cyberman design. I mean, we haven't even got a Nightmare in Silver Cyberman yet. I just don't know what's going on over at Character. Maybe, like, Doctor Who needs to get someone to deal with the toy license, because character options, they're just not up to scratch, in my opinion. I mean, their 13th Doctor TARDIS was literally just a classic TARDIS with, like, nothing changed. They do seem to be putting less effort in, but getting into some more positive news, Lost Doctor Who episodes starring William Hartnell regenerated as cartoons. Exclusive classic Lost Doctor Who episodes featuring the first Doctor, played by William Hartnell, are to be brought back through animation. This is from the Mirror. Lost Doctor Who episodes starring the first Time Lord, William Hartnell, are being regenerated in cartoon form. Galaxy 4 was a 4-part story that opened the BBC Sci-Fi show's third series in 1965. Only one episode of the quartet still exists, having been found in a private collection in 2011. But all are being remade in full colour by a team of animators. Full script survived thanks to a fan recording of the original audio at the time of broadcast. Hartnell, who died in 1975, plays the Doctor, and his travelling companions are Stephen and Vicky, played by future Blue Peter star Peter Purvis, age 26, and actress Maureen O'Brien, age 22. They encounter the beautiful female Dravins, who turn out to be evil, and the monstrous-looking Rills, who are friendly. The story also features the Chumblies, which failed to become as popular as the Daleks. How dare you, the Chumbly supremacy, I say. Purvis, now 82, has spoken of his dislike for Galaxy 4, written for previous companions Ian William Russell and Barbara Jacqueline Hill. He believes his character Stephen was feminized because most of Barbara's lines were transferred to him. Purvis left after 1 year despite being one of the few people to get on with Hartnell. He has said, "I was unhappy to leave, but the policy had changed and they decided that they were not going to keep companions on board for longer than a year." You take a note, Yaz, you're not meant to stay for longer than a year. Bill I got on with like a dream. I loved Jackie, she was splendid, I loved Maureen O'Brien. The BBC wiped more than 130 episodes in the 60s and 70s, after deciding colour TV meant there was no longer any interest in black and white recordings. Recoveries have been made over the years, with 97 episodes now missing from the first 253. So there you go, we're getting Galaxy 4 animation, which, I mean, kind of makes sense to do. There's not many costumes, and it's nice to see another Hartnell because we're getting a lot of Troutons recently. I'm not a big fan of the animations, but I'm glad they exist because they give people an opportunity to watch these stories that they might not have otherwise been able to without reconstructions, and reconstructions are even worse in my opinion. I find them so hard to watch. Getting into the final bit of the news of the day though, we've had some exclusive images of Doctor Who Time Fracture, the new London-based event, which I believe ties into Time Lord Victorious. It's like an experience type thing, which I think is really cool. I'm glad they're doing more stuff like this. I'm still mourning the loss of the Doctor Who experience in Cardiff. But we can see here there's some really cool images. The first one featuring this kind of futuristic crystal maze type zone with the first Doctor on the screen, which I assume is like the main hub area, given it's got like the Time Fracture logos on it and stuff. Followed by this sort of Torchwood-esque looking location, and you can even see, as I like to call it, the wall of Russell T Davies references with Torchwood and Bad Wolf. Plasters on the walls there. Yeah, this seems like a very Torchwoody type location. Bad Wolf parting in the way, it's kind of vibes with like the cell. Here we have the room of 11th Doctor references, because that's the most references I can see, because you've got the chair from the 2010 console, the junk TARDIS in the corner, and the sarcophagus, which I believe is from Pyramids of Mars, but I could be wrong on that. And then we have the side of the main Operation Time Fracture room with like the computer panels, which are very Star Trek-esque. But that wraps up all the Doctor Who leaks for today. If you did enjoy, be sure to give it a like, comment down below your thoughts on anything we discussed, and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello fans from the Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who leak video. Hooray! Specifically, we're back on Reddit. Reddit leak season is back in full swing, and guess who's here to cover them all? Well, it's yours truly. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I can't move the subscriber number unless you subscribe. I don't know, it might be a glitch, but if you do subscribe, the number goes up, so please, do that. It would really make me very happy. I like big numbers. What can I say? I used to love it in maths where we'd get to, like, you know, 1,000 or 10,000 in particular. So just make me get to that number and I will be very, very happy. But with that said, let's get into the leak. Now, this is from Crimson King, who you'll remember has done some leaks in the past if you've been following these leaks for long enough. And it's specifically about the Doctor Who 60th anniversary. Doctor Who 60th anniversary leaked info, to be specific. Alright everyone, I know I've been in the dark, but I didn't want to discuss any further leaks, as not much else was really left to talk about in terms of Series 13. Filming is still going strong, and pretty much all of the complete CGI scenes, such as space scenes and things like that, have already been finished. They're doing everything in their power to get the first trailer out by August/September. Right, now, that's interesting to me because I said in the last video that if it's going to be releasing in October, then realistically we should be getting a trailer in July, because that's what happened with Series 11, and a release of Episode 1 on November 1st. Now this would imply that in fact there isn't a Halloween episode or no connection to Halloween whatsoever despite the pumpkin. So I'm assuming what this means is if the first episode does take place on November 1st, it'll be like a remnant of Halloween, kind of similar to how when in like New Year's Day specials perhaps they'll have like remnants of Christmas trees about. I'm guessing that's what the pumpkin would signify if it was to release on November 1st. However, I do still find it weird that it would be so prominent if there wasn't a Halloween episode, but carrying on. What I'm here to talk about today is something many people have been theorising about for some time now. Now, while certain plot elements have yet to be discussed by Chibnall, early agent conversation and in-the-works contract agreements and pre-production scheduling and planning has it very clear what's going to happen in the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who. In terms of Series 14, that is seemingly being put on the back burner till 2024, which, I'm going to be honest, I'm really not happy with if that's the case, because that would mean that next year, 2022, we get nothing, 2023 we presumably get the one special, which would be the 60th, and then 2024 we would have a series properly, which we don't know whether would be Jodie or someone new. I'm really not happy with that. That seems like an incredibly low amount of content to spread across such a large amount of time, especially if Series 14 turns out to also be 8 episodes, as has been speculated a few times, with plans for a 90-minute holiday special featuring the Daleks to release in 2022. That could well be what we've already seen filming before, although as I always do, playing devil's advocate with this, it could just be someone putting two and two together. In terms of the 60th, we aren't getting one big Day of the Doctor style individual special. Rather, we will be getting one 11-part epic anniversary series taking all the way through to 2023. Okay, well that would alleviate some of my fears about only getting one story in 2023 after nothing in 2022. But at the same time, I don't know how you could spread that across 11 stories. The plan is to have an 80-minute episode take place on the 23rd of each month through November, with several former Doctors set to return to star in individual episodes to all come together in the ending. Which, to be honest, I kind of like the idea of. I suppose that each returning Doctor would build a new sense of hype. It would almost be like getting sort of advent calendar type thing, but instead of obviously once a day in 1 month, it would be across several months in a year, so that would be quite cool. While Christopher Eccleston seems reluctant to return to Who, no real surprise there, in the screen format, the plans are to get Paul McGann, David Tennant, Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi to all return. The only iffy one would be Matt Smith, as they are trying to see how filming with the 60th season could work with the Game of Thrones prequel he is starring in. Not gonna lie, right, I want them to get Matt Smith. Matt Smith's my personal favourite. David Tennant I always knew was going to be a shoo-in, and I'm glad McGann's making an appearance. To be honest, Capaldi was the one that I was least sure about, because he is getting on now. I believe he's like 65. So I'm glad that that is one that's very much on the table, but I want them to get Matt Smith. I think his contribution to New Who especially is kind of overlooked on occasion, considering, you know, he kept Doctor Who popular after its most popular period in the David Tennant era, and brought it international acclaim through Series 6 in particular, but going all the way to the 50th. So I feel like his contribution, and that era's contribution, shouldn't go unrecognised. So I really hope they do get him, because I think he's a vital, important piece of New Who. There have been talks to have Omega return for this anniversary, as he was the main threat in the first anniversary special, but there have been some legal issues. This is something I've spoken about before, and I'm not sure a lot of people know. So I believe the same company who want to make the K9 film also own the rights to Omega, hence why you've not seen Omega come back in the new series. So I know people like Confused Adipose Joe, he really wants Omega to come back, but I don't think he will come back because of the legal issues there. So as much as I'd love him to come back, it makes sense that they wouldn't be able to get him, with the right to use him in a Doctor Who format that isn't Big Finish. It's kind of weird though that they'd let him be in Big Finish but not on screen, that's strange. There were discussions early on to see if a big named voice actor, like James Earl Jones, would be able to voice Omega, but since they aren't really sure if they will even be able to use him, most of the story elements are very much in the early stages, but plans are to start filming in 2022. That way they have time to come up with a concrete story that will be pleasing for fans of all eras of the show. So wait, so if it's filming next year, and we're in July of this year, that's not that much time to think up a story, really. If it's not being thought of now, that's a bit concerning, really, because if they're filming it next year, you'd hope that they'd have a pretty concrete idea of what they're doing, because otherwise they would just be filming random things, which would be strange. I mean, I suppose stories can change quite a bit in their editing process. There's a great video talking about how Remembrance of the Daleks was essentially saved in its editing process, but I would hope that by the time they get to filming it, they have a pretty concrete idea of what the plot is. And that's about it in terms of this leak. Obviously, the most interesting thing is the fact that we would be getting Paul McGann, David Tennant, Matt Smith, and Peter Capaldi all back, along with presumably Jodie Whittaker as well, if she is still the current incumbent by that time. Bit disappointed to not see any other classic names even mentioned, although McGann, I'm very happy that he is going to be in it, because I did think that him not being in the 50th, I always thought that was a massive wasted opportunity, considering he was literally in the other studio in costume. You could have not just had him make a cameo in the 50th. But regardless, my only concern would be the whole Matt Smith thing, and they're a bit iffy about him being able to come return because of the Game of Thrones prequel. I'm not gonna lie, I really want him to come back. He's my favourite Doctor, and if he didn't, I'd be bitterly disappointed. I'd kind of be like, you know, fans in the 80s who realised that Tom Baker isn't coming back. That would be the sort of level it would feel for me, I guess, because he was the Doctor I grew up with the most, you know. While yes, I started with Tennant, Matt Smith was the first era I watched all the way through, so he's very important to me, and I'd really hope that they could get him in on the 60th anniversary celebrations. Plus, Chibnall also wrote for him as well, so it makes sense for him to be in the celebrations. But let me know what you guys think about this leak in the comments below. What do you think of the idea of them splitting the 60th anniversary into multiple episodes rather than just one big one? Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new, and I will see you later. Hello fans, real checking, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 to 15 leak. But before we get into it, if you could do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and if we could get there, I would be ever so much appreciated. I love big numbers, and to see that big 10,000 next to my name would just be wonderful. So do me a favour, click that button, and let's get into this leak. Now this is from Project Indigo 63. Now I know many people take these posts with a pinch of salt, and I ask you do the same with this information I'm about to disclose. Everything I'm about to say, to the best of my knowledge, from the sources I have in connection with the BBC. However, some of the info was given to me a few weeks ago, and could have changed in the ever-developing world behind the scenes at Doctor Who. Yes, Jodie Whittaker is leaving Doctor Who in 2022. After Season 13 and 2 specials. Season 13 will begin in Halloween 2021. So we're already seeing a bit of a contradiction with the last video, where they said it was going to be November 1st. There seems to be a bit of a fluctuation on when this series comes out. Personally, I think it makes more sense for the series to air on Halloween 2021, given that we've seen the pumpkins. It would be kind of weird to have a background decoration about a holiday that's just passed, but I could be wrong there. The specials are believed to be broadcasting on Christmas Day 2021, and the latter on New Year's Day 2022. Now, that would see the return of the Christmas special, which personally I would be massively happy about, because I've really missed the Christmas special, I can't lie. Even though the majority of the time they're nowhere near the best of Doctor Who, there's just something warm and fuzzy about them that I think you don't get on the New Year's Day slot. There are current dates penciled in for broadcasting. Season 13 is one of the most ambitious series of Doctor Who in many years. BBC officials have been in talks with Chibnall and the Cardiff production team to ensure the 8 episodes are produced to the best quality in a move to bring in more viewers for the company's flagship show. Marketing for Season 13 is set to begin in August, that is consistent with what we heard in the last one, which I'd be really disappointed by. I feel like I would love to see something this month, especially if it is coming out in October. That just makes sense, because that's what happened with Series 11. I don't see why you would wait that long, because people say to me, well, what's the point in promoting it this early on? Well, the thing is, Series 12 tried the approach of waiting about less than 2 months before the thing was meant to air, and I do think it resulted in the lower viewing figures, or at least contributed to them. So I think starting a promotional push in the summer for an October release makes total sense, especially considering it ties in with the Euros and Comic-Con and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm really hoping that that bit isn't actually true, even though the more and more people are saying August, the more and more I'm inclined to believe that it is in fact August. With promotional images being released initially and then a blockbuster-style trailer, the series itself is very cinematic. The first 2 episodes are a 2-parter, but the rest are isolated stories. The Timeless Child arc shall continue through Series 13 in 2 specials. So I assume the 2 specials that they're referring to are the ones that the Mirror spoke about, that will basically add on to Series 13 and could potentially result in 13's regeneration. I also find it interesting that they mentioned the Timeless Child here, as I wasn't sure as to what level the Timeless Child would play in to Series 13. I was wondering if maybe it was going to be less focused on because of the reaction from Series 12 and we'd get kind of a hybrid between Series 11 and 12 where yes, you have the returning villains from Series 12, but you have the more self-contained stories of Series 11. But it seems that they are continuing with the Timeless Child, which is certainly interesting. Yaz and 13 have a more well-rounded dynamic in Season 13. Rumours of a love story between the two are false. However, with the introduction of Dan, portrayed by John Bishop, the trio truly have great on-screen relationship. That was in another rumour, and I hope that that is true. The comedy lands really well, and there is much more complex dialogue between the companions and the Doctor. If that's true, I'm very happy about that. Chibnall has taken on board fan feedback of shallow or the uncharacteristic dialogue featured in Series 11 and 12. One thing that has also been cut down is the focus on political plots. There is still representation there of important political issues, but the approach is in a much less forceful manner. John Bishop's character Dan is Donna Noble's boyfriend. Catherine Tate will reprise her role in small cameo scenes. Now, this is something that's been spoken about a lot, and it was even rumoured to a point, and Catherine Tate's agent did deny her being involved in Series 13 in any capacity. In fact, according to things, she wasn't even in Liverpool. However, we know that she's filming something new for Netflix, it's like a prison comedy or something, and that's in London. So if they filmed in London, perhaps that's the way they get Catherine Tate into it. I'm still not convinced. However, there have been a lot of rumours about Dan somehow being related to Donna specifically, although there are a couple of people saying Martha as well. But either way, there's the idea of Dan being related to a former companion that seems to really be going forward a lot in a lot of these leaks and a lot of these rumours, and the more it keeps getting brought up, the more I think there might be some truth to it. However, she will not meet Whittaker's Doctor until the season finale. So I assume that what this is it's kind of the replacement for Captain Jack Harkness, because obviously in Fugitives of Doom, Captain Jack shows up but doesn't meet the Doctor, and then in Revolution he gets to meet the Doctor. Bit of a similar format to that. Bernard Cribbins was apparently approached to feature in the series but declined. That's a massive shame, because I do think Bernard Cribbins is very likeable as Wilf, but I can understand him not wanting to come back. John Barrowman's Captain Jack was due to feature in Series 13 pretty heavily in the latter specials. Due to recent events, filmed and written scenes featuring Captain Jack have been cut and replaced. Torchwood was due to receive a reboot in accordance to the relaunch of BBC Three, but this has been postponed indefinitely. I could see that being the case, although I'm really not sure that a Torchwood revival would have been a great idea anyway. As much as a lot of people seem to want it, I just don't know whether the audience is there, because I feel as though if Doctor Who's not pulling in great numbers, it's doing okay, I guess, but it's not pulling in like the heights of what it was during the Russell T Davies era when Torchwood was a thing. If the audience isn't really there for Doctor Who, is it really going to be there for a spin-off? I think the closest point of comparison you can make is when they launched Class, which was at a point where Doctor Who's popularity was dwindling, and as a result, a spin-off about Coal Hill School really didn't interest anybody. But Torchwood is an established franchise, and perhaps has an audience outside of Doctor Who, so I could be wrong. Jo Martin's Doctor will feature in several cameos throughout Season 13. She will feature heavily alongside Whittaker in the 2 specials. That I am happy about, because I don't want them to just forget that Jo Martin's Doctor exists. Because I personally, for me, she made a greater impression on me in one scene than 13 did in 2 series. That's just me personally, although I know a lot of people like 13. Just for me, Jo Martin is the vastly superior of the 2. Yaz and Dan will exit at the end of Season 13. I think that makes a lot of sense. I can't see Yaz staying on much longer, because 3 series, I don't think we've ever had one companion stay on for 4 series, at least in New Who, after a finale which sees the trio verse a Dalek invasion, in a scale which has not been seen in Doctor Who before. I think that's what a lot of people hoped that Revolution was, so I'd be really glad if they do actually pay off a Dalek invasion, because that is something I've wanted to see ever since Journey's End, essentially, because we haven't really had one since that. Think destruction and risk of an Avengers Endgame scale. This has been praised by cast and crew as Chibnall's best Doctor episode. Bradley Walsh and Tosin Cole will also return in this episode. To what capacity they'll return though, I'm not sure, because we obviously know that Bradley Walsh is incredibly busy, but I always thought that they would come back for Jodie's final story. That makes total sense, and it does tend to happen with Doctors, obviously. With Capaldi, Jenna Coleman had a cameo. With Smith, Karen Gillan had a cameo. And with 10, obviously you saw most of them. Sacha Dhawan will return as the Master in the 2 specials. It will also be revealed that he is the Timeless Child. Gwendolyn Christie will also feature in 2 specials as Rassilon. Is this all in the same 2 specials? Because that's a lot to cover. It is currently rumoured that Catherine Kelly has been approached to be reintroduced as Quill from Class. I promise I didn't read ahead when I mentioned Class. Promise I haven't read ahead. This is the first time I'm reading this. In one of the upcoming specials. This is after fans signalled her as their favourite from the failed BBC 3 show. Chibnall is a fan of Kenny and believes it would be a pity to waste an actress of her talent due to poor reception Class received. In the first special, Earth will be infiltrated by the Division as they search for the Fugitive Doctor. The 13th Doctor will partner with the Fugitive Doctor to drive the Division out of Earth. Through this journey, she will uncover how the Division have impacted her life and who the Fugitive Doctor really is. The Master teams up with the Division to take down the 2 Doctors with the help of his hybrid Cybermasters. The Division then inform him that he is in fact the Timeless Child. Out of anger, the Master destroys the Division and searches for the ousted Rassilon to seek further knowledge. After consultation with Rassilon, the 2 make a pact to regain power of Gallifrey and make the Time Lords the most powerful race in all of time once more. In the second special, the 13th Doctor and Fugitive Doctor must take on the newly rebirthed Gallifrey with the help of some familiar friends and enemies. During this battle, the 13th Doctor is shot by the Master. The Fugitive Doctor kills the Master before she regenerates into the 3rd Doctor, played by Sean Pertwee. The war has ended, Rassilon has been defeated, and then the 13th Doctor will regenerate into the 14th Doctor. How does Sean Pertwee come into that? Editing Tharries here, so I was an idiot and basically didn't figure out that they were referring to the Ruth Doctor regenerating into Sean Pertwee, not the 13th Doctor. I was like, why would the 13th Doctor regenerate twice? Well, it turns out because she's not. And in fact, the Ruth Doctor would regenerate into the 3rd Doctor, effectively making Season 6B and the idea incarnations in between Troughton and Pertwee canon, as opposed to her being pre-Hartnell. Casting of the 14th Doctor will not be announced, and will be the first surprise regeneration of New Who. It is believed that Michaela Cole has firmly accepted the role of the 14th Doctor, another hotly contested tabloid person to be the 14th Doctor. She only will feature in Season 14, and then will exit in the 60th anniversary. Okay, so it's kind of an Eccleston scenario where she only gets 1. Cole has been hired not only to star, but also assist in writing Series 14. Chris Chibnall will reportedly take a step back and only write the outline for Season 14, and other writers will write the teleplays, with Cole apparently penning 3 of the 10 episodes of the series. This move is for Chibnall to focus on the writing of the 60th anniversary, which will be his last episode as the executive producer and showrunner of Doctor Who. I thought Matt Stevens was the executive producer. Correct me if I'm wrong there. The 60th anniversary will be on the same scale as the 50th anniversary. BBC Films are reportedly going to collaborate with BBC Wales production team to produce a feature-length movie for the 60th. Returning Doctors are currently unconfirmed. It is highly likely that David Tennant will return, that's pretty obvious, if shooting scheduling doesn't clash with Good Omens 2 or any other projects. Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi are unlikely to return, as they are currently very busy with other projects. Christopher Eccleston is said to be interested in returning as the Doctor for the 60th after enjoying reprising the character with Big Finish. Casting won't be confirmed until much nearer the time, once Chris Chibnall has completed the teleplay. I'm gonna take a breath because there's a lot in that. So the first thing is, Michaela Cole as the 14th Doctor. Another name that's been hotly debated by the tabloids. I'm not sure it'll happen, although I could see a 1-series Doctor being a thing, because by this point it's basically an unspoken rule that each showrunner gets 2 Doctors, even though, according to this, for Michaela's Doctor, Chris Chibnall will sort of take a step back. But then I feel at that point, if he's going to take a step back for Season 14, he might as well just leave. But then that's just my opinion. As for the 60th, I would be really disappointed if they couldn't get Matt or Capaldi back. The leak yesterday said that Matt Smith is the iffy one, and I'm really getting worried now that Matt Smith will be the one that they don't bring back, because of things like the Game of Thrones prequel. But yeah, that's my thoughts on everything so far. Up until that point, up until the stuff about Sean Pertwee, it was looking pretty likely, but now we're getting into the more dicey sections where I'm a little bit more uncertain, but some of this certainly does seem credible. So Rose Monica Jackson is in talks to be the companion in Series 14 and the 60th anniversary. Pete McTighe will take over from Chris Chibnall in 2024 for Series 15. It is believed that he has already approached an actor to take over as the 15th Doctor at the end of the 60th anniversary. Very interesting one. It's a very long one and a very detailed one, which does make me think it's more accurate, but then again it could just be people typing out what they want. As I said, up until about the point where they started talking about the third Doctor coming back, I was sort of on board, but let me know what you guys think about this rumour. Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching and I will see you later. Hello fans, we're doing Tharries here and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video, specifically with regards to the Doctor Who Comic Con panel. Despite it only being a few weeks away, leaks are already running rampant, but before we get into it, I'm not going to ask you to subscribe. I know, shocking. Instead, all I'm going to ask you to do, check out my latest video. I ranked all the Doctors. For some reason it's been entirely buried by the YouTube algorithm, got no idea why. So after this video, do me a little favour, just go check out that one. Would really appreciate it if you haven't seen it already. But with that said, let's get into the leak. Now this is coming from Rassilon Matrix. Oh boy, Whovians, I've been keeping this under wraps for 3 weeks. Side note, so I find the term Whovian a bit cringy, but moving on. My brother's partner works as a freelance marketing assistant and has recently been hired at Comic-Con at home to help distribute their digital content for their upcoming panels. There's been some really cool content shared my way, but as a massive Doctor Who fan, I've been given some info which is too good not to share with you fine folks. If you're wondering what kind of content to expect at the upcoming panel, she has advised me take a look back to the 2018 Season 11 panel. There are some huge parallels to that. We're going to get some really snazzy new artwork and posters. With this, there's a first look trailer at the upcoming Season 13. You'll get to hear what to expect from the new and recurring characters in the season. There's a Q&A session for fans. They're apparently also going to drop information about the 2 specials coming in 2022, which will be Jodie's last. Also, I didn't believe her about this at first, but she said that the 14th Doctor would be revealed at Comic-Con. My brother's partner hasn't told me this. She has said it is an actress, but that's all that's been given away. I really didn't believe her. I thought she was just kidding. But with the official announcement of a billing of a very surprise guest, I don't think she's lying. The 14th Doctor will apparently be at the panel for an exclusive first interview after a video shown revealing who the 14th Doctor is. There's going to be some promos for this during the football event in the UK, according to her. I'm still slightly skeptical that she's playing a bad joke on me, but she keeps saying that she's not lying, and the tweet that BBC America put out makes me think that it's legit. I would lose my shit if it's true. Okay, so there's the leak. It's a bit of a short one, but there's a lot to dissect there. So first off, some new posters and artwork. Even that would be something that I would really appreciate because we've had next to nothing in that vein. Obviously the big elephant in the room is the surprise reveal of the 14th Doctor that they imply is a thing. Now this is something that people have speculated for a while, and while I could see it happening, like there is a chance of it happening, I do think it's a minimal chance, but there is a chance. I also think that it would be incredibly unfair to Jodie to literally have her at a panel and have her basically greet her successor on stage. I think that would be bizarre. Apparently there's going to be some promos for this reveal during the football event, as in the Euros, so what I'm expecting is something in the vein of the 13th Doctor teasers, where they had like the key materialising and stuff like that, which would be something at the football, I suppose. However, I do think it would be a wasted utilisation of the Euros, because that's the bigger platform. Like, yes, Comic-Con has the more specific people, but the Euros is the bigger platform that more people are going to be looking at, and I do think that that would be the one that they should use to reveal the 14th Doctor in full, if that is the case. Also, the Q&A for fans is interesting because it's very rare that like fans' questions actually ever get answered. I imagine though that they'll have a pre-set list of questions that can be answered though. I don't think they'll answer them live, although it would be quite cool if that was the case, because there's things I want to ask that like they'd never give us the answer to, so maybe if that was an option I would definitely do that. But let me know what you guys think about this leak in the comments below. Do you think it's legit? Do you think it's BS? I do think though, with how close Doctor Who Comic Con is, what would be the point in lying, because it's what, like 16 days away at time of recording this? So I do feel like, why lie just for the sake of 2 weeks of, I guess, relevance? But even then, this isn't to a big subreddit, so I'm sort of inclined to believe that this is a real thing. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Subscribe if you're new, and I will see you later. Hello friends, we're again, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But before we get into it, if you could do me a teeny tiny little favour, click that subscribe button. That would be ever so much appreciated. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and at the time I'm recording this, we're almost at 6,000 subscribers. We may already be there by the time this comes out, so thank you so much. But with that said, let's get into the leak. Now, if this leak sounds familiar, it's because we did actually cover it on live stream, but I didn't finish it because it was so long. You know what? I'm just gonna say Dwayne Johnson's the Doctor. That's it. That's what I'm taking from this. I'm not reading this. This is far too long. But today's video will cover that leak. This is from Large Spider S9 and it's called The New Doctor's Spoilers. Hello r/Doctor Who News. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you how I acquired my information, because that's going to expose myself and whoever I might have produced this story from. Now, I don't work at the BBC, not exactly at least, nor do I have a friend in the BBC or a contact, because if I did they wouldn't tell me the truth anyway. I'm not going to tell you who I am or what I am yet because it's pretty specific. What I am? Are you an alien? Did a Slitheen write this? And I don't want to be called out. Rest assured though, the stuff I'm about to say is common knowledge in a certain arena of TV production, so me stating this won't oust me. Sorry, I just felt like I could clear that up before people in the comments ask. I'm kind of here for a bit of attention. Anyone who leaks information is. No? People who talk about leaks don't want attention? What are you talking about? I'm also interested in how others react to this because I haven't heard any real outside of the industry POVs, point of views, and I'm fascinated by how other humans react to this kind of thing. The more this goes on, the more I'm convinced it's an alien. How other humans react? Oh yes, hello, I am fellow human. How are you? I'm also here because it's beginning to feel like a burden on me in a way. But my main reason for posting is the recent story that Ollie Alexander from Years and Years is going to play the next Doctor. Well, this isn't what I've heard, nor would I think he's exactly right for the role, or what I got the impression that the BBC was looking for. As far as I understand it, the BBC is in the final contract processes with a new actor for the role, and the new Mirror article is correct about the two Jodie specials in 2022. They will probably have a New Year special and an Easter one, although this isn't 100% confirmed. I don't think. They also say Series 13 will be airing in September/October. I hope it's not September because that would be leaving it really late to promote anything. With all the filming, including 2 specials, to have wrapped up by mid-August to allow Chibnall time to help promote or something along those lines. Well, you better hurry up. Jodie is said to be leaving, as she doesn't want to simply be known as the Woman Doctor, and wants to take advantage of the level of clout that has come with the part before she is only known for the part. Gotta capitalise on that clout, am I right? Chris Chibnall is said to be staying on for Series 14. His contract was originally for 5 series, but due to COVID it's been cut down to 4. Due to certain delays and other legal things, something to do with the dates of production being what is written on the contract, rather than the episode count or the series count. Someone smarter than me could probably explain. Apparently, he's been grooming Peter McTighe, who wrote 2 episodes and did a BBC show recently, to be the next showrunner. I've said this before, I don't think he would be the best choice for showrunner. I think that would go for Maxine Alderton if we're talking about the current writers, because Pete McTighe, yeah, he did write Kablam, which is, by a lot of people's accounts, one of the better episodes of Series 11. He also wrote Praxeus, which to me is one of the most boring Doctor Who episodes to ever exist. Sorry if you like Praxeus, I just find it really boring. Whereas Maxine Alderton has written one pretty damn solid episode, and I feel like, given the chance, she could do it again. What is happening is that McTighe is going to help out with Series 14 a bit, especially with casting a new Doctor, with Chibnall partly caretaking and partly wrapping up his loose ends, kind of like a gradual takeover. So what this is basically implying is that it would kind of be, I guess, similar in a way to the Toymaker era, where you go from the Philip Hinchcliffe era to the Graham Williams era, because obviously it's the same Doctor, much the same sort of production style, but you know, with a new person in charge and a sort of new vision, but it's still got the fundamentals the same. I'm guessing that's what they're referring to there. The BBC thinks the publicity of a female Doctor was what helped make Jodie's series such a success, but the lack of monsters and known characters, as well as poor promotion, is what made the show lose a fair amount of viewers. I actually don't think that was the case, because they had known monsters and characters in Series 12, and the ratings still declined. I think it was mostly down to the promotion, notable due to how Chibnall's finales have not risen in viewing figures, but continue to drop, which has not been the trend during the Tennant/Capaldi eras. No mention of Smith there, which is odd. The BBC have also questioned some of Chibnall's approaches to racier topics, such as mental health, due to complaints about Can You Hear Me? He didn't write Can You Hear Me though, did he? Or Orphan 55 for that matter. I mean, I know he has final say on stuff, but like, you can't blame him for things he didn't write. And climate change, Orphan 55, which apparently received a very low audience index score apparently. Therefore, he has been told to limit this, as well as to bring back old favourites like the Weeping Angels and the Sontarans. Initially for this series, John Barrowman had been considered for playing a recurring role, perhaps a companion, but that was prior to COVID. After COVID, he reduced his appearance to only appearing in one of the early installments of the series, whilst he could be filming Dancing on Ice, in what would be a semi-limited role, but would hopefully get more viewers to tune in. However, after the recent allegations, those sequences have been cut from the episode, and recently the crew have refilmed certain sequences to remove mentions of him, as well as adding sections to bridge the gaps where Barrowman originally was, which has been a bit of a headache apparently. Now I could believe that being the case. The only thing that I wonder though is that if they already had him on set, surely we would have seen. But then again, I suppose they kept him really quiet in series 12, so I mean maybe they kept him really low down, and then obviously when the allegations came out they just cut it. Their plan is also for Catherine Tate-Donner to return, with the BBC trying to keep it quiet. However, she won't be a companion this time, but will be the girlfriend of John Bishop's character, who has a messed up past including divorce and something about his daughter not being around, which is why he will be living with his parents. Supposedly, she will appear recurring throughout the series, with the Doctor attempting to avoid her, due to the recent events of the series 4 finale. Of course, they end up meeting in the end, but I'm not sure whether this is going to be the finale or in the specials. Now, this would comply with the last leak that we talked about. It seems that a lot of them are jumping on this Catherine Tate idea, and I'm still not convinced. But equally, with the amount of people that are saying it, I'm wondering if there is something to it. But then equally, they could just be jumping on the massive rumour that came out that she was in Liverpool and all that sort of stuff that was proven false by her agent and all that sort of stuff. From my understanding, either John Bishop or Yaz will carry on in the next Doctor's era. I do find it weird that they referred to Dan as John Bishop, but they referred to Mandip Gill as Yaz. That's strange to me. Like, they don't refer to John Bishop as Dan or Yaz as Mandip Gill. Like, what you should do is pick one or the other. From my understanding, neither John Bishop or Yaz will carry on in the next Doctor's era. But the Yaz thing hasn't been finalised, I don't think, as McTighe is apparently interested in the one-way romance between 13 and Yaz being applied to a different Doctor. I like how they say one-way romance, which would imply that the Doctor wouldn't reciprocate the feelings that Yaz had, which, to be honest, I think that's the only way they could play it that I would be happy with, because I don't want the Doctor to reciprocate those feelings. This Doctor in particular does kind of feel like one of the most asexual Doctors, in the sense that she really detests any form of, like, romantic connection or anything like that, really. There's that scene in Rosa where Graham puts his hand on her, she looks disgusted, and there's, like, another scene in Haunting where I think it's Lord Byron's trying to put the moves on her and she's really not receptive to it. So I just don't think that a romantic storyline would fit this Doctor. The series finale will apparently be the return of the Daleks, with the return of Chris Noth, who will now be in some high governmental position, and actually is going to be on the Doctor's side this time, to a certain extent. Chibnall and McTighe are interested in developing Noth as a character who appears through multiple eras like River Song, The Brigadier, or Captain Jack. I mean, you can't really put him next to that lot, can you? Captain Jack, River Song, and Chris Noth's Trump guy. Truly the holy trinity of Doctor Who side characters. And the Brigadier as well. Speaking of Alex Kingston, she was asked by the BBC about reprising her role during this season, but it could not be fitted into her schedule. The specials will feature the culmination of Chibnall's Timeless Child arc, and will feature the return of Jo Martin, who will also appear in another episode earlier in the series to tease her mystery. The final special will reveal the truth behind Gallifrey, as well as the Doctor and the Master. My friend says that it's not what it seems, but is not certain himself as to how exactly it shall play out. Sacha Dhawan's Master will also return during this final story for the 13th Doctor, but is planned for his incarnation to carry on into the foreseeable future. That I am happy about. I want his Master to become like the Ainley of New Who, in the sense that he transcends eras, because in my opinion he's the best thing to come out of this era, and I really want to see him outside of it. With the suggestion of another multi-Master story being declined due to the amount of returning elements for Series 13 already. That's something that made me a little more skeptical of the last leak, is just how much returning stuff was in those two specials. The plan is for Series 14 to broadcast at the beginning of 2023, with Jodie's final special having aired about half a year before, allowing the new Doctor time to breathe before their introduction story. There will also be a 60th anniversary special filmed along with the new series. The series will be 9 or 10 episodes, with the 11th being the 60th. Little is known about the series, but there will be a plot linking to the Timeless Child, as well as the resurrection of Gallifrey, which will end up in the 60th. Of which shall also be Chibnall's final serial. The plan for the 60th is to have a Day of the Doctor-esque story, but more about the Doctor forgiving the Time Lords kind of thing. The plan is to have the other Doctors appear and have their reactions to the Timeless Child reveal. Jo Martin is probably going to be in it, but the other Doctors aren't confirmed, although David Tennant is almost a certainty. I've said that before, he's basically confirmed in my mind. BBC aren't sure about Jodie coming back so soon, though they would like to get Matt Smith to return as well, but I think a reappearance from Eccleston or Capaldi might be too much and overcrowd the story. I don't think so. No classic Doctors are intended to return, unless it is by a new actor like David Bradley. This is because many of the old Doctors no longer would be convincing in their incarnations. I honestly just think, though, it's Doctor Who, just say there's been time dilation or whatever. It's not hard to write around that. I just feel like, you know, get these guys in while you can, you know? Even if you have to do a curator style thing, just get them in. Series 15 is tentatively being set for autumn 2024, but it's a very long way off, so please take that with a pinch of salt. The BBC will also like for the show to be broadcast once more. I will say as well, a lot of people say to me, why do you cover these leaks? Why cover something that's probably not going to be true? And to be honest, I'm fully aware that it probably is bollocks, all of these. But I find it fascinating to see what other people think the series will be, even if it's just complete nonsense. It's essentially just fan fiction with extra steps, but you have that little exciting bit of trying to piece together which bits are more likely and which bits aren't. You know, I find that part really interesting. The BBC would also like for the show to be broadcast annually once more, with McTighe proving himself to be capable of annual productions, with The Pact and Discovery of Witches. I've seen neither of those. The new Doctor has somewhat surprisingly been something of contention. The BBC planned for the following Doctor to be portrayed by an actor of colour, however since Jo Martin is now the first black actress in the role, this is now not a pressure. The BBC no longer care as to the skin colour or gender of the next Doctor, as they have essentially covered that base. In spite of this, they would like the new Doctor to be a bigger name, who the BBC believe they could potentially get, as they have worked on TV productions or BBC productions recently. On the other hand, Chibnall is keen for the new Doctor to be played by a comedic actor. In fact, one of his first suggestions was Jo Brand, who all parties were keen on. She turned down the role, although they would like a bigger name. If they can't have that, they would prefer a younger, attractive and charismatic actor in the vein of Tennant or Smith, but not necessarily male. With that in mind, I will go through who I have heard about and who is promoting them. Before I say who is currently being spoken to, McTighe himself has proposed the moderately unknown Chizi Akundolu for the part, having been impressed by her strong work as character actress on British TV, as well as acquainting himself with some of her stage work. Unfortunately, being a 47-year-old unknown, she was the opposite of what the BBC wanted, and they immediately declined. After this, Chibnall proposed a list of actors who he thought the BBC would be interested in. It was an executive list, but the most liked suggestions were Rob Brydon, Tom Rosenthal from Friday Night Dinner and Plebs, Matt Berry and Richard Ayoade, all fitting with Chibnall's idea of casting a talented comedian in the role. Richard Ayoade I can't see. Matt Berry maybe. Tom Rosenthal, I think I would always see him and think of things like Friday Night Dinner and Plebs. And Rob Brydon, as much as I would love it, I just think I would see him as Bryn. Matt Berry was the one McTighe was particularly keen on, due to him believing him to be able to have a great comedic wit, as well as the type of dramatic presence the role needed. The one that the BBC are most keen on was Tom Rosenthal, with the BBC seeing him as the epitome of their David Tennant, Matt Smith type request. However, both these found roadblocks. With Matt Berry, BBC did not believe he had the capability to carry a series as prestigious as Doctor Who on his back, with them using the viewing figures of Toast of London and Year of Rabbit as evidence. On the other hand, McTighe strongly opposed Rosenthal, seeing him as lacking a presence required and being more suitable for a companion role. I kind of agree with that. Initially, the production team approached Ayoade due to all parties agreeing with his suitability, but unfortunately, they were turned down due to scheduling conflicts, as well as a lack of desire and confidence from Ayoade to play this more dramatic role. This left only Brydon now, who seemed interested in playing the role. Surprisingly, he was also fine with moving to Cardiff, although that is likely due to his Welsh background. What ended talks, however, was the multi-year contract, with Brydon not being keen on the commitment of working on one show for 10 months a year for 3 years in a row. At this point, talks ended, leaving the BBC in a bit of a pickle. At this point, the BBC decided to try and hire some people themselves. This led to the suggestion of Jenna Coleman for the part, which surprised both Chibnall and McTighe due to her prior Doctor Who association. However, they were both actually keen on her for the part, believing her to have the right qualities. The suggestion mostly came from her rating success with both Victoria and the Serpent, with the BBC considering her to be a big name. When Coleman was approached, she immediately turned down the part. Not only was this due to her not wishing to return to the show or return to Cardiff, but also due to scheduling conflicts with other TV shows. I will say, that was never going to happen, was it? Like, Clara was one of the longest running companions. I think you can get away with, like, a Doctor appearing once in the show before, but being a mainstay companion and then, like, a couple incarnations later, whoops, she's the Doctor. No. Also, yeah, she's very busy and I just don't think she would. She did, however, suggest that she was willing to reprise. Of Clara in a guest appearance. Weird punctuation there. To my knowledge, he has not been taken up on this. The BBC then suggested Ralph Little for the part due to his part in Death in Paradise being set to conclude by the end of the series. That is currently being filmed. However, McTighe declined this out of hand due to him never being a fan of him. Counteractively, McTighe suggested Tuppence Middleton and Jenna Arterton. The former was dismissed by the BBC as not being well known and not being an actual fit for the part. However, the latter seemed to pique their interest, believing it could be plausible for them to get her. Due to her recent role in Black Narcissus, I'm probably saying that incorrectly, talks began swimmingly with her. Problems only really began when it came to pay, where it was made clear that there was a disparity, as well as the length of contract, similar to Bryden. After this, the BBC more or less told McTighe to write up his own dream casting list and give it to them and see what they could do. In this list were a number of big name actors, of which most wouldn't believe the BBC could afford, and probably couldn't. The bigger ones, Angelina Jolie, Emma Stone, Robert Downey Jr., John David Washington, Joaquin Phoenix, Ralph Fiennes, were thrown out immediately as unattainable. Yeah, I mean, obviously, come on, really? This led the BBC down a pathway of asking lesser known, but still reasonably big name actors for the part. Among these were Dev Patel, someone's watched Confused Adipose video, Shala Ali, Kristen Ritter, Rosamund Pike, Anya Taylor-Joy, and Oscar Isaac, all of whom turned down the role outright. On the other hand, there are a few that took interest. David Oyelowo, I'm probably saying all these names really wrong, I'm so sorry, was actually the most likely possibility for a while, but eventually turned it down after realising he would actually have to live in Cardiff for 3 years. Ewan McGregor also expressed interest into liking the idea of playing a character that children could look up to, but these were also quashed due to his commitments on the Obi-Wan Kenobi TV series, as well as an untitled major Hollywood film. Obviously they're not getting Ewan McGregor, come on. Like, this is just, I think to me this is just someone making stuff up at this point. They ended up though with 4 relatively major actors who could take an interest. This took a long time, though, as Pete McTighe had a pretty much endless list. These 4 actors are James McAvoy, Sally Hawkins, Jude Law, and Keira Knightley. 3 of those are not getting as many offers in many Hollywood productions as they once were, at least not in the lead role, but also still pretty well regarded and high profile, as well as to make a buzz when they are cast. The 4th one would be the most likely have been considered taking the part regardless. The 4th one is one who would most likely have considered taking the part regardless. Firstly, James McAvoy has worked in several BBC productions together in His Dark Materials, which is what has made the BBC more confident in the potential to cast him. He was initially apprehensive about moving to Cardiff, but seems all happy about it, and is very happy to be involved with a sci-fi fantasy property, with him actually being a fan of the show. The only problem is the 3-year contract. Not that there is a problem with it being 3 series. No, his problem is that he would like to do multiple projects in between seasons, which would not be possible within this contract, which suggests that this series will be filmed with only 2 to 3 months between. On the other hand, Jude Law would be more happy to have a consistent job for 3 years, especially seeing what occurred to his Fantastic Beasts co-star Johnny Depp and how multi-year contract benefited Robert Downey Jr. The only issue would be his prior commitment to the aforementioned franchise. A bit off Fantastic Beasts, I say. I'm joking, by the way. As well as him potentially being snatched away by 2 other franchises that will pay him more. He's being Pirates of the Caribbean and the DCEU, both of which is being considered to play villainous roles in, which may impact his decision. Sally Hawkins, at present, seems to be the least likely, with the amount of enthusiasm for the role and the least enthusiasm to move to Cardiff. However, she is the one where all the contractual negotiations seem the most suitable. Also, she is the only one that McTighe is apparently most keen on. Last, Keira Knightley is not necessarily happy about being paid the same she would for a 3-month production with a 10-month production, but is happy about the contract's length, as well as its stability, and wouldn't mind the move to Cardiff to give her young family consistency. She has watched the most recent series of the show with her daughter, and very much enjoyed it, and wouldn't mind doing a show which might impress her young daughter. In spite of that, the BBC do have Adrian Lester on hold. If all 4 end up turning the role down, with them knowing he is a steady hand, as he was one of McTighe's original choices when the BBC demanded a black actor, even if he would not be as big of a grab as the other 4. As you can guess, the casting for the 14th Doctor has been a bit disastrous, and I think perhaps because McTighe and the BBC are looking for mostly actors that the former hasn't worked with before, as well as trying to reach for bigger names than usual. The BBC personally would most like Jude Law to be cast in the role, however it is widely acknowledged he is by far the least likely, due to him being primed for another big franchise role, as well as him being used to jobs that pay more. Sally Hawkins also seems not enormously likely, as the BBC nor her are enormously enthusiastic. Most suspect that it'll likely be McAvoy who gets the role, due to his recent frequent association with the BBC in lower paying jobs than when he worked in the X-Men films. However, Knightley is very likely and is favoured by the BBC over Knightley. What? Knightley's favoured over Knightley. She's favoured over herself. What? Even if McTighe would prefer McAvoy to her. Take this with a pinch of salt, as after all, I'm an anonymous source, and have seen the absurd information put out by other sources, although I wouldn't be surprised if mine was discarded the same way. Frankly, 15 years ago, I would have never expected that Jude Law and the stars of the Atonement were being strongly considered for the role. However, it should be noted that it isn't a different time now. I think they mean it is, where movie stars are less and less common, therefore actors are getting paid less and less across the board, due to them no longer being the draws they once were. Unless, of course, you're Dwayne Johnson, Leonardo DiCaprio, or Will Smith. That's the end of that, and Jesus Christ, what a wild ride of Doctor suggestions. I'm be honest, this seems like bull to me. The names are just too big, in my opinion. Let's actually read the comments. I'm morbidly curious as to what they say. Scan read this, and it looks like a smattering of unrealistic but unfounded speculation, dates of McTighe, etc., mixed in with total utter nonsense, waste of 5 minutes. I kind of agree with Fractal Rock on that, not gonna lie. But let me know what you guys think of this leak in the comments below. Do you think it's utter nonsense? Let me know in the comments below. Subscribe if you're new, like if you enjoyed, and I will see you. Hello friends, real gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 Reddit leak. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, that would be ever so much appreciated. We are trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and we are getting ever closer by the day. So click that subscribe button, help me get to the goal, and that would be very much appreciated. Also, just a little public service announcement. There's a YouTuber out there, and I'm not going to say any names because I don't like to do that, I don't like to call anyone out on this channel, who's basically saying that because a good friend of this channel made a fake leak for a fun video, I can actually link the card in the corner, that somehow discredits the entirety of Reddit, and that therefore anyone who reports on these leaks is a piece of shit. And listen, I am very clear to say that a lot of these leaks probably bollocks, but in this case, I feel like the person is just set out to discredit me, even though I say these could not be true, but I just find them interesting. But with that said, let's get into the leak. Doctor Who Series 13, 14 and 60th Anniversary Rumours. This is by SlightKey5692. Right. Here we go, I'll put my hand to the ring. A family member is a technician for the BBC at Roselock. Tackies don't really get much detail on what's happening with story, casting, production wise, but his best friend told me one of his supervisors who is given the script for production, casting, detail, etc. So here's the details of what I've been told. Series 13 is going to be broadcast in October. Sacha Dhawan is returning as the Master, Joe Martin is returning as the Doctor, John Bishop is staying on till Series 14, Mandip Gill is leaving at the end of Series 13, there's no series going to air in 2022, instead there'll be 2 specials, Jodie Whittaker is leaving in 2022, Joe Martin is the 14th Doctor to replace Jodie Whittaker, Chris Chibnall is staying on till Series 16, Series 14 is going to be in production next year, and is planned to broadcast sometime in early 2023, the 60th anniversary is going to be a feature-length special. This is all the details I have been given. You could take this as the truth, rumour, or lies, but as far as I'm concerned, it's Bible. I don't have any other information apart from this. So there's already some very interesting stuff there. Series 13 airing in October. I'm pretty confident of that. Sacha Dhawan returning as the Master, I'm also pretty confident of that, as well as, like, Joe Martin returning in some capacity. I don't know whether she'll be a main character, or whether she'll make a cameo, but I'm pretty confident of that. John Bishop is staying on till Series 14. Now, this was the first one to prick up my attention, because we all know that John Bishop has an incredibly busy schedule, and I'm unsure as to whether they could actually get him to stay on for Series 14, because of that, but if he does, I mean, I'd be all for it. Mandip Gill leaving at the end of Series 13, yeah, I think that is inevitable. Like, there's no companion who stayed on beyond 3 series in the new run of the show. I don't think we'll have that. There's no series going to air in 2022, instead there'll be 2 specials. Again, I think that's kind of just what the Mirror has said. I think the thing with this one is, it kind of says a lot of the obvious, and I'm wondering if it's just someone putting together everything that they've heard from different sources into one vaguely cohesive thing. Joe Martin is the 14th Doctor and will replace Jodie Whittaker. I've said this before, I genuinely do believe that there is a chance that that will happen. Chris Chibnall is staying on till Series 16. Now this is the biggest one for me, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm not overly keen on that idea. I'm not a big fan of Chibnall's writing, and I think I really would like a new showrunner at least. I think have maybe Joe Martin do 1 series and then have a completely new person in, new production, just go full hog into a new era. Series 14 is going into production next year and is planned to broadcast in early 2023. The 60th anniversary is going to be a feature-length special. Series 14 going into production in 2023 I could believe, although that would imply that we're not getting any series in 2022, which again, not a big fan of the breaks. The 60th anniversary is going to be a feature-length special. That's also been something of contention, is whether we're getting one special or basically a series of episodes to tie into the 60th, which was one of the bigger 60th anniversary themed leaks, which I'll leave a card in the corner to. But yeah, I think it's more likely that it would be a one-off special than a series of specials, as much as I think the series of specials would actually be cool. Also, just to say, I wanted to point out this actual leak from Character Options, the people who produced the Doctor Who figures, which shows an Abominable Snowman Doctor Who second Doctor set with the second Doctor in his like cashmere coat, along with his TARDIS exterior. This is like an official thing pretty much. It was posted to the Character Options YouTube channel, I believe, earlier than it was supposed to, and they quickly took it down. So yeah, just thought I'd cover that in case anyone thought that I had. But let me know what you guys think of this leak in the comments below. Subscribe if you enjoyed, comment down below, and I will see you later. Hello friends, for checking Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, that would be ever so much appreciated. We are trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and we are edging ever so much closer. We're almost at 7,000, and I'd love to get to 7,000 by like the end of the summer, so it means I've got the rest of the year to get to the 10. So if you could do that for me, I would be ever so much appreciated. But with that said, let's get into today's leak. Also, just want to point out, as I often do, that these are just coming from Reddit, could be complete bollocks, but I just find them interesting. So try not to take them too seriously, but let's get into it. I work with people that are close to some BBC Cardiff Wales production making. No more information will be given, as our jobs are very specific. Now immediately with those kind of things, it's kind of like, I don't feel like you giving your specific job role would inherently lead to your position being compromised, because surely you'd have more than one person fulfilling that position, unless it was a position that only one person fills. But yeah, already with leaks like these, when they say I can't disclose any more than that, you're off to a bit of a bad start in my opinion. Headlines: Series 14 format, 14th Doctor talks, Series 13, Series 14 format. Firstly, I'd like to state that the BBC are optimistic about the future of the show, and they have no plans to cancel the show in the near future. Which, obviously if this is true, would be very relieving news. Even though Doctor Who is in a healthier position than it was, say, in the 80s when it was cancelled, when the BBC actively despised it, there is always that looming fear when ratings drop and it perhaps isn't at the peak of its relevance that maybe the BBC will cancel it. But if that's true, then that is reassuring. To be fair, just today, as I'm recording this video, we got the announcement of a ton of new merchandise crossover things, so I'm pretty certain in saying that that's probably correct. Some articles are going to suggest otherwise. The BBC believe the viewing figures are still healthy, as it is performing at the same level around other shows airing at the same time. Which I guess is fair enough, although I still don't really get the argument, because in Capaldi's era, they said that one of the reasons they changed it was because they wanted to improve on the viewing figures of the late Capaldi era, Series 10 in particular. But Series 12 was basically back down to where we were during Series 10, so I don't really understand why they would want to change it if 2 series later you're back where you were. I don't think that's quite what they wanted. I'm not saying it's cancellation worthy, but I am saying I'm not sure whether that's exactly what they planned. I mean, we always knew that the boost was going to be temporary, but obviously how temporary, I think they wanted it to be a bit less temporary than it was. That being said, they're keen to see Series 13's reception as an 8-episode series. If it holds viewers better than 10 episodes, it could become the new normal if this is the case. Now, immediately, this is something I feared ever since the 8-episode announcement was made, because obviously, I'm not saying they made an excuse with COVID, but obviously, doing it once gives them license to do it again, and I do fear that that could become the new normal. Although, having said that, watching the recent Marvel shows, they tend to be 8 episodes, in fact Loki was only 6, and yet they tell a much more condensed and, in my opinion, interesting story than Doctor Who has been recently. So therefore, it could work to Doctor Who's benefit. I'm going to play devil's advocate with that, but right now I'm a bit less confident about the idea of them just reducing it even further, because we have to remember that Series 11 with the 10 episodes was already a reduction from what we were used to, so we would be down to 2 reductions in this era in terms of episode counts, which obviously isn't ideal. If this is the case, there will be 10 episodes produced, but there would be 8 episodes every autumn followed by a New Year's special, and another special in the year. This, still 10 episodes, the BBC are justifying, is actually still less than the 11 usually produced. This is undecided, but Chibnall is keen to keep to 10 episodes plus a special going forward, as he doesn't want to commit to a series every year. I'll be honest though, right? I think I would rather have a reduced episode count but have it air every year than have 10 episodes in a special once every 2 years. I feel like that would feel like more content, even though it probably isn't, and it probably evens out. I think I would rather just have that, because at least it would feel like we get something every year. But let me know what you guys think about that in the comments. I just don't think the breaks do Doctor Who a lot of favours, generally speaking. So I think if 8 episodes is what it takes to reduce the breaks, I'd be for that, I think. That being said, Chibnall suggested a split series for Series 14 for late 2022, 5 episodes leading into the New Year special, 5 episodes in April/May 2023, so he hits the yearly count in his own terms, followed by the 60th. Chibnall is staying for Series 14. I think I mentioned in a previous video that I think what my ideal scenario would be, if Chibnall is staying for another series, don't see why he wouldn't be, because I feel like if he wasn't, we'd know by now, because with Moffat, he announced it, I believe in 2016, the year before he left. Same goes for Russell announcing it in 2008. So I feel like if he was leaving anytime soon, we would have found out by now. But if he is staying for Series 14, my ideal thing would be have a series with Jo Martin's Ruth Doctor, either have it be the Ruth Doctor or have her be the 14th Doctor, or have her be the 14th Doctor through a new, storyline, and then completely new Doctor, brand new clean slate. Jodie originally had 3 specials planned in 2022 with 8 episodes. COVID actually barely slowed down production due to all scenes being filmed in the UK, but the Cat and Jack episode might be cut, episode 2, as he didn't appear in the first special like planned. If the episode is cut, Jodie's originally planned New Year special works as a finale to Series 13, so it would still be 8 episodes, but the last 2 specials would instead be moved forward to the resulting 2 specials in 2022 over 3. Air date for the last special is undecided and has 2 endings, filmed mid-production out of sequence to avoid rumours, a regeneration which has not been filmed, or the ending where Jodie continues on with Dan. Chibnall wants Jodie to stay, the BBC are impartial, provided the promotional material of Series 14 is all about regeneration. I honestly think Jodie will leave after the 2 specials. I'm almost certain of it, given how much it's just been constantly drilled in that Jodie's leaving, and we've got, the 3 series rule to consider, which I know isn't, a hard and fast permanent rule, but it is something that is genuinely abided by to the majority of Doctors, especially in New Who, so I think it would be very strange if Jodie did break out of that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I just think it makes the most sense for that to happen, because as well, you've got to think, if Jodie leaves, say, 2023, it would be weird to have a new Doctor in that year, and then have to introduce a new Doctor during the 60th year, and have Jodie come back the same year she just left. That would be very odd. So, quick recap, Series 13 equals 8 episodes, either 2 specials or 3, dependent on whether the Jack episode gets cut or not. BBC don't want to cut it and are waiting to see if it blows over. I don't think it's going to blow over, I'm going to be honest with you. And that's all I'm going to say about that. 14th Doctor talks. Simply put, Jodie Whittaker might not be leaving until late 2023. She is actively signed on to finish a 10-month filming block, so there is a regeneration alternate ending while she decided what to do. Chibnall didn't want her to leave, hence making the most of every episode he can get with Jodie, managing to get all originally planned 11 episodes filmed somewhat. If Jodie says she is leaving after Series 14 and the 60th. Okay, so she would stay for the 60th then. That's something I was curious about. If Jodie leaves, she will return in the 60th, and is already signed in to be in it. So far, the only actor or actress to do so. Chibnall is looking for Vinay Patel and Maxine Alderton to take over the show from Series 14 as joint showrunners, though Ed Heim has expressed interest in staying as a writer through this. I'll be honest, right? I think multiple showrunners might actually be a good idea, because that way it's not just the creative vision of one person. It's not one person's fanfiction. I think that's the problem with, New Who showrunners, obviously Moffat and Chibnall in particular. They have their ideas and they're very set on their ideas, but to have someone else there to go, yeah, maybe don't do this, might actually do the show some good. There are 4 choices of the new Doctor, whether it is to be Series 14 or 15. Olivia Colman, Broadchurch, is the first choice. She has cleared a schedule, but is not keen to commit to a 4-year, 3-series contract. She wants to do a single 10-month filming block, 1 series, and choose whether to commit more from there. The BBC has asked if she could do 2 series instead of 1, and are going from there. The BBC want Catherine Kelly if Olivia Colman declines. She was Quill in Class. There was in recently we talked about, I can't remember which one, but it's a very odd thing to repeat if it was false. Although again, it could just be someone copying from another leak, it's really hard to tell. But that just seems like a very random detail to copy over. And the BBC believes she was what made the show enjoyable at all, so are keen for a big name to bring interest into the show. Catherine has said she'd commit to the show for 3 series, but no more as she doesn't want to be typecast. Maxine Alderton wants the next Doctor to be Ollie Alexander, which is where the rumours came from, but he declined as he thinks he is too young for the role. Alderton still wants him to audition. Joanna Page has unusually expressed interest herself to be the 14th Doctor, to which the BBC has responded saying she can audition when it's open. She wants the Doctor to have a Welsh accent, part of her pitch, because she believes its Welsh heritage, New Who, is part of the reason the show has been so successful in Series 1 to 4 and Torchwood. That would be bizarre to me, because obviously there was another leak that we talked about Rob Brydon taking on, obviously Uncle Bryn. So now he's talking about Joanna Page, who obviously famously plays Stacey in Gavin and Stacey. So it's really weird how Gavin and Stacey actors keep getting brought up in these leaks. I suppose, though, with this massive success of that special, perhaps it would be in the BBC's interest to capitalise off that, I'm not sure. Series 13 Quickfire. You will be confused, but I have no idea if Catherine Tate is in the series. I know Chris Chibnall reached out to Alex Kingston, Jenna Coleman and Catherine Tate for guest appearances, with Alex Kingston showing interest, Jenna Coleman showing interest but not for Series 13, as she is working on another show, and Catherine Tate, there is silence. Series 13 is planned to air in late October, with the Sontaran story being around Halloween. The date isn't set in stone, and Halloween isn't mentioned in the episode, so it could air earlier as Series 13 is in post earlier than planned, hence the special being filmed. So I'm guessing the specials being filmed would be the Dalek thing then. Series 13 is all standalone stories aside from episodes 7 and 8, or 6 and 7 if the special is used as a finale and Jack is cut. With episode 1 currently being 75 minutes long, they're aiming to streamline it to 65. Episodes 2 to 7 are on the longer end of 50 minutes, 50 to 55, and episode 8 being 65 to 70 minutes, or episode 7 if needed. The special that might stand in for episode 2 is currently 60 minutes long, which they're happy with as a finale too. Special 1/finale potentially equals 60 minutes, Special 2 equals 60 minutes, Special 3 undecided, but it is 60 minutes, plus, depending on regeneration, it could be closer to 70. Returning villains, Weeping Angels, Daleks, finale, Timelords, The Master, Sontarans. Unit will be suggested to be reforming with Easter eggs in the series ready for Series 14 with the return then of Zygons. Dan is from Liverpool, he has lost his girlfriend, and is the reason he is travelling with the Doctor, because he has lost his child to disease and his girlfriend vanishing. He will visit his girlfriend in the past and mess the timeline up by asking her why she's leaving. Yaz will lose her job to stay with the Doctor full time. This turns out badly in a bitter death in the Dalek episode. She'll be reckless as a Dalek will catch her. The Doctor will be miserable but will brighten up through the series until the specials, in which she will lose herself. This is what I have. Also, Comic-Con is coming, and all I can say is expect a small teaser for Series 13. The main trailer is set to air in late August. I'm gonna be honest, right? This one's the one that seems most likely to me. Like, out of all the ones I've read, it could just be taking the obvious. It could just be them hybridizing the more likely elements of previous leaks. It could be just them, like, making a hybrid of the more likely leaks, but to me, this one seems like the most likely. But let me know what you guys think. Comment down below your thoughts, subscribe if you're new, and I will see you. Hello friends, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We are trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and if we could get there, I would be ever so much appreciated. We're getting ever so much closer to 7,000 subscribers, which is our next big milestone. So do me a favour, click the subscribe button, and I will absolutely love you forever. But let's get into today's leak. So obviously with the advent of the Doctor Who Series 13 Comic-Con, there was inevitably going to be a leak regarding the new character of Vinder. This is posted by Maxwell B. Richards, and it's called Vinder is a Twist Villain Leak. Hi, I'm Maxwell Richards.
Hi, I'm Barry Scott.
Set designer for different Doctor Who episodes such as Chibnall and Spyfall. I was lucky enough to be called back to set design for the finale of Series 13, and we will get to watch as the actors poured their soul into the final episode. You should expect some brilliant acting from the main cast, as their faces express extreme betrayal. From what I could gather, Vinder is shown to be a loyal character to the Doctor within the series, but as it is revealed, is responsible for the Timeless Child. Vinder turns against the main cast and reveals his true nature. A final fight takes place, and the fam end up defeating both Rassilon and Vinder. Now, immediately, Rassilon's going to the salon, is he? So yeah, I'm not taking this as fact given the blatant incorrect spellings, as well as, you know, the fact that literally anyone could pretend to be someone else. But we do have two smaller leaks, this one coming from Barry Cooler, who's done some leaks before, and it's called TARDIS Change Leak. With parts of the Ruth Doctor's TARDIS set moving, is this because it's being moved to the main studio, or is the set simply being taken down due to filming with the Ruth Doctor coming to an end? Now, I wasn't even aware that Ruth Doctor's TARDIS had been spotted anywhere, so if it is being used, then that's super interesting, because obviously, I mean, this is more of a question than actual leak. I will say, on the topic of TARDIS changes, if you look very closely at the Series 13 teaser, we do see some new Randall type things on the pillars in Jodie's TARDIS. Now, that could be a one-off thing for a one-off episode. Think the Can You Hear Me device in, well, Can You Hear Me? But it could also be just a new part of the TARDIS. And I've got to be honest, if that is a new thing, I really don't like it. I think it messes up the design even more, personally. But as in regards to the Ruth Doctor's TARDIS, I'm really not sure whether it's been shown to be coming back. If anyone's seen it or, like, knows anything about it, please let me know. I know that the TARDIS was spotted for filming of, I believe, an Abominable Snowman documentary. But that's all the leaks we've got time for. As always, if you enjoyed this video and you want to see more like it, be sure to give it a like, comment down below your thoughts, and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later. Hello friends, Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, that would be ever so much appreciated. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and we are less than 300 subscribers away from 7,000 subscribers at the time of recording this, and I'd love to hit it by the end of August at the very latest. But with that said, let's get into today's leak. Now, as we all know, the official announcement was made just a few days ago that Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker will be leaving Doctor Who in a series of specials in 2022. And naturally, a leak comes out about it, because of course it does. This is coming from Key Responder, who I believe has done some leaks before, and if he has, I will put the correct leak on screen at some point within this video. This is called Chris Chibnall Leaving and Series 14's 60th Anniversary Plans. Previously, I released a leak which got shot down very quickly. But seeing as it's now official, minus the announcement of the showrunner I mentioned, I thought I would reshare the leak and also mention further plans. Here's the original leak. Peter McTighe taking over from Chris Chibnall as showrunner for Doctor Who in 2024 is complete nonsense. Chris Chibnall is exiting as Doctor Who showrunner this year after 2 2022 specials have completed filming. Obviously now it's 3 specials. Simon Allen will take over as showrunner and executive producer on Doctor Who next year. His titles include The Watch, Das Boot, The Musketeers, New Tricks, and MI High. MI High being the only one I'm aware of. Alan was selected by the BBC and Piers Wenger after the decision was made that Doctor Who will undergo a radical reboot. Simon Allen has never written for Doctor Who previously, yet his colourful and original writing style, plus overall large-scale vision for the sci-fi series, stood out from other candidates going for the position. Ollie Alexander has been hired as the 14th Doctor, despite his agent denying that he accepted the role. Further to this original leak, here's some more intel I have received. Alan is said to have now had a co-writer and co-showrunner in the form of writer Emerald Fennell, also a new writer to Doctor Who. Alan plans to release Series 14 in Doctor Who in spring of 2023 with a 12-episode run. Filming will begin in March 2022 for this series. Also, current plans are to return to a Saturday air day. The 60th anniversary will be celebrated with a full feature-length special. Alan also has plans to bring back the infamous Christmas specials. Talks are going on for the 14th Doctor's companion, but Lydia West is heavily rumoured to have been approached to feature with It's a Sin co-star Ollie. This is going to be a complete reboot. Everything you know about Doctor Who is about to be reintroduced for a whole new era. Old fans are going to love the reinventions of classic monsters/characters, but there will be prominent new villains appearing from the start. Might as well call it New Who, which I kind of like as a joke. That's all I know. I will keep you updated if I get any further info. Now, the thing that gives this a bit more credibility is that they did predict that Chibnall was leaving in 2022 with a couple of specials. Obviously, it turned out to be 3, but that was before the Mirror reported on it, if I do remember correctly. So that does give this, on the surface, a bit of credibility. The things that concern me about this leak, though, are A, the idea of Ollie Alexander taking over. I've said before, I just don't see him as the Doctor. I'd love to be proven wrong, because people do look at certain Doctors and go, really, that guy? Matt Smith being probably the most famous example of that. But for me, I just don't see it. But I'd love to be proven wrong in that aspect. I do think that a complete, reinvention of the show is kind of what is needed. Right now, we need a new style. We need a new era. We need a new flavour for this show, in my opinion. And that part I'm happy about. Lydia West, I guess, as the co-star of It's a Sin makes sense. Although, obviously they did say that that might not happen. So overall, this leak does sound fairly likely, but I just don't like the idea of Ollie Alexander being the next Doctor. Obviously, they mentioned in this leak that the agent did deny it, but I suppose, to be fair, if he was the next Doctor, the agent isn't exactly going to go screaming about it. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the next few weeks, months, maybe even years develop. But I do hope it's not Alexander. Sorry to Ollie, but I just don't quite see him yet. I'd love to be proven wrong if he did turn out to get the part, but the rest of this does seem fairly plausible now, which is kind of bizarre to say because this is the sort of leak that I would have shrugged off as frivolous nonsense a few weeks ago. But with what we found out, almost anything seems to go at this point. But let me know what you guys think about this leak in the comments below. If you believe it's true, let me know. If you believe it's false, let me know. Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new, and I will see you later. Hello friends, Real Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, that would be ever so much appreciated. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and if we could get there, I would absolutely love it. We're just off 7,000 subscribers at the time I'm recording this. We may have even reached it by the time you're watching this, so thank you very much if we have, but let's get right into the leak video. This one's called Series 13 to 60th Anniversary Rumours by Rassilon Leak. Again, I think someone who we're familiar with by this point, I'm pretty sure. Here's some things I've been hearing through the grapevine at my work, who have connections to production at BBC Wales. I'm not on any of the projects myself, so don't know if it's just hearsay, but I thought I would share them in case they're legit. Mainly because they're pretty bloody exciting. With that, don't take them with an absolute truth, because most likely some of them aren't correct. Joe Martin and Sacha Dhawan are in the specials and Series 13 finale. David Tennant and Catherine Tate appear in the Centenary special. Alex Kingston returns as River Song, not sure when, but she's apparently been on set. Christopher Eccleston makes an appearance in the Centenary special, not sure how heavy his involvement is, but he's also been on set. The Timeless Child story arc is what we're going to see play out over the next year. Apparently the Doctor is still the Timeless Child. Vinder, played by Jacob Anderson, is a different version of the Doctor while they were in the Division. Mandip Gill's character Yaz is killed by the Master in the Series 13 finale. Missy, played by Michelle Gomez, the Master played by John Sim, and also Sacha Dhawan, will be the big bad in the Centenary special. The Centenary special is approximately 19 minutes long.
Hello, it's me! I'm Joe from the Confused Adipose YouTube channel. And in all fairness, you're probably wondering what I'm doing here. I'm editing this video for Tharries, and he's given me 30 seconds of creative license to say whatever I want. I have two things to say. First up, I have a Doctor Who fan film currently in production called Echoes End, but hopefully coming by the end of summer. Go and subscribe. And the second most important thing, unsubscribe from Tharries right now. His leaks are a load of bollocks.
The next showrunner is up in the air. I've heard it's Pete McTighe, but then I also heard that it's Steve Pemberton and Reece Shearsmith, with Mark Gatiss also joining them. There's also a rumour about Phoebe Waller-Bridge and Emerald Fennell having been approached by the BBC and offered some serious cash to take over the show. This was months back at the end of the year, so I expect everything is in place by now. The next Doctor is also up in the air. Lydia West was a name that's been chucked about, along with Ollie Alexander. This was prior to the It's a Sin release. Everything went quiet after that. The 60th anniversary will likely not happen. The Centenary special is the alternative. There were murmurings of RTD to pen a film for the 60th anniversary. Then the new showrunners would take over at the end, revealing the new Doctor. But I think that's just whisperings, especially since Series 14 goes into production early next year. Okay, so there's some interesting stuff there. First off, I really don't think Chris Eccleston is coming back for anything. I don't care if it's a Centenary special. I think if you wanted him back, you're going to have to pay him like so much money. Just given what he said in interviews, he really doesn't seem to want to come back. I really doubt that. In regards to other things, though, it kind of just reads like people just putting together a lot of the rumours we've already heard, like the Catherine Tate, David Tennant rumour, the Michelle Gomez rumour, things like that. I will say, if the Centenary special is the replacement for the 60th, it would make sense for them to bring that many returning characters back. With that said, however, I really don't like the idea of the Centenary special taking over for the 60th, mainly because I really like the tradition of having a big blowout special for the 60th and for each 10 years. With that said, though, I think we're just going to have to get used to it if that is the case. The next showrunner being Pete McTighe, I mean, that's one of the most common names floated about. I don't really have much to say on that. I think he's a bit of a generic choice. Jacob Anderson playing a different version of the Doctor while they're in the Division. Again, could be true. I mean, there's been a lot of rumours about Vinder's character or Jacob Anderson. One of them being that he was actually going to be a twist villain. I'll see if I can put a card in the corner for that video. But who really knows at this point? Alex Kingston returning as River Song, again, just sort of reads as like a generic rumour. The idea that the Doctor is still the Timeless Child, I'm not overly keen on. I did sort of hope that it was going to be changed in Series 13 somewhat, but that doesn't seem to be happening according to this leak. Again, this leak could be complete bollocks. I always say that with most of these videos, but if this is true, then I'm not too keen on the idea of the Timeless Child still being the Doctor by the time Series 13 comes to a close. But be sure to let me know what you guys thought about these leaks in the comments below. Did you enjoy this video? Well, if you did, please give it a like, comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new, and I will see you later.
Oh, and number C, never ever eat pears. They make your chin all soggy. Ugh.
Hello friends, Real Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, that would be massively appreciated. We are trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I'd absolutely love it if we could get there. It would just mean the world to me. We're like less than 150 subscribers away from 7,000 at the time of recording this, and I'd love to hit that by at least the end of this month at the very latest. But with that said, let's get into today's leak. This one is called What I've Heard by Tough Football 5908. So I'm just going to throw this out there now, and I can confirm it with pretty much a high amount of legitimacy, though some people on this sub have correctly guessed the plans for the Centenary Special and Series 14. No one has been 100% correct on their post. Obviously, I can't say who I am. Obviously, I can't say who I'm working for because, I don't want to risk my job, obviously. But I can say I don't necessarily work for the BBC, but perhaps a third-party company whose name has been mentioned by a few people on this sub recently. Past the setup paragraph now, may as well get on to what you're here for. The leaks. That is what we're here for. Unless some major shake-up happens behind the scenes, and trust me, it won't, I can confirm, the following leaks are true. Sacha Dhawan will return in Series 13, cameoing midway through the series, returning in the finale to set up the New Year's Day special. It's a sin to think they have either cast Ollie Alexander or Lydia West as the new Doctor. I don't actually think I've seen the new actor in anything, as they're mostly known for stage work. And I could safely say a companion has not been cast yet. Names have been thrown around, and some people have been contracted for auditions, but that's it. Graham and Ryan will appear in the New Year's Day episode, having done some investigating on the Daleks and bringing this story full circle. Ryan will also appear in the Centenary Special, but there's been no word from Bradley Walsh's agent yet, though he could hypothetically only be appearing in the episode for a few moments, a la Jenna Coleman in Twice Upon a Time, and could be filmed in the same way. End of Centenary Special, Jodie will not be regenerating alone. Don't think this confirms John or Mandip are staying for Series 14, but safety regulations for filming the scene are having to be taken into consideration due to COVID, though her scene has not been shot yet. Dan isn't who you think he is. I mean, I guess you think he's a regular human scouser, he isn't. Thanks to COVID, more old cast members RTD Moffat era have been in the UK to film, instead of being away filming their own productions. Though principal photography hasn't even begun to go underway on the Centenary Special, most of the cast members returning are just cameos, and aren't part of the main plot of the special. Having read the leaks, I don't think, outside from the obvious names, and even some of them were wrong. I'm sorry, but Catherine Tate is not returning. People have come close to guessing who they've got back, aside from 3, I believe. Assume most of the cameos are only old guest recurring characters, not main billing appearances, though there has been an effort to try and get a certain character from RTD's era back, which is hard due to their advancing age and COVID safety. I'm guessing Bernard Cribbins, that's just my guess. Right, that's most of the stuff I know, and everything I know about the Centenary Special. Really, everything is set into stone now. There's not much that's going to be changing in terms of plot, unless they can secure a few extra last-second appearances from other cast members. I don't know the length of the special, though it could very well end up being the longest episode yet, though the show is known for having rushed endings to episodes, I suppose, so it could be shorter. Expect more news from the series to be here within a month, as the BBC have been pretty much ready for a mid-October start, and all the work on Series 13 should be done, I believe. Surprised the new showrunner has already been hired. As I work for people hired for Series 14, I'm pretty sure I can talk about this with more confidence. Though I do seem to be more vague because of that, showrunner is not the name that has been touted on this sub, and they haven't written for the show before. However, they are an incredibly huge fan, passionate about the show, and I can speak from experience on that because I've worked with them for a show before. Or should I say I've worked with one of them before. Maybe all of this should be pluralised. Contrasting the previous showrunners of New Who, this writer is less enthusiastic about Classic Who, though they respect it. And if they follow the work they've done before, we could be seeing a series that balances Monster of the Week and series arcs better than other showrunners have done, and could have their plan running through multiple series. Of course, this is educated speculation on my part. None of this is set in stone, aside from the hiring they have signed on the dotted line, and I'm speculating using their previous work. Okay, so who is it then? Are you just not going to say? Things I don't know. No chance that Series 14 will be referred to that when it airs. The BBC are planning a huge shake-up, and when Wenger said a new generation, he meant it. They're trying to revitalise the fan base, and having a new series being referred to as Series 14 isn't going to bring in new people, so you guys could be saying goodbye to New Who and hello to Newer Who. That's a general idea I've heard a lot of already, is the idea that this next era that we're entering into is marks the end of New Who and the beginning of something completely different. That was in the last leak as well. That's all I think. Hopefully my job is still intact come the morning. There's enough people who know what I know that it's unlikely it'll go anywhere, and contrary to some subreddits, I promise none of the higher-ups are monitoring subs like this. Now they're on r/Gallifrey and r/Doctor Who. But this one is smaller and they won't have seen it. Catch you later. Sadly, I don't know what Chibnall was referring to with the Swarm comment. I guess it's a solely Series 13 thing, maybe the New Year special. Okay, so that one kind of gives us something. Obviously, Sacha Dhawan's Master returning for the finale, which I think we all sort of expected. The idea of a mysterious RTD character coming back. The fact that they said older is making me think Verda Cribbins, but I could be wrong there. Yeah, this one doesn't give away an awful lot, but the idea of this being an entirely new generation of the franchise, separate from New Who, is something that I've seen touted a lot, and I'd be interested to see if that actually was the case, because I think that is what we need. We need something that big. And I actually think that the numbering of the series, if doing away with that, might actually make the show more enticing to newcomers, because when you think of successful reboots, you think of things that have like one-word titles, so they simplify it. So I think maybe doing that with Doctor Who might be beneficial, but let me know what you guys think about this leak down in the comments below. Subscribe for more videos like this one if you enjoyed, like the video if you're new, and I will see you later. Hello friends, Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We are trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and we're not going to get there by you not subscribing. We're almost at 7,000 subscribers at the time of recording this, and I'd love to get there by the end of this month. But with that said, let's get into today's leak. Now this is called My Personal Knowledge About Doctor Who Series / Season 13, and it's by Return of the Metaltron. Hello there! Bugger, wrong sci-fi franchise reference. I don't know, I'm pretty sure the Doctor said hello there.
Hello there.
Right folks, there's been a lot of leaks as of recent, most BS, and after seeing the BBC's treatment of the show and my bosses, I've decided to bin it all off and bring my information to this subreddit. You always hear horror stories about working in the industry, and going in you think that's all BS. Series 13 is one of the most chaotic and challenging productions in the history of the BBC. Mandip is unsure about whether she should leave or not, although she is pushing to leave with Jodie, but some certain outlines of Series 14 had been drafted up including her. Although outlines for Series 14 were written, these were simply mock writing exercises to ready the team and help boost understanding of lore. Originally, Jodie and Mandip were going to stay together for Series 14, with Chibnall still in control. You see, Series 13 was originally going to be more akin to Series 11, but with more lore, i.e. standalone adventures but lore episodes in the middle, and last episodes. Kind of like Series 12 then, more than Series 11, but okay. However, due to COVID restrictions, our team was forced to take underdeveloped story elements from this proposed Series 14, including the idea for it to be one long arc, which would conclude in a regeneration in a New Year special, which would involve a Cybermasters vs Daleks storyline, with the Doctor then regenerating. From there, it would have took on two paths. A Joe Martin 14th Doctor as helmed by Chris, or a future with a different Doctor and production team. Leading up to the 60th anniversary, there would have been a Torchwood revival with Eve Miles in the backseat role, and with Jack as the main character, but after COVID and the recent Barrowman controversy, the idea has been shot down. The reformed Series 13 will take parts from everything I've laid out here, and more, including a female Time Lord villain, who turns out to be Rassilon, a Joe Martin cameo and a centenary special, featuring many modern and classic monsters, with features from other Doctors 8, 10, 12. I'd be happy to answer any questions within reason, as my branch of the team has taken somewhat of a backseat, as of recent with Chris's Inner Circle, taking a furthered power over the show. Note, don't include too much Chibnall bashing in the comments. The terrible show as of recent is a result of Chris's wonderful storylines being hijacked by the BBC's advisor, wanting to include plot lines about modern politics and intrigues in a more Star Wars and Star Trek-esque storyline. See ya! Okay, so there's a couple of interesting things there. The idea that, obviously, Series 13 wasn't originally meant to be the last series, which I've speculated about before, because with all the setup in Series 12, you think about the Division, you think about the Ruth Doctor, it doesn't feel like the sort of thing that was meant originally to be wrapped up in one series. So I could kind of believe that being true. As for the idea of a scrap Torchwood revival, I'm honestly not sure whether that was ever on the cards, mainly because I just don't think Doctor Who was in a healthy enough position to accommodate something like a Torchwood revival. As for a Cybermasters vs Daleks storyline leading into Jodie's regeneration, I've heard a lot of people say that that could happen, and honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to it that much. I mean, if you're going to go out in one big fan-servicey bash, then you might as well have the Cybermasters go against the Daleks. I find it interesting that the original idea was to have Joe Martin take over with Chris, because that's something I speculated might have been a possibility, but now obviously we're not having that, because we're having a new production team, and presumably a new Doctor. So yeah, some very interesting stuff there. Obviously the idea of the centenary being sort of the replacement to the 60th, again, kind of carries through here, although it does imply imply that there was still meant to be a 60th, so I'm not sure whether that is still the case within this leak in particular. Again, this could all be complete nonsense, it more than likely is, but I find it interesting that the one key thing that keeps getting coming up is that the centenary is kind of acting as a quasi-60th in itself. But let me know what you guys think of this leak, comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new, and I will see you later. Hello Press Real Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. Now before we get into it, and before I even do the subscribe spiel, which if you haven't already, you definitely should, I just want to say something about these videos. I want to say right now, I know that a lot of these are very likely to be BS, but I still enjoy talking about them. And the reason I call them leaks is because that is what they were called when I started doing this, so I just adopted that name. Could I have called them rumours? Yes. But the difference between the words is so minuscule that I really don't see a point. Plus people are used to what they're called now, and when you see one of these leak videos, you know what you're in for, you know it's probably going to be about Reddit. And if you don't enjoy this type of content, you don't have to watch it. I just enjoy talking about these, and some other people enjoy reading them as well. So with that disclaimer out the way, please subscribe if you haven't already. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I would absolutely love it if we could get there. We've just hit 7,000 subscribers, thank you so much for that. And let's get into today's leak. Today's leak is called Series 13 2022 Specials and Series 14 Rumours. Things are shifting very quickly in the BBC. Doctor Who, as you know, it will not be around for much longer. How do I know? Good question. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill you if I told you. Okay, that was abrupt. Secrecy and all. First of all, Series 13 was a nightmare to film. Production was a slog, with finished scripts being fired out very last minute, sometimes on the day of shooting. That's all well and good, but when it's pivotal plot points, it does make the shooting one hell of a stress. That being said, the series is looking good, and the continuous story is something which matches up to the same quality of Torchwood Children of Earth. Expect Yaz to be a fan favourite by the end along with John Bishop's hilarious Dan, and Jodie gives the best performance of her career. Vinder isn't really who you think he is, but Jacob Anderson is a very cool addition to the team. Sacha Dhawan returns as his glorious master in the last ep. Now, Series 13 is the final chapter in something much bigger. One notable current ongoing discussion behind the scenes is that Series 13 will drop in its entirety on BBC iPlayer when the first episode is aired on BBC One. There are many pros and cons to that, but they are trying to make it the most accessible and modern series yet. I'm going to stop it right there. I wouldn't be a big fan of that if only because, from a content creator perspective, it's a lot easier if there is a gap, a week-long gap between each episode so you can get all your thoughts out in time, as well as all the surrounding things. You can talk about ratings, you can talk about, the basic plot, the directors, all that sort of stuff, and you don't really have time to do that if it's all going to be dropped on the same day. You can't dedicate as much time to each episode as perhaps you might like to otherwise. The trilogy of specials, excuse my French here, effing superb. All those Chris Chibnall bashers will be astonished with what this man has pulled out of his arse for the fans. Jo Martin returns as the Doctor and is given several scene-stealing moments. Many people will be praying for an era dedicated to this goddess. Hate to tell all the fugitive Doctor stands out there, but she is probably not the 40th Doctor. But don't worry, Chris will try and feed your urges during these specials. The plotline for these specials? The Timeless Child, of course. Now some of you may have guessed where this is going, some of you have not. The complexity to the narrative is really admirable, and you will feel this was a worthy story arc. The Centenary special is currently wrapping up filming, from what I've seen, and worked on. It's the Doctor Who movie everyone's been asking for. This will be released in cinemas as well as broadcast on BBC One in October 2022. It is a multi-Doctor story with 13 and the Fugitive Doctor being accompanied by 8, 10, and 11. Oh, and Alex Kingston. This is something that keeps getting brought up a lot, like 8, 10, and 11 all coming back along with River Song for these centenary specials, and I'm just not convinced. It just reads as a bit fanficky to me. This is an alternate for the 60th anniversary special, but there's some really cool shit planned for them. Jodie's regeneration is a scene unlike anything that's been filmed on Doctor Who before. Oh boy, you have no idea what's coming. Now, the 14th Doctor will not appear in the Centenary special. There are good reasons for this. The first is that the 14th Doctor will pave the way in creating a new brand for Doctor Who. The second is that the new showrunners have a very bold idea in how to introduce the 14th Doctor. And yes, I said showrunners as in plural. I genuinely cannot give any names. All I can say is they are brand new to Doctor Who, but they have worked with BBC before and are big names. Yeah, this is another thing that's been mentioned in a few leaks, the idea that there's actually not just one solid showrunner, but instead a group of showrunners, and honestly, I actually think that might be a good idea, because the problem with having one person is if one person's ideas don't gel with the audience, then you're kind of stuck with those ideas. It happened with Moffat. You know, Moffat, as much as I think he had generally some pretty great ideas, when you leave him to do too much by himself, he can get a bit too complex. And even Davies, to a point, he could get a bit too bombastic if he was left off the chain. And obviously Chibnall as well does a lot of lore stuff that he's always wanted to do, I think, ever since he was a kid. So having other people there to maybe balance those things out actually might be a really good idea. The 14th series of Doctor Who will premiere in spring 2023. Wait, scratch that. The new era of Doctor Who will premiere in spring 2023. Whether it will be called Series 14, well, I don't know. But I don't think so. Yeah, that was in another rumour as well. There are many rumours about how the new series are going to look, but serials are what is currently being talked about. Smaller series, bigger stories, bigger risk, and a more constant flow of Doctor Who content on screen. Less episodes isn't something I'm particularly enthusiastic about. Obviously, this leak did turn out to be somewhat true. But as for the idea of there being more consistent Doctor Who content, I'm down for that. If they have to make the episode count less in order to accommodate a yearly release, then I think I would be okay with that. Who is the 14th Doctor, you ask? Let's just say their name has been mentioned, but they are currently being branded as unlikely by fans due to their notoriety. They are a big name and a big gain for the show. I'm trying to think who's been mentioned by fans for being too big, but I, for the life of me, can't think of anyone. If anyone has any ideas who that could be, let me know in the comments below. The BBC is throwing money at Doctor Who. You may not think they are, but trust me, they are. And to prove how precious this show is, they're about to market it as a serious competitor to streaming service production. They're really going to have to ramp up the budget then, because Doctor Who pales in comparison to its Netflix and Disney Plus counterparts. And that's not me having a dig at Doctor Who per se, but if you watch something like Loki, it's obvious that the budget is way higher, and in order for Doctor Who to compete, the budget is just going to have to be way higher. If you have any questions, please ask me, but I probably won't answer. Okay. P.S. You were supposed to be getting a 5th season of Torchwood going into production early next year, to air on the relaunched BBC Three channel as one of its only returning series. That has been postponed indefinitely due to Barrowman's current allegations. Also, Toby Whithouse and Mark Gatiss, who were going to take the reins from RTD and Julie Gardner, have stepped back due to creative differences. Again, with the whole Torchwood revival thing, I'm not even sure that it was planned. I've said this before. I think the most that would have happened was maybe they got John Barrowman back and perhaps they were like, hey, if this goes well, and if the series is a big success, then perhaps we can talk about bringing Torchwood back. But I don't think that Series 12 did well enough to justify bringing back a spin-off, but that's just my opinion. But yeah, let me know what you guys think about this leak. Do you think it's accurate? Do you think it's not? It sounds very similar to the last one, or like one of the last ones, and honestly, I thought that one sounded relatively plausible. But let me know what you guys think about this leak. Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you do, and I will see you later. Hello fans, for checking out Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But before we get into the subscribe spiel, I'm just going to say, as I always do, these things could probably be BS, but I like talking about them anyway, and the only reason they're called leaks is because that's what they were called on Reddit when I started doing them. So if that content's not your jam, then click off now, and also subscribe, obviously. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I'd absolutely love it if we could get there. It would just mean a lot. Today's leak is called Jodie Whittaker's regeneration will occur in the BBC Centenary Special, plus early synopsis. The 13th Doctor will regenerate at the end of the BBC Centenary Special, just after the Doctors leave the 13th Doctor's side for good. Now, this is something that actually is contradicted in the last leak, because in the last leak, if you remember, it says that there's no 14th Doctor in the Centenary Special, whereas this one says that there will, in fact, be that. Or at least, there'll be a regeneration which would imply that there's a 14th Doctor at the end. The Centenary Special will be fun, action-packed 90 minutes filled with twists and sad moments. You'll be surprised, you'll laugh, you'll cry, and yes, they bring back Paul McGann and Joe Mine to play the role of the 8th Doctor and the Fugitive Doctor, again something that was in the previous leak. There will be a hexagonal things gag in the 13th TARDIS with the 10th Doctor and 11th Doctor, similar to the round things gag from the Day of the Doctor. But here's the very early leaked synopsis. The Fugitive, 8th, 10th, 13th and 11th Doctor team up to defeat a terrifying evil across time and space, about to cause an eventual corruption of the universe. Do remember, the synopsis is not final and will be changed in due time. Being honest about this one, this just seems like someone just writing down what they would like to see. I don't see this being a thing. It seems very fanficky, especially with the hexagonal things gag. That seems like something that someone would just write for fun. I'm not convinced that this is real at all. It doesn't really give any details beyond very superficial elements that have kind of been said in leaks before. So, yeah, I'm not convinced that this is accurate. But I could be wrong, you know. It's always the ones that I don't think are accurate that end up being the most accurate, you know. With a lot of the Chibnall leaving ones, I kind of brushed them off and then look what happened there. But let me know what you guys think about this very short leak. Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new, and I will see you later. Hello fans, we're checking Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But as always, before we get into today's leak video, I'm just going to say, obviously I know that these could be BS, but I enjoy talking about them anyway. The reason they're called leaks is that's what they were being called when I started doing leaks on Reddit, and if that content isn't for you, then I would suggest clicking off now. But before we get into today's leak, if you could do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, we are trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I would absolutely love it if we could get there. We're on our way to 8,000 subscribers, and that is our next goal, and I would love to hit it by the end of the month. But with that said, let's get into today's leak. This one is called Not Terribly Sure What to Title This. Hi Whovians, just going to put in my 2 cents based on my involvement and understanding of the production, as well as reading between the lines. Not enormously involved with the show, but I'm a pretty huge fan of it. Particularly enjoying Tom Baker's years as a young lad on PBS and having gotten into it again when it came back with Russell shortly after I started working for the BBC. I must confess though, due to strenuous production schedules, as well as certain behind the scenes issues I've heard over the years, I'm not really sure I'd want to be involved with it fully. I've not read the other posts on this subreddit all that thoroughly, therefore I'm repeating what someone else has said. I must apologise, from memory there's a decent amount of truth in some of them, but I thought I might as well get on with the fun anyway. Here are the leaks. As I think pretty much every Whovian has speculated at this point, the so-called 3-series pact was more or less a cover for the BBC. There's been a hell of a lot of problems with Chibnall's run on Doctor Who. Initially, Moffat wasn't going to do the 2017 series of the show, but when it became apparent that Chibnall would be too busy doing Broadchurch, the BBC rehired Moffat, with a pay increase too. Capaldi was meant to go at that point too, as the BBC were interested in a fresh start with a new showrunner, as had been the custom with more modern series. Chibnall was originally set to be producing a series for autumn 2017, but when Broadchurch at ITV got delayed to spring 2017, it kind of became clear that the series was going to be postponed. The BBC were A-OK with this, as they believed Chibnall could revitalise the show. However, they started to get worried when he had to delay Series 11 from spring 2018 to autumn 2018. Initially, filming Series 11 was set to begin immediately after the filming of the 2017 special. I'm not entirely sure what the reason was, but I'm pretty sure it was to do with the casting of the companions, as well as the hiring of certain big-name talent. I think it might either be Bradley Walsh. I think it might have either been Bradley Walsh, but he was already contracted by that point, so possibly might have been Sharon D. Clarke. Also, probably worth mentioning that the BBC specifically wanted an actress for the role, so everyone on the internet who blamed Chibnall for that one are in the wrong. It's the head of drama and the controllers of BBC One who were to do with that. Actually, I'm pretty sure Olivia Colman was the actress initially offered the part, and she was considered for quite a while, which is why there was such a big gap between Capaldi's departure announcement and Jodie's reveal. However, Colman was eventually decided against, a decision that's been pretty good for her career. Frankly, Jodie was Chibnall's runner-up, although a few other actresses had been auditioned. I'd seen the tapes, and I can see why Chibnall picked her. Production ran pretty well for Series 11, but Chibnall was frustrated by BBC execs a bit when he requested the postponement of Series 12 to early 2020 for broadcast. That is, as you might guess, Chibnall doesn't like to be rushed. Due to the ratings hit of Series 11, particularly the opener, execs were pretty tolerant of him at this point. I'm even pretty sure that one of the higher-ups suggested to Chibnall that he could do a climate change episode or two because of Ursa's success. Pretty ironic decision in the long run. Eventually, Series 12 turned up, but the high-ups were a bit surprised to realise that Resolution of the Daleks was to be a New Year's special for the following year. Originally, the plan was for a New Year's special followed by a 10-episode series, rather than the opposite. However, I'll say again, Chibnall hates being rushed, and it ended up being a pretty fortuitous decision for the BBC, given the COVID situation. At this point, the series had been doing pretty well, but after the ratings declined in Series 12, execs were a bit worried, as well as a couple of production difficulties happening during the filming of the finale. In fact, the plans for the Torchwood revival, as suggested by the return of John Barrowman in episode or 2, were cancelled after he was seen as a disappointment by the BBC at large. The BBC took issue with Orphan 55 and some, although not all, of the political commentary due to some audience research finding this to be one of the major criticisms, as well as the handling of certain themes. COVID didn't really help Chibnall's situation. Initially, the BBC wanted Series 13 to air in April-June of this year, deciding to tolerate Chibnall's delays. Obviously, this didn't happen due to COVID. When they were getting out of COVID, Chibnall decided to cut the episode count down to 8. BBC were okay with this, understanding the restraints of COVID. However, they soon found out that Chibnall planned for 2 of these installments to be broadcast in 2022 rather than this year. Another bizarre thing about the series was that Barrowman was originally set to be a prominent feature of the series, but of course, due to COVID, this wasn't really possible, and his role was replaced by the Jacob Anderson character. Chibnall always planned for a bigger series arc this year, but I think he expected another series after this. You see, his and Jodie's contract stated they would be there for 5 years, 2018 to 2022. With all the episodes they make being broadcast about that time. I'm almost certainly that until the very beginning of this year, Chibnall was anticipating a contract extension. Not so sure about Jodie. I think the BBC liked the idea of a new Doctor every 3 series, but there is a chance he could have stayed if Chibnall stuck around. In the end, the BBC sort of gave in the boot. They weren't entirely happy with how he was running the programme, how he was handling the promotional aspect, how there'd be a pretty huge amount of problems behind the scenes. I don't think it's best for me to go into details in case of putting anyone out of work, but put it one way, Bradley Walsh was originally set to be sticking around for Series 13 until the last minute. Not that I blame Chibnall, frankly, it was nobody's finest hour. But probably most of all, Chibnall kept on disappointing the BBC with his delays. He's not exactly held a steady ship, although none of the showrunners have. The production on most of Moffat's series were hectic, particularly his third, but in spite of its runaway success, the production of the show's first revived series has become legendary within the industry, and no, I'm not referring to the presence of the 2 notorious sex pests, a vain superstar, although she was probably the most tolerable, an incredibly immature and perpetually horny man-child, an irritable and aloof leading man. These stories on that set would make your skin crawl, some of which I'm relatively sure have intermittently leaked onto the internet, but mostly being ignored. Thankfully, when David turned up, he steadied the set. If you want to thank anyone for the continued success of Doctor Who past that first series, it should be him or Moffat, whose passion for the show is immense. In spite of that, Davies could sometimes be a melancholic and depressive presence on set, but when approached, he'd light up a room. About as bad as the Moffat era got, in all fairness, was a couple of rows on set. Yes, Capaldi did have a couple of Malcolm Tucker moments, especially when a certain transphobe turned up on set, but Matt Smith could also be a divisive presence, as could Jenna Coleman, with their political opinions being ones that they'd probably rather keep private. Before you ask, all I'll say is it's the kind of opinions Twitter would hate. Not that I agree with them either. Neither of them particularly known for being reserved or well-behaved on set, quite the contrary, in fact, which never bothered me, but I know it bothered some. Anyways, Chibnall's out and so's Jodie, as you all well know, I'd think, but who's replacing them? Well, I'm not quite sure that it's 100% right of me to say, but I can tell you that it's going to be a double act this time, with one of them being pretty familiar with the show, and the other being less so. As for the next Doctor, I think he'll probably go back to being a man, but I wouldn't be shocked if they continued with an actress. I'm pretty sure the new showrunners aren't rightly certain yet. They've only been appointed recently, and there is a reason that Chibnall's run is being dragged out until the end of 2022. They want to get it at the right time. They want to get it right this time and be able to sustainably broadcast annually. With that in mind, I was pretty damn shocked to hear about Ollie Alexander's casting. It's not going to be him. At least I wouldn't expect so, mostly because the new showrunners had only just been appointed. The current plan is for broadcast in 2024. As one might guess, this could mean no anniversary special. In spite of that, there have been rumblings of possibility of David Tennant and Russell T Davies back to be involved in the 60th special. It'll probably have more than one Doctor in it, but it'll be centred on Tennant's incarnation. Just going to stop that there. So what this is suggesting is essentially a sort of dark dimension type thing where the special revolves around a past Doctor with cameos from the others, which I wouldn't be entirely opposed to, but it would kind of show the Tennant over-reliance that's been apparent recently. As for the regeneration itself, that's pretty interesting. We aren't going to see Jodie regenerate on screen. She's going to be heading off into the sunset with an arm around her companion's shoulders or something like that. This is going to be deliberate. The BBC want a new Doctor to start completely fresh, like Eccleston did. Hence the new generation remark. Don't fear though, it won't be a reboot, more a brief intermission, with the film skipping the 5 minutes of exposition. That'll explain what went on between and why you got some new people in the title sequence. My understanding is that the double act, as I'm going to call them, are planning on making the show a little bit more macabre? I'm going to look at it. My understanding is that the double act, as I'm going to call them, are planning on making the show a little bit more macabre and a little bit more experimental than recent years, with less reliance on continuity and more psychological horror. We'll see how it goes, but I'm looking forward to it, and I suggest you be too, even if you are a fan of this era. Also, might as well add this, that BBC Wales will no longer be producing the show. Okay, so there's a couple of reasons why I don't quite buy this. Number one, it's one of those leaks that kind of says a lot without really saying anything, in that, for example, there's a part in this leak where they talk about, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to a man, but then again, I wouldn't be surprised if they cast another actress. So you see what I mean? It's kind of saying things without actually giving any concrete details. And that's what makes me think that this is just someone writing out a bunch of random stuff. The stuff about BBC Wales no longer producing the show, that's something that's been tossed about quite a bit. It was recently in that Sally Wainwright rumour presented by Council of Geeks. And again, as I've said before, we're very proud of Doctor Who in Wales. It's one of our, crowning things. So to hear that would be a massive shame if that did turn out to be true, as many places are suggesting. This does just kind of feel like a hodgepodge of other things, the multiple showrunner rumour as well, and the idea of random other on-set issues in other eras, which really wasn't that relevant to this era. So I'm not really sure why they were included. I know they called it Not Sure What to Title This, but it just felt a bit random. But let me know what you guys think about this leak. Comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new, and I will see you later. Hello friends, for your gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, I would absolutely love you forever. As always with these, I know they're probably not true, but I find them interesting to talk about, and who knows, some parts of them may be true. And the reason they're called leaks is that that's what they were being called when I started doing this. But with that said, let's get into the leak. This one is called The Future of Doctor Who. I've come across some leaks for what may be coming up for Series 13 and forward for Doctor Who. 1. Sally Wainwright is going to be one of the head writers, however the BBC is looking for a second writer who has worked on the show before. So keeping in that Sally Wainwright rumour that's been tossed about for a long while, and honestly I'm still not convinced. However, the more this seems to be being reiterated, the more I think there may be some truth to it. Especially with it coming from a supposed BBC insider, according to Council of Geeks as well. Part of me is thinking that this is becoming more and more of a possibility now, and I hope it's good if she does turn out to be the showrunner. However, I still have my doubts, but I suppose that's natural with any showrunner. 2. There will be a 60th anniversary, but it will feature a previous Doctor in the lead role, most likely 10. I believe that was in the last leak we covered, with multiple Doctors set to return, and having Russell T Davies write the script. Again, that's something that I think was in the previous leak. The 14th Doctor has not yet been cast, but the BBC is looking for a younger actor or actress to play the role. So, interesting there, they say actor or actress and younger. So when I think younger, I think your David Tennant, Matt Smith archetype. They want to go back to what works, I would assume, in their minds anyway, which is a younger actor who can get not only younger people on board, but also, I suppose, people pining after them in the audience, for lack of a better term. You know, I think that is part of the reason why the Tennant era was as successful as it was, as there was a portion of the audience who did find Tennant attractive. That was just something that did happen. Not that it should be the be-all and end-all, but you have to admit it does have a appeal to casual viewers, with an energy more along the lines of a mix between 11 and the 7th Doctor, a dark trickster. To be honest, that seems like the perfect sort of Doctor to kind of counterbalance 13. 13 doesn't really trick people an awful lot, and she's kind of a bit too bubbly for my liking, so a dark trickster is kind of what the Doctor ordered, no pun intended. For me, at least. 4. There will be a gap between Series 13 and 14, although Series 14 will not be called Series 14 when it airs. Again, an idea that I've heard tossed about. And again, the more it gets tossed about, the more I think there might be some legitimacy to it. I honestly think with the phrasing of new generation in the press release with regards to Chibnall and Whittaker leaving, that something like that makes sense. And it will likely be called Series 1. This gap will be about a year, and the show will start airing in late 2023 to early 2024. 5. The 13th Doctor will get a regeneration scene, but we will not see the 14th Doctor at the end of it. Again, something in one of the previous leaks. With a cut to The Doctor Will Return and fade to credits as the Doctor Who theme plays. Series 14 will be nothing like the modern era, with the showrunners wanting to focus more on horror along the lines of Doctor Who audio dramas such as Scherzo, The Chimes of Midnight, and Jubilee. All great stories to take inspiration from for an era, and honestly, if this turns out to be accurate, I'm fairly confident that this could be really good. This is all I've heard, but if I come across more, I will post again. So yeah, as I sort of said, I'm kind of happy with this. Obviously, they say that Sally Wainwright will be a head writer, which I'm not overly confident of, but I'm willing to obviously give it a chance. Sally Wainwright is a high caliber producer at the BBC, and there's apparently going to be a second writer who's worked on Doctor Who before, according to this leak anyway. Obviously this could not be true, but if it is, I'd be decently happy with this arrangement, you know, a darker tone for the franchise going forward, a trickster Doctor in the vein of the 11th or 7th Doctors. This is kind of everything I've sort of wanted, to be honest. So, yeah, I would love it if this was true. Again, not overly convinced, because there's the old adage, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. However, even if it's not, it's a fun idea. But let me know what you guys think about this leak in the comments below. Do you think it's accurate? Do you think it's not? Would you like this direction for the franchise? Let me know in the comments below, and I will see you later. Hello fans from the Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video. Now, it's been a hot minute since I did one of these, and there's been a lot of leaks since I did the last one of these. So what I'm going to be doing is these so-called leak sandwiches, where I essentially cover multiple leaks in one video. But before we get into the leaks, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button. We are trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and I would absolutely love it if we could get there. But with that said, let's get into the leaks. The first one is a short one, and it's called Really Random Bits of Information About Doctor Who. Even though it's basically confirmed already, Series 13 will air on October 31st, 2021, which, for those of you in the know, is in fact Halloween. Now, I'm going to be honest, Doctor Who airing in Halloween I actually think is a really good idea. Doctor Who's first episode premiering on Halloween, it's the perfect time for Doctor Who to premiere a show about monsters and aliens and stuff like that. It just fits perfectly into the Halloween season, and I think it makes total sense to start a series on Halloween. Obviously, we had the BBC America early press release say fall, and this would technically fall under fall. Obviously, it would be a bit towards the end of fall, but it would still come under fall. And the second is the company that makes scarves and socks for Doctor Who have been asked to do more for the next Doctor. So no, Doctor Who isn't being cancelled. That's a very small little taste of a leak. And obviously, because it's not giving away too much, it does make it sound more credible. Like, the idea of them being commissioned to do scarves and socks for the next Doctor, I can totally believe. You know, merch companies have to be told in advance, and if we are getting a new Doctor as early as next year, it would make sense that they were being prepped for that, I suppose. The second leak is Sally Wainwright and Series 14 info. So this is carrying on the Sally Wainwright rumour, as started by Councillor Geeks. This is some more information about that supposed leak. My contact at the BBC has been very quiet on any info at all for the new showrunner at Doctor Who. Originally, back in early 2020, P. McTighe was the secured name. Now my contact is saying things have changed. I asked about Sally Wainwright, and he said no comment. With this discreet behaviour, it's very likely that Wainwright has the position, especially since it's the BBC themselves that are allocating the showrunner. Sally is their pride and joy. After penning Last Tango in Halifax and Gentleman Jack, she herself admitted in an interview a year ago, 11 minutes and 30 seconds, that she could write sci-fi, but it would be down-to-earth sci-fi. Therefore, perhaps she was hinting at a move to the genre. I'll play a clip from that interview here.
I remember right from starting to write, you know, trying to be more serious about writing in my sort of late teens, I became very conscious of the fact that I could only write things if they felt they were part of the real world somehow. I don't think I could write. I could write sci-fi, but it would be very down to earth sci-fi.
Real sci-fi.
Yeah. The 60th anniversary will not happen. My contact made that very clear. The BBC centenary special of Doctor Who is a multi-Doctor story and designed to act as a replacement for the 60th. That's one of the things he was very open with. The 14th series of Doctor Who will not air in 2024. That's all I've been told. Fire any questions away, but unfortunately I genuinely don't know if I'll get any answers. Okay, so there's a couple of interesting things here. Obviously the idea of Sally Wainwright being the next showrunner, it's not an unheard of concept, as I said. You know, the rumour initially came from Councillor Geeks, and some people just seem to be running with that idea. As I've said before, I would be sceptical but more than willing to give her a chance, and if she said that she'd be down to write more down-to-earth sci-fi, what I assume she means by that is more RTD than Stephen Moffat, in that, you know, they focus more on the domestic side of science fiction rather than necessarily the big space operas, which works for Doctor Who. It's one of those things, I think, why the RTD era was so successful, and I think perhaps it could work really well if done correctly again. I love the anniversary specials. They're some of my favourite parts of being a fan. Not necessarily episodes themselves, but just the build-up to them and the excitement of, oh my god, these Doctors meeting this Doctor. And we'd still get that to a point if the Centenary was a multi-Doctor special. But I just think the anniversaries, there's just a special magic around them that I don't think it'd be replicated in the form of a Centenary special. I'd also like to say that I don't think it's fair on Jodie, as much as I have issues with the Incarnation, for her last story to revolve around other Doctors. I think that's kind of unfair on her, especially seeing as in other parts of the brand, in things like Big Finish and the comics and even in the games, the 10th Doctor has kind of been so present and frequently bundled in with 13 in different merchandising things. I think to do that in her final story would kind of be emblematic of that entire issue from this era. In fact, a while ago I made an entire video on the BBC's over-reliance on the 10th Doctor when it comes to Doctor Who. I'd highly suggest you watch that if you haven't already. As for the 14th series not airing in 2024, I'd have to assume that that means that it would air either in 2023 or 2025. I don't think they'd wait as long as to make it in 2025. Maybe 2023, because that would also sort of act as something to commemorate the 60th anniversary. You know, a big new start to show that this show is still going strong 60 years later sort of thing. That would be great for marketing. But yeah, this one seems fairly believable, although it doesn't give away much. That's the thing. I think they're more believable when they don't say a lot, whereas when they say a lot, they become a bit less believable. But going into the final one, this one is titled Doctor Who Specials News, Jodie's Regeneration, Morbius Doctor's Return, Dan and Yaz Betray 13, which I'm not going to lie, sounds like one of my titles. Hello, my name is Michael, and I am the son of a set designer on Doctor Who, and have heard some information I probably shouldn't have heard, but it's very intriguing. Don't take any of it seriously, because unfortunately I can't confirm the legitimacy of the claims I have heard, but I still thought I'd share them if they do turn out to be true. So we all know there will be specials leading into Jodie's regeneration, and like Series 13, these are going to be one big story spread across the year, leading to the climactic events of Jodie's regeneration. I have heard that they will take a more classic approach with the regeneration, having old Doctors pop up before she regenerates, such as McGann, Tennant, and even Tom Baker. They won't stick to the normal regeneration effect used time and time again in New Who. That's something I've actually been an advocate for quite some time, a move away from the more yellow, glowy regeneration into something a bit more unique. I understand that it allows for brand uniformity, but personally for me, I want to see some more creative regenerations. Now to the juicy stuff. Let's start off with Yaz and Dan's betrayal. Now in the trailer we see that Yaz is obviously aware that 13 is hiding something from her. This is important because 13 and Yaz actually have a relationship, and that is started at the end of Series 13. Oh no. They're not going to do a Thasmin, are they? Please, I'm sorry. I don't really like the Doctor being involved in any sexual relationship, regardless of the gender. It doesn't matter. It's just, I don't like it. I didn't like it with Ten and Rose. I'm probably not going to like it here. I just think it's going to feel really forced and tacked on, especially if 13 reciprocates, because 13 just feels so against that form of relationship, her character. That's one of the only consistent things about her character, is that she doesn't really want a relationship with anybody, so the idea of tacking one on in these specials is something I'm not a fan of. I can understand Gaz having those feelings, but my point is that I don't wish for the Doctor to reciprocate them. A bit like Ten and Rose, when Yaz finds out about 13's secret, she is not happy, and she teams up with Dan to take her down. That's a bit of a jump, but okay. As Dan actually turns out to be evil in the second special cliffhanger, this eventually leads to 13's regeneration, which is triggered in an epic fight with, you guessed it, Morbius. But the Doctor is also aided by the Master in this battle, forming a redemption arc similar to Missy's. Okay, so they're bringing Morbius into this, which is a very weird choice. However, I guess it was foreshadowed in The Timeless Children. I'm not gonna lie, this does feel a bit fanficky to me. However, so does the Timeless Children arc as a whole, so I mean, anything goes at this point. This return of Morbius also explains the Morbius Doctors in more detail, which is still in discussion on how that will be done. Still in discussion, aren't they filming it, now? It's the Doctor's history, and they don't want to fiddle with it too much. I think it's kind of a bit too late for that. You can't do the Timeless Child and be like, oh, but we still don't want to fiddle with the lore too much. The cat's already out the bag, you know what I mean? There is one more piece of information that I know, and that is that the Master is actually set to be a full-term companion after Jodie leaves. It will stay as Sacha Dhawan, which I'm grateful for, but he won't be fully good, and will still have evil tropes and can't be trusted. That's what to come, and I'm extremely excited for this. Okay, so the idea of the Master being his quasi-companion is something that we haven't really seen before, with the exception of Scream of the Shulker, where a robot version of the Master is kind of an unwilling companion to the Doctor in that animated story. And I'd like that idea, but personally I can't see it being the case with a new showrunner coming in, why they would want to carry over someone else's Master. I don't see that happening. But let me know what you guys think about all these leaks in the comments below. Subscribe if you enjoyed, like if you're new, and I will see you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, another flippin' leak video.
Hello friends from Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 13 leak video, and the last video to be filmed in my room, which is my kind of office at the minute. I'm getting a brand new office. The sound is probably, hopefully, going to sound a bunch better. Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and I'm going to be doing a bunch more different content, and the new era of Tharries shall begin. But before we get into today's video, if you could do me a little favour, click that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 10k by the end of the year. You all know this by now. So if you haven't already, please do subscribe. I would be ever so much appreciative of it. We're 400 subs away from 8k, and I'd love to get there by the end of September. But with that said, let's get into today's leaked sandwich. The first one is called Doctor Who Series 13 and the Future. Okay guys, I'm new to all this leaking, so go easy on me. I work at the BBC, but I can't say my role for security reasons, of course. From what I can see on here, there is a degree of truth to some rumours/leaks. Let me break down what I know so far, and by that I mean the show is still filming for the BBC 100th anniversary special. This is something that has been backed up by recent filming images as well, near Hodge House in Cardiff. The Weeping Angels, Sontarans, and the Master are the only turning monsters in Series 13. Well, I mean outside the Daleks, but I assume that's for the New Year special. The Sontarans will have a new design similar to the classic era, but there is no new casting, so feel like the old ones. Okay, so that's a bit interesting. Obviously we knew that the Sontarans were having a different design, that much is obvious, but the fact that they're casting the same actors kind of implies to me that they're going to be used in a similar fashion to how they've been used before, which does caused me a little bit of concern, because one of my pet peeves with the Moffat era was how he made the Sontarans into essentially a massive joke. However, they could be being written differently after all. Episodes like The Last Sontaran in Sarah Jane Adventures and the Sontaran Stratagem Poison Sky had the same design, but managed to use them in a lot more serious way, so I just hope that that is applied to these new Sontarans rather than the more comedic angle. Obviously not saying there can't be jokes made about the Sontarans, but I think for the majority of the episode I'd like it if they were treated as a serious threat. A little odd in my opinion, but I guess the budget was tight. The Sontaran ship is slightly different too, but they mostly teleport in this episode. There are no two parts of this series, it is all one story I think. Think of Children of Earth Miracle Day, consisting of 6 episodes with one theme running throughout. The story is the Timeless Child arc, with the Doctors discovering more and more incarnations of herself scattered throughout the universe leading up to the specials. So we're going to have more incarnations, which I don't really know how to feel about. You know, I'm still uneasy with the whole concept of there being pre-Hartnell Doctors, but I guess if you've ripped open the Band-Aid, you've sort of got to do more now. I don't know. The Ruth Doctor will not appear in Series 13, however she will feature heavily in the 2022 specials. These are penciled in for New Year's Day, Dalek, Earth Invasion, Jack Robertson returns to redeem himself and is killed by sacrificing himself. Very emotional. Then we have a summer special, not sure when this would air, most likely June. It's in between the specials. This is the beginning of the end for 13. The BBC want the last 2 specials to be marketed as the end of 13. One of the conditions of Chibnall getting this last special is better marketing. I don't know whether Chibnall is entirely responsible for marketing, so I mean, I don't know whether it's fair to pin that all on him, but maybe I could be wrong. The second special is set to be set up for the centenary special. It sees the Division invade Earth looking for the Doctor, knowing how much she loves the planet, and it's where they will most likely find her. The Jadoon are deployed to hunt her down. Jack was supposed to return, but for obvious reasons, he will no longer feature, so another classic companion will take his place. This is where the Donna rumours came from. I mean, Donna's not a classic companion, but anyway. The Fugitive Doctor features heavily in this episode, and the Doctor is said to go missing at the end. That's what all this Find the Doctor stuff is about. Okay. I can believe that. Final special is set on Gallifrey. The Time Lords survived the Master's destruction and are said to be hiding out on Calm. A female incarnation of Rassilon battles with the Master for revealing the truth about the Timeless Child. This is kind of the end of time vibes, but it wouldn't be the first time Chibs copied the RTD era. The Master sides with the Doctor, I think that's meant to be sides, in the end, and helps her take down Rassilon and urges her to stop the Time Lords returning to Gallifrey. There are no returning Doctors or companions in the BBC 100 special. This will happen in the 60th, which is still going ahead. The Doctor will regenerate at the end of the centenary special, after the Master betrays her once again, and shoots her on the way to the TARDIS. The Doctor falls. But the newly restored Time Lords restore her, so she has enough time to make it back to the TARDIS and regenerate. Okay, that's pretty much it. Feel free to ask me any questions. Go easy on me. Now, to be honest, right? This one is the one that I can believe the most. Like, yes, perhaps it's saying things that are a bit too obvious, and perhaps they're just taking things that are already obvious and applying them to make it sound more credible. But to me, this is the most likely one that I've read, because it doesn't do anything that crazy. Obviously, we've got the idea of more returning Doctors, which, yes, would have sounded crazy prior to Series 12, but now that that precedent has been set, that anyone could be an incarnation of the Doctor now, it makes sense for more to show up. As for a classic companion returning, again, if they wanted something to do with Doctor Who past in these specials, it makes sense for it to be a companion. I think the idea of it being another Doctor, I'm glad it's not if this leak was true, because quite frankly, as I've said before, I feel like, even though I'm not a big fan of 13, I feel as though she deserves to be the focal point of her final episode. You know, I had the same issue with Twice Upon a Time and Capaldi. I feel like, to a certain point, the first Doctor detracted from what was meant to be the 12th Doctor's final story. But that's just me. And the final leak we got to talk about is more of a theory, really, than anything else, but it's interesting to talk about. So, recently, obviously, the BBC America Twitter account posted the image of Chibnall saying swarm, which leads people to wonder if perhaps it's a hint towards Find the Doctor, Series 13, or what have you. And this leak may give us some information on that. About Chibnall's swarm hint. So in the panel, Chibnall said a hint for Series 13 was swarm. It's highly likely that this isn't an acronym for Series 13. I will explain. S. Sontaran, already seen in filming, so basically confirmed to be back. Weeping Angels, seen in filming, so also confirmed to be back. Autons. There has been a filming picture which sees a bus advertisement with the word Auton on it. R. Rassilon, possibly. The picture with the new fam sees them standing on a seal of Rassilon. M. The Master. With it being 13's last series, it will most likely be Sacha Dhawan's last two. I actually hope that's not the case. I think if there's one thing I wouldn't mind carrying over, it would be Sacha Dhawan's Master. I feel like he could be the sort of Ainley of New Doctor Who, you know, he just pops up. The Master also escaped with the Cyber Time Lords in the Timeless Children. I'm sorry, that's still just such a dumb concept to me. Cyber Time Lords, man. Someone was on DeviantArt in 2014. Sacha Dhawan was also near there during the summer. This possibly could cover the last two episodes. It is also likely that the letters indicate the order in which they will appear. Sontaran said to be the first episode with John Bishop, and the Master said to be the last two episodes. You know what? Like, this is less of a leak and more of a theory, but I think this could be pretty spot on. It all lines up, it all makes sense. Again, this leak, this whole video as a whole, these two things that I've covered, are the more likely ones. I think as we get closer to Series 13, it's a lot more likely that the leaks themselves are going to reflect more accurate information, because we're learning more information as we go along. But let me know what you guys think about these two leaks in the comments below. Subscribe if you're new, like if you enjoyed, comment down below your thoughts, and I will see you. Hello fans from the Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who Series 14 leak video, question mark. But before we get into it, if you could just do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, that would be ever so much appreciated. We are trying to get to 10k by the end of the year, and if we could get there, I would absolutely love you forever. Sub growth has slowed down a bit due to just the lack of any substantial Doctor Who stuff really going on, but if we could get to 8k before Series 13 airs, that would be absolutely fantastic. But let's get into the leaks. So this first one is about Series 13, despite the title. It talks specifically about Find the Doctor, and it's by Into the Unknown 63. Some info for you guys. Find the Doctor completes on 16th of September with smart Whovians unlocking a trailer, most likely that night on the Find the Doctor page. The trailer will drop on all Doctor Who socials the next day. Don't worry though, those who unlock the trailer, pretty much every Whovian who gets the password, will also get exclusive bonuses, including a message from Jodie herself, plus the official artwork for Series 13. Hope this clears up any misinformation that is being spouted out by some eager players. Happy hunting. So a very interesting little leak there, and kind of a confirmation that a trailer could well be coming on the 16th, which is very nice to know, which also means that my deal with Mr. TARDIS should be safe, if this is true. So yeah, take that, Mr. TARDIS. But the second and more substantial leak is simply titled Series 14 Update, and is by Kia Riswanda, who I believe we've covered the leaks of before. As I've previously said, Simon Allen is signed on to be head writer, and the Oscar award-winning Emerald Fennell has also signed up to be co-writer, with both exec producing the show. The update I have is apparently that Fennell is a 3-series deal, then she will exit, and another writer will join Allen at the helm, with Neil Gaiman already mentioned to be a contender. Again, I don't think you're going to get Neil Gaiman anytime soon. He said before basically he doesn't want the job. I don't think that, a couple more years is really going to change his mind, so I'm doubtful of that. HBO will be co-producing Doctor Who from Series 14 onwards, after their current production series Dark Materials completes filming. I'm unsure of that, mainly because I think they've got a deal with HBO that Doctor Who is on their platform till Series 15, and I don't think they would make a deal for a show that they don't have a partial stake in. I could be wrong, but again, unsure about that. As I also said, Ollie Alexander was the frontrunner to take over from Jodie Whittaker as the 14th Doctor. This was all but contracted from what I heard, but I have heard interesting whispering which may mean that the 14th Doctor has went back to casting. I highly doubt that they had someone already lined up, given that the showrunner hasn't even been announced yet. Normally the showrunner would pick who they want to be the Doctor. Obviously there's a couple of exceptions to that throughout Doctor Who's history. Obviously it's a different thing, but in the 80s with John Nathan Turner, after Colin Baker's mixed reception with audiences, they basically insisted on auditioning for the 7th Doctor rather than just letting him pick whoever he wanted. But generally speaking, the decision of who plays the next Doctor is down to the showrunner of that time. Ollie is apparently not keen on signing up for 3 years, however the BBC and showrunners are determined to have a lead actor or actress sign on for that period or longer. I really would like to see an actor or actress inhabit the role of the Doctor for longer than 3 years. I think this 3-series rule is being taken a bit too seriously. Like Patrick Troughton said it once, and now everyone treats it like it's gospel. I don't think 3 series is necessarily too long to inhabit that role. I understand that actors fear typecasting and things, but for example, you have shows now like Walking Dead that are running for like 9 series, and those actors, they can still get other work and stuff. So I really don't think 3 years is too long to be in one part. Obviously, it's up to the discretion of the actor, of course, but I would like to see an actor break out of that mould. The 14th Doctor needs to be cast and have their contract signed for the 22nd of September. There are now 4 names, which are apparently in talks to be a replacement for Ollie. Jesus, we're on replacements for replacements. This is like Inception. Who is still in communication with the BBC. Now, this isn't as solid information as I usually share, but it's interesting, so I thought I'd best inform you all. The first name that is apparently in deep negotiations is actress Naomi Harris. The BBC and HBO have worked with Harris before on The Third Day and are eager to have her front a series. She is highly acclaimed and notable actress, which is exactly what the BBC is looking for. They want a notable name to front the reboot of the series, so the fee being offered is considerably higher than the previous Doctors. Ollie's fee was already higher than Whittaker's or Capaldi's. Okay, so I'm going to stop it briefly there. I don't know whether Ollie is worth more than Capaldi. I'm sorry, I know he's been in It's a Sin and he's kind of the hot thing right now, but Capaldi is a veteran actor of the industry, won many awards. I'm not sure whether he's worth more than Capaldi, but anyway. The 3-series deal is not a problem for Harris, but she wants flexibility to explore other projects. Therefore, elongated breaks between series is to be expected if she is cast. I would not want that. If it means that we have longer breaks, I would advise against that, if only because, obviously we don't even know whether this is going to happen, but to me at least, when Doctor Who goes on longer breaks, it's much more difficult for the show to regain the audience it had after those breaks. Most of the lowest viewing figures of the revival come after a gap year, most notably Doctor Who taking a year off in 2016, and therefore Series 10 had some of the lowest viewing figures, and Doctor Who taking a year off in 2019, only for then Series 12 to have some of the lowest viewing figures. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I think the breaks do more harm than they do any good. So if elongated breaks is an inevitability with Naomi Harris, I would perhaps advise against that course of action. Obviously, if this was true. Patricia Allison is another name that the BBC are interested in. Apparently she has already auditioned for the 14th Doctor and showed strong promise. However, as she is a relatively unknown name, apart from appearing in Netflix's series Sex Education, it may not be a feasible or wise move for Alan's debut Doctor. Scottish actor Daniel Portman from Game of Thrones and Vigil has also auditioned for the role and is also being considered after a successful audition. Once again, the name is an issue, as he is a relatively unknown actor. Finally, the name that has come up a lot is very much the one that has been considered but would definitely be a one-series deal. The BBC are willing to make an exception as they know this name would bring notoriety to the series. Helena Bonham Carter has been approached by Fennell and Allen to consider playing the 14th Doctor for one series. I'm going to stop right there. That's not happening. I don't care if it's one series or 1 million series, there's no way they're getting Helena Bonham Carter. She's simply too big. Apparently conversations have been open but not necessarily progressive. Carter has a busy schedule and doesn't think she can commit to a year of filming, meaning we most likely won't see the actress take on the role just yet. Basically, it's not happening. The search for a companion has been put on hold until the new Doctor is announced. I'm calling BS on the majority of this. Like I say, I highly doubt that they're already holding 14th Doctor auditions if they haven't even got a showrunner properly in place. Now, this says that they do, but again, this entirely hinges on the idea that that's correct. As well, the idea of Ollie being a frontrunner, again, I think that was just a tabloid fluff piece, really. I don't really think it was a serious consideration. And like I say, as for the other actors, the idea of one of the actors requiring there to be elongated breaks, not a fan of. The idea of a one-series Doctor, even if it was Helena Bonham Carter, while it would be a formula break, I think one series is too short. And obviously the idea of an unknown actor, I could see them going with a more unknown actor for the next one, but I also do agree with this leak to a point that the next Doctor could do with being a big name in order to get the show some much-needed notoriety. But yeah, this leak, not sure. But let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. Subscribe if you're new, like if you enjoyed, and I will see you. Hello friends from Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here, and welcome back to another Doctor Who leak video. It's been a while since I've done one of these, but obviously we had some major news that RTD was returning.
It is returning. It is returning through the dark.
And with that came a bunch of people claiming that they knew what was going to happen next. I mean, leaks. But before we get into it, if you could do a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, I would be ever so much appreciative. We are trying to get to 10k at the end of the year, and if we could get there, I would absolutely love you forever. We're almost at 8k, and I'd love to get there by the end of next month. But with that said, let's get into today's leaks. This first one is called Russell T Davies Era 2.0 Series 14, 60th Anniversary and Series 15 plans. So quite a chunk of information would be disclosed in this leak, you know, if it was true. Finally, now that all the nonsense can cease, the real news is out. After 12 months of discussion with the BBC, RTD is returning to Doctor Who to lead a brand new generation of the hit sci-fi series. Been keeping this one close to my chest? Of course you have, as I knew many of you would shoot down the rumour due to how insane it is. I have few contacts working at the BBC, I also work in PR, so had very promising whisperings of what was unfolding behind the scenes over the last 4 months. Here is the intel I have. Right now the 14th Doctor has been locked in. I have heard that it is indeed going to be another female Doctor. Few names have been mentioned, all I can say is that both the frontrunners have featured in Years and Years. Filming begins in 2022 for a 2023 Series 14, and then the 60th Anniversary Special. RTD has currently only signed on for Series 14, 60th Anniversary Special, and the 2024 Series 15. This could change, however. The priority plans for the series are to rebuild the withering audience, update Doctor Who for 2023, and introduce some very big named writers to the Doctor Who universe, in a hope one or two of them will take over from RTD to continue the series. RTD also plans to expand the Doctor Who universe, reintroducing existing characters, creating brand new characters, and setting up for promising spin-offs. Torchwood will return in 2023 in some form. John Barrowman will not lead the series as originally planned. Instead, Eve Miles will lead the brand new cast. This is all the information I have. It's made its way down the grapevine to me, so some of the details may have changed. However, it's all very exciting. Okay, so there's a couple of bits of that to dissect. The idea that RTD signed off for 2 series and the 60th, I could believe. I think 2 series isn't too long. I think as some people are suggesting, like that's quite a short period of time for a showrunner, but it would be enough, I think, to get the show back on track. Although, in an ideal world, RTD would stay on forever. With regards to, obviously, a Torchwood spin-off, I can't see them greenlighting it without Barrowman, mainly because he was the star of that show. I feel like it would be better to just let Torchwood as an entity rest. It would kind of be like commissioning a new series of the Sarah Jane Adventures without Liz Sladen, because obviously she passed away. I just can't see it being greenlit. So I'm unsure about that one. With regards to the 14th Doctor being cast and it being a woman, I think people kind of have expected it to be a woman. I'm still not like 100% convinced either way. I don't really mind either way, but I think someone like Tania Miller would make sense given that she's worked with Russell before. Talking about other Years and Years actors, I'm trying to think of someone. I mean, Russell Tovey, I believe, is on Years and Years, but he's not a woman, so I'm unsure who it could be, but if any of you have any suggestions, let me know down in the comments below. But yeah, the thing that makes me think that this leak probably isn't accurate is the fact that they waited till after the RTD announcement to make this thing known, almost as if to say, yeah, we totally knew about this before, definitely, 100%. And that's a common theme you'll see throughout the rest of these leaks. This next one's called What the Future Holds. The original hope and the plan of the BBC was to appoint a female showrunner. They had been in talks with someone for a while, but these came to nothing. That could be Sally Wainwright, because that was a common sort of rumour that was tossed about prior to RTD's announcement. I don't know why, I won't claim I was in the room when they were taking place. The BBC want Doctor Who to air in 2023. Wanga was absolutely opposed to any kind of hiatus, and as I understand it, even if they'd managed to get the woman they were after, this might not have been possible for a number of reasons, not least her already busy schedule. It is possible that they may still get a woman on board for 2024 or later. I believe they haven't given up on this idea. So the BBC turned to RTD and outlined the situation to him. This would have been in the summer. He had to think about it, and the already planned involvement of Bad Wolf was a deciding factor because of Tranter and Gardner. So what's going to happen? Well, the new Doctor has already been cast. Despite all the behind the scenes, this has proved far easier to do. The BBC want to delay announcing her until Series 13 is aired. So again, the idea of a female Doctor continuing is present in this leak as well. This will replicate the handover to Matt Smith in that we will know who she is while Jodie Whittaker's last 3 specials air. However, this may change if the identity leaks. Assuming they can keep a lid on it though, expect something in December. This is when the new Doctor's Power of the Regeneration will be filmed, and no, I don't know who she is, though one particular name keeps being mentioned. Production on her debut story will start in 2022, and she will first appear in a Christmas Day special. Like Tennant, RTD is fairly determined these will be reinstated. There will be a series in 2023 around spring, if everything goes according to plan, with an anniversary special in November of that year. Okay, so very interesting stuff there. The idea of a Christmas special, I'm not sure whether they're referring to a Christmas special in 2022 or 2023. I'm assuming 2022, given how they were talking about it. So then we would actually get 4 Doctor episodes in 2022, with the last one being with the new Doctor, whoever they may be. The rest of it sounds fairly plausible, but again, it's hard to disprove given the fact that we know that half of this is true now anyway. The idea of the handover to the 14th Doctor mirroring Matt Smith's takeover makes a lot of sense, but again, I feel like that's just kind of a good guess, really. And again, this leak holds the fact that there will be a series in 2023, not just a special. I've said before, they said in the tweet, if you look at the tweet, they say he'll be involved in the 60th anniversary. It doesn't necessarily mean that it'll only be one special. But yeah, this one, again, sounds fairly plausible, but again, all of these kind of do now, which is kind of why it's harder to sort of separate because they're using so much actual official information. The next one's called Doctor Who 60th and Beyond Leak. Oh god, this feels good to finally get off my chest. Well, as you already know, Russell T Davies is coming back as showrunner to Doctor Who. So now time to give a little context as to why this has happened, as well as what we can expect for the future. So the plans to have Russell back have been in the works for about a month and a half. The BBC have been doing a bit of damage control at the moment, given the serious discourse amongst the fan base following the Timeless Children story. RTD never went to the BBC and asked to come back as showrunner, they went to him. You can kind of see this as a similar position Disney was put in following the reception of Last Jedi, bringing back JD to do some damage control of The Rise of Skywalker. There are a few good reasons why they ask RTD as opposed to a previous showrunner like Moffat. To put it simply, Moffat went through major problems like writer's block and burnout as he soldiered through from 2010 to 2017. Makes sense. The reason RTD has been asked to come back is because the BBC are looking to perform a major course correction of the series in a type of soft reboot for the show, similar to how they revitalised the show in 2005. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, and some people on Twitter don't like it when people say this, but it's true. They don't just get Russell T Davies back just for fun. If they're getting him back, then it means that they want to do a course correction. Like, as much as people are opposed to the idea that, oh, Russell T Davies is being brought back to fix Doctor Who, that's kind of what this is. At least that's how it looks from an outside perspective. This is the first time ever we've had an old showrunner back. Not least one who hasn't written for the show in the last 10 years. That's not something that happens every day. You'll also see Chibs himself doing some course correction during the TV specials in 2022 to set the runway for RTD's 60th anniversary special for 2013. I think we've travelled back in time 10 years, I think they mean 2023. Now in terms of the 60th, there had originally been planned for there to be a 60th anniversary season on the 23rd of each month from January 2023 to November 2023. I assume they mean that every episode will air in the new month rather than a new series beginning each month and ending at the end, which, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. But those plans have been put under the rug for a motion picture singular special. The plan is for a special bigger than the 50th, with an aim to get a runtime of about 2 hours to 2.5 hours. Take in mind, the planning of this with Bad Wolf Studios is in very early stages. No Doctor has not been cast yet to take over from Jodie. RTD wants a nice roadmap for his tenure plotted before he chooses the next actor, as he wants to build the actor around the story, rather than makes the stories fit the actor. That makes sense. I can believe more that I think that the next Doctor hasn't been cast yet, mainly because we've got so long till Jodie actually leaves and filming on the new series would actually be able to begin anyway. I could believe that they're maybe going through screen tests or auditions currently. As it's understood by the crew at Bad Wolf, RTD wants to do something rather special for the 60th, with the plans to end Jodie's final episode, mid-regeneration, with the 60th taking place within the Doctor's mind and subconsciousness during the entire regeneration process as the next Doctor discovers who they are. That would be a pretty cool idea for a 60th anniversary, I can't lie. Something as meta as that would be really cool. RTD currently wants to be taking a lot of inspiration from the Big Finish stories of Greyus, where the previous Doctor actors will be playing brand new characters to help the new Doctor along the road of self-discovery. He wants the special to be a celebration of the Doctor themselves. Okay, so that's an interesting concept, although I'm not sure whether it would have the most widespread appeal. I feel like if you're going to get old Doctors back, you might as well have them in their respective roles rather than having them play kind of Elseworld versions in the Doctor's own mind. While an intriguing idea, I don't think it would have the massive pull that I think the BBC would want. RTD does have a somewhat of an idea for at least 3 seasons, as he currently wants to have a singular arc, while all 3 seasons also have one long arc involving the Valiard, but as in his production while showrunner. This could easily be a placeholder name to hide the true arc he really wants to work on. Now, of course, this is all in the very early days, as production won't even begin on the 60th until next year, while the 3 specials in 2022 are releasing. If you happen to be a major fan of Jodie's era, get ready to be disappointed, as many plot points started by Chibs are going to be swept under the rug. As the Master once said, get ready, because everything is about to change. Okay, so there's a couple of things there. Obviously, I sort of mentioned the idea for the 60th and basing it onto Greyus. While that would be a cool story, I don't think it would have the mass market appeal that I think the BBC would want for a 60th anniversary, helmed by Russell T Davies. I think they want something really, really easily marketable that's going to get the mass audience back in. The idea of RTD's showrunning position being a course correction makes total sense. The idea of, them not choosing Moffat due to his burnout, and also, I guess, he wasn't as widely unanimously loved as Davies was, but I feel, again, that's kind of just common sense. The idea that RTD has a plan for at least 3 seasons excites me, although the others have said 2 or 1, so I'm not going to get my hopes up about that, but I would love it if he stayed on for more than 2, because personally for me, I think a lot of people said that Chibnall's 3 series felt short, so I think at least 3 would be lovely for me, especially given that, RTD's just so good at what he does. I could see it more likely being 2 though, due to the fact that if you think about it, Moffat had 6 series, Davies only had 4, so by doing 2 extra series, he'd kind of equal out the playing field there, which could be his plan, or they could have him just do 1. I hope it is more than 1 though. The idea of Jodie's stuff getting swept under the rug, again, I could kind of see that. I can't see Chibnall personally continuing a bunch of the story arcs established in Jodie's era. I think for him, it's much more likely that he'll just do new stuff because he knows, I think, what to keep with an era of Doctor Who and what to remove in order to make it accessible. And I can't see the Timeless Child being heavily mentioned in his era. But let me know what you guys think about these leaks in the comments below. If you did enjoy, be sure to give it a like, comment down below your thoughts and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching and I will see you later. Hello friends from Wheelchair Gang, Tharries here and welcome back to another Doctor Who leak video. But before we get into it, if you could do me a teeny tiny little favour and click that subscribe button, I would be ever so much appreciative. We are trying to get to 10k by the end of the year and I would absolutely love it if we could get there as soon as possible. We're about 90 subscribers away from 8k at the time of recording this, so if we can hit that over the next few days, I would absolutely love you forever. So this first one isn't exactly a leak as such, but I felt it important to mention it. I was going to mention it somewhere else, but I didn't really know where else to mention it, so I'll just mention it here. But basically, we've got a new Doctor Who sort of exhibition type thing. I'll read the tweet out to you now. Ready to learn about the science behind Doctor Who? A brand new science exhibition, Worlds of Wonder, where science meets fiction, will tour the UK from May 2022. So that's a very cool little thing, you know, a little exhibition thing. This is kind of the closest we'll ever get to having the Doctor experience back, may it rest in peace. I do find it somewhat amusing, however, that, you know, as soon as Russell T Davies gets announced to be showrunner again, we get the announcement of a new exhibition. Not saying that he had anything to do with it, in fact this would probably have been in the works long before that announcement was made and confirmed, but it's almost like a sign that nature is healing now that Russell T Davies is back. On to our first actual leak then, or theory in this case anyway. This one's just called Production Timeline Discussion. Here's my thoughts for the most logical timeline. September 2021, filming complete for Centenary. January 2022, April 2022, Fall 2022, specials released. Mid 2022, production begins for Series 14. Mid 2023, Series 14 airs. November 2023, 60th anniversary. In July of 2009, Tennant specials were airing. Moffat had already begun production on Series 5, so this would not be uncommon as the productions do overlap, as they did in 2017 when Series 11 began filming in October when Moffat's production was technically not finished. So I think this is a pretty logical timeline. I would love it if we got a Series 14 before the 60th. I've said that before. I think it would be good to introduce a new Doctor before getting into the proper 60th celebrations, because then you can have a full-on multi-Doctor story or something without having to worry about the fact that your new Doctor isn't getting enough time in the spotlight. Although of course I always feel that the incumbent Doctor in their era should be the forefront of the anniversary specials, just as Pertwee was with the 3 Doctors, Davison was with the 5 Doctors, and obviously Matt Smith was with Day of the Doctor. Obviously I understand there's been other multi-Doctor stories in between those times, but you get what I mean, those are like the main ones. This next leak is called 60th Anniversary Clues. Now everything is starting to make a bit more sense. I work for an agency that represents a number of actors, some of which are actors who have previously appeared in Doctor Who. I don't want to go into much detail of who exactly, as it will give my identity away, of course. About a month ago we were contacted about the availability of some of our clients to film in 2022, for what I can only presume is the 60th. Anyway, the agency community is pretty tight and I have friends who work for other agents who had similar contact. I am not going to pretend that I knew RTD was coming back, I had no idea, but now it's official he's doing the 60th. It makes sense that discussions have been going on between the BBC and him for a while, hence the inquiries. These actors from the classic series and a lot of their work at the moment is personal appearances, conventions, and in the email communications I have seen, they are beyond delighted to have even been considered for this and will, quote, make sure they are available. They love the show and have embraced it completely. It's difficult to get any concrete details, as availability is one of the first things established before their role is outlined to them, but we are expecting very rough details of this in the next few days or weeks. Don't get your hopes up too much, as they may turn the role down when they know what it entails. Happens more often than you might think. However, seeing how positive they were, it seems unlikely. I am seeing my colleagues at other agencies soon, so we'll try and see what the vibes they are getting. I'm sorry it is too vague, I've got to be careful, but wanted to get this out there to reassure it looks like the plans for the 60th involve the whole of Who's history, not just the new series. Any bright ideas of how I can reveal more detail without giving my identity away would be greatly appreciated. So this one is, as they say, it kind of doesn't give away much, which inclines me to suggest that it's not legit, although they do make the point of, yeah, I just didn't know RTD was coming back, which I respect the honesty of, because I feel like a lot of these kind of jumped on the RTD bandwagon when it was announced. I do find it interesting that they make mention of specifically celebrating Doctor Who's entire history, as in Classic Who as well, rather than just New Who, as a criticism many people have It's not one that I necessarily completely share, but I do see where it comes from. With the 50th anniversary, is that it's very New Who heavy and doesn't have a lot for classic fans. And if anyone was going to find a balance to strike between those two eras of the show, I feel like RTD would be the guy. He's respectful of all periods of the show, and I feel like he would want to pay tribute to as much of it as possible. So very exciting, the idea of classic Doctors coming back. Obviously, your minds could be racing. 4, 5, 6, 7, David Bradley is the first Doctor. Basically, any of them are possible. Because although you might say, yeah, they're getting older, that could easily be written around the same way it was in Time Crash. Just say that the time distortion's gone all funny, and you're fine. So yeah, in my view, bring back all these classic actors while you still can. Now this next one, I'm going to call BS on straight away. It's basically someone saying that there's a production shot of Alex Kingston as River, and you can see it here. To me, this could just be from anything that Alex Kingston is in, and I've not seen this posted anywhere else, so I'm going to call BS on this. I feel like if this was legit, we'd have been seeing it all over Twitter by now, because with any filming, we all sort of see it as soon as it basically happens, because people go looking at filming locations and stuff. So yeah, I'm calling BS on this one, but it's a good attempt by whoever did it. Now this is where things start to get a bit more spicy for our leaks today. So this one's called Doctor Who Series 14, Catherine Tate returns as Donna. I feel like we're going back in time somewhat, because I feel like Catherine Tate, that rumour was a big thing a couple months ago, because apparently she was spotted near the filming, but it was for something completely unrelated. Might have been that prison comedy she was doing. But now they're doing it again with Series 14, which I find rather amusing. It's kind of like how, for years, every year, Rose is suggested to be coming back. Okay, I've been wanting to talk about this for the last few months, but was trying to work out the right time to spill. I have heard of a friend who works in marketing in Doctor Who that the BBC and Russell T Davies are considering bringing back Catherine Tate as Donna Noble in Series 14 as a companion. Russell reportedly said that he wanted to bring her back at some point during his era, so it's perfect timing, really. I also know from my source that the BBC will announce her return at some point in the next few months, ready for her return in 2022. She has been in talks with the BBC over the last year and is delighted to be bringing her character back. That's all I know. I'm gonna, again, call sort of, not complete BS, because it's not entirely out the realm of possibility. Stranger things have happened, RTD coming back being one of them. But at the same time, I feel as though Donna Noble's character arc's kind of complete. You'll all know her memory got wiped at the end of Stolen Earth Journey's End, and obviously it sort of got blown again in End of Time. So basically all that boils down to is that the Doctor can't really interact with Donna Noble again. And I feel like undoing that would go some way in undoing the dramatic weight of those initial scenes. So I'm not overly keen on the idea of Donna coming back. Not because I don't think there's potential there, but more so because I just think her story wraps up in such a nice way. I think it would be disappointing to try and do over that in a way that might detriment the initial narrative that we already have. Now this final leak is kind of the big chungus of the Doctor Who leaks that we've been covering so far in this video. It's called Why Chibnall Left and Why RTD Has Come Back, apparently. Plus new era info allegedly. I love apparently and allegedly, so it's not even there sure whether it's true. Hello r/Doctor Who News. I had some leaks. I thought I might as well share. I've received them from a source who claims to work for the BBC, so take this with a pinch of salt if nothing else. Interesting to write about, but it seems plausible to me. Also, Tharries might feature me. Oh boy, do I have news for you. So I received some info from the same person when Series 12 was about to come out. They told me about the Dalek special and how Sacha Dhawan was the Master. I don't pay attention to every Doctor Who update, so this might be common knowledge prior to broadcast. All the same, since Series 12, I have been fascinated by what's coming next and how the BBC is perceiving the Timeless Child stuff. So I've been an avid watcher of Doctor Who leak videos, although I don't think any of them turned out to be true. Hey, my man! But yeah, you're kind of right, a lot of these don't turn out to be true. But that's what's the fun of them, we get to dissect which bits seem legit, which bits don't. Anyways, I hadn't spoken to my source since the week Series 12 premiered. I believe, but I was hyped up by the RTD news and thought why not. They claimed to have known RTD was coming back, but supposedly this wasn't always the plan. Apparently BBC tried to get some others, Neil Gaiman, Neil Cross, Jed Mercutio and Sally Wainwright were mentioned. None of them were interested. Basically they were asking anyone and RTD was the last person and they didn't even think he'd say yes. Interestingly, Pete McTighe wasn't even considered. That's good in my opinion. I'm sorry, I know that Pete McTighe does a great job with the collection box sets, but I just don't think he's showrunner material at all. Like, his 2 episodes, you got Kablam and Praxis. Kablam's the stronger one of those two, but like Praxis is just so dull to me. It's like nothing happens, and also like you got the messaging of Kablam being kind of sus, basically corporation good, which yeah, I'm not a fan of. But anyway, as for the title of this post, it turns out Chibnall was talking nonsense when he mentioned a 3-year pact. He and Jodie were fully expecting to stick around for the 60th, but there have been some BTS behind the scenes problems, during Series 12 apparently, and BBC think he's lowered the bar for the show. Also, projections for Series 13 viewing figures are not great, apparently, so the BBC are throwing in the towel with Chibnall, and we're desperate to find a good, reliable successor. Chibnall's only really big hit has been Broadchurch. No one was interested. Seems like the show has kind of been tarnished like it was back in the 80s at the BBC. But RTD wants to come back, not to just save the show, but also because he has some new ideas for it. At one point, he was actually slated to write a story for 2010, I believe, but he was too busy with the very English scandal. As for the new Doctor, apparently they have been cast, or there are auditions, and they kind of know who, but not 100%. I mean, that's not the same thing. They're two different things, but fair enough. Or something. Pearson was pretty evasive, as I got the impression they weren't actually certain, but they know it's not Ollie Alexander or Russell Tovey, which is probably for the best, because I don't really see either of them particularly. Russell Tovey more so, mainly because I could see him playing perhaps like a more Matt Smith-esque quirky Doctor, but even then I don't think he'd be ideal. The BBC do want a big name, apparently. At one stage, when they considered separate showrunners, Stephen Graham and Lenny Henry were suggested, as both have expressed potential interest. BBC kind of want a popular name like how Eccleston was when he was cast. Although, as RTD's coming back, they apparently aren't opposed to having a big name as a companion. Don't know who they'd cast though. I mean, to be fair, they've been having big name companions since about 2017, because we had Matt Lucas, then we had Bradley Walsh, and now we've got John Bishop, so I mean, makes sense. Here are some names that they didn't confirm or deny. Bear in mind they heavily insinuated it will be someone RTD worked with before. Out of the lesser names, Maxine Baldry, Lydia West, and Tania Miller seem like the strong possibilities. I've said before, Tania Miller, I think she's a likely one and a decent choice. Lydia West I see more as a companion personally, but that's just me. And Maxine Baldry I don't know too much about, but the rest they were evasive about were bigger names. Ask in comments if you know about others who might or might not have been mentioned. I can still ask probably. So here we go. Rory Kinnear. Emma Thompson. I feel she's too big. I agree. I know she worked with Russell on Years and Years, but I still think that was like a one-off. James McAvoy. Could happen. He was on his Dark Materials, produced by Bad Wolf. Keeley Hawes, Maxine Peake, Ruth Wilson, Andrew Scott, Ben Whishaw, Hugh Grant was RTD's original choice, and Gwendolyn Christie. Aside from that, I think Murray Gold is returning, and I think Jane Tranter is involved in some way, as is Julie Gardner. I'd actually really like Murray Gold to come back, because if you listen to his work in Years and Years, it's suitably different to his Doctor Who work, but it has a little bit of a Doctor Who flair to it. I think he could still bring a new take to the music. I know some people like Sagan, but personally for me, I'm much more of a Murray fan, so I'd be more than down for that. Also, there will be a seasonal special from RTD in 2022-2023, I think New Year's Day. Originally Centenary was going to produce the new Doctor, but RTD didn't want to ditch seasonal special, and didn't want to introduce a new Doctor with 2 back-to-back specials. A series will follow then in spring 2023. That's optimistic, but I'd love it if it was. It will either be 8 or 10 episodes long, didn't confirm that, but it won't be 13 as it was back then. That makes sense because I think RTD said in interviews that killed him. Not literally, of course, but you know what I mean, like his workload was too much. RTD has been contracted for 3 seasons, but he has an open-ended clause where he could carry on at his own behest. The plan for the show, going forward, ahead of RTD, to be produced by Bad Wolf, apparently RTD will try and find an heir, but that sounded a bit loose to me. Any questions, ask below. But yeah, this is an interesting one. Obviously, people might say that it's too early to know about stuff like this, like composers and stuff and Doctor choices, but like there's been reliable people saying that like, you know, the 14th Doctor's going through screen tests, and things like, you know, composers and stuff, they might have already been talked about, because what you gotta think is that before these things are announced to all of us, they are thought about for a long time beforehand. They don't just drop it as soon as they make a decision. Things would have been considered beforehand, like the new period of the show that we're going to be entering into beyond 2022, that would have been spoken about well in advance. But how likely do I think that this is to actually happen? I mean, it's not impossible, but it's very vague. Like, obviously, you know, a lot of the names seem likely because they've been on, like, his Dark Materials, which is a Bad Wolf production, or Years and Years and It's a Sin, which is a Russell T Davies production. But again, I've said this before with the RTD one specifically, it's hard to know whether or not, like, they're accurate, because how much of this information is just true information at this point. I find it interesting that they make note of the fact that Chibnall wasn't meant to be leaving, and that the BBC kind of sort of shuffled him out, is what the impression I got from that, which has always kind of been my suspicion anyway. Not saying it's true, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was. The idea of there not being a new Doctor introduced in 2 back-to-back specials, I kind of get, but I also don't really see much of a difference between having 2 specials to introduce a Doctor and having a special and then, you know, an introductory episode or whatever. Ultimately, either way, you're going to get to see the new Doctor. I personally would like to see the new Doctor in the centenary. This doesn't seem to suggest that, but personally for me, I think I like the tradition of seeing the new Doctor beforehand. And I think it would just give peace of mind that, you know, the show's actually going to continue. Obviously, we know it is now with RTD, but I just mean, like, it gives you something to hold on to for the future, you know what I mean? But let me know what you guys think about these leaks in the comments below. If you did enjoy this video, be sure to give it a like, comment down below your thoughts, and subscribe if you're new. Thank you for watching, and I will see you. So that's all she wrote. Every single Doctor Who leak video in one package. I really hope that you've enjoyed going on this little trip down memory lane with me. It's really been a wild few months. So much has changed, yet I feel so much the same watching these videos. And I think this was a real nice way to really wrap everything up into a neat little bow and move on to the next phase of the channel. Series 13 abound and all that. So this has been your one and only Leak King, signing out. Thank you for watching, and I will see you later.